Chapter 33-36. The ancestral source isn't meant for the world to see. Those who come there will only be seeking death. Li Qiye revealed. Then why did Immortal Assailant Emperor talk about waiting there? Suowang was startled for a moment before asking. Not waiting for you. Li Qiye put on an implicative smile. Suowang didn't expect this response. Now that he thought about it, there was a problem with the common interpretation of this line. I'll be waiting at the ancestral source. The first impression of this line was that the emperor was speaking to future descendants. And that maybe in the ancient era, the emperor had left behind a legacy and treasury for the fateful ones. Now, Suowang thought about it again. Maybe the line wasn't meant for everyone currently. But if it was meant for a specific crowd, then who? Suowang thought about it for a bit before looking at Li Qiye, who still had a smile on, gazing at the horizon and seemingly lost in remembrance. What is Immortal Assailant Emperor trying to do? Is there a deeper meaning? Suowang murmured. The emperor was a brilliant existence, one who followed the past and heralded the future. The emperor's radiance shone the ancient era and reached 8 decalaces. The legend still remained after so many years. There have been other wondrous beings, great emperors and peerless saints. However, only a few were remembered in the present. Immortal Assailant Emperor was one of them. As the last emperor of the 9 Worlds epoch, this emperor completely dominated that era despite the numerous geniuses and top masters, never tasting defeat. Eventually, she no longer needed to fight. Just one word was enough to take down gods and devils. She eventually became a peerless legend. The most shocking thing was during the days of darkness when evil entities fell from above. She showed up and proved her might. Everyone still heard about that battle until now. Other Dao Lords showed up later, such as the Duck's Egg Buyer, Pure Sun Dao Lord, Blessed Dao Lord, and many others. Nonetheless, she still remained at the top in the river of time. So what kind of sign was this? Why did she leave behind this mantra? Was this to tell the world of her legacy? Or another meaning? The other ancestors and sovereigns thought that same thing as Suowang. They wanted to find the ancestral source. Li Qiye didn't comment on this. He smiled and told Suowang, "Who do you think the great emperor was? Is the world worthy of her remembrance?" Suowang actually agreed. The emperor dominated for so long and was extremely peerless. Why would she leave behind anything for inferior beings? She probably didn't even care for those in her era, let alone the distant generations in the future. They were simply daydreaming and hoping for that particular outcome out of greed. That does make sense. The surprised Suowang answered. She's only aiming at one person for a bet. Nonetheless, the ancestral source should have something incredible there. Li Qiye looked out the window and said, focusing his gaze. He was certain that she had left behind something there, just definitely not treasures or her legacy. So what is it? Suowang was deeply curious. The one capable of fighting against the darkness should definitely leave something great behind. This was why all the ancestors wanted to find the ancestral source so badly. It could be an invincible artifact or an item capable of granting immortality. Who knows? It's not what those fools are thinking of though, no artifacts or treasures. Li Qiye replied. Suowang smiled wryly since he shared the same thought as those fools. Li Qiye stared out the window. He didn't need to think about what the emperor left behind since he would find out soon enough. However, since so much time had passed, he nearly forgot about some people and things in the past. They were resurfacing right now. "Oh, young master, which peak do you wish to enter?" Suowang regained his wits and smiled. He naturally wanted Li Qiye to join South Conk, but asking directly would be awkward. Other disciples would love to join South Conk. They would be too excited to sleep after finding out the good news since an entry meant a bright future. Alas, Suowang thought that it would be his greatest honor to have Li Qiye join his peak. "I'll be staying here." Li Qiye waved his hand. "All the same to me, no need to move again, too troublesome." "Very well." Suoeng was slightly disappointed but didn't dare to press the issue. Divine Black is tiny, it's really all the same wherever I stay. Li Chia looked at the sect master and said, plus, if I were to go to your peak, I'm afraid you won't be able to eat and sleep well. Please don't say that, young master. I would be ecstatic to have you there. Suoeng immediately replied. Is that so? Will you be ecstatic when I bring that divine sword away? Li Chia had a smile that wasn't a smile on his face. Suoeng became speechless, not knowing how to respond for a while. Excuse my stupor, if you really wish to take that sword, go for it. It doesn't belong to me anyway, it belongs to the sect and you're a disciple here. He regained his wits and said. Of course, he would be lying if he were to say that it didn't hurt him. After all, it was the sect's strongest weapon. Alas, there was nothing he could do because Li Chia had the sword seal after climbing up the steps. He had fused with it, meaning that he had total control over the sword. The seal allowed him to bypass any cultivation limitation. Thus, he could still use it despite being an iron skin cultivator. See, you won't be able to sleep well for a long time. Li Chia laughed and didn't express his intent on taking the sword. Young master, the truth is that I truly want to control that sword. However, South Conk forefather left it behind and didn't state who is allowed to use it. Thus, we should leave it up to fate. Suoeng admitted with an awkward expression. How far have you gotten? Li Chia asked. I've been trying after reaching the sacred level, but it is far stronger than an ordinary Dao Lord weapon. With my current abilities, I can only release one slash. I won't have the strength to even hold it afterward. Suoeng smiled wryly. It was considered a patrimony weapon, far stronger than an ordinary Dao Lord weapon. The latter was under the classification of high-level heaven. Those at the myriad form real could use them. 1. Li Chia addressed the emperor using she/her a bit later, changing to she/her instead of the emperor. 2. The duck's egg buyer thing, I don't know. I need more context to understand this title unless it is just a name, my Yaden. But no one would have a name like this. 3. The author uses a he/him pronoun in the narrative while Li Chia is using she/her. The he/him here can be gender neutral, although mostly male. I saw the he in the narrative first and had to change the first part. Then Li Chia used she/her and I had to change it to female. Now, the narrative is using he/him and I don't know which is right. Keeping it as female for now. Chapter 33-37. This wasn't the case for patrimony weapons. Normally, any weapon created by a Dao Lord would be called a Dao Lord weapon. The method, type, and materials didn't matter. The requirements were far more stringent for patrimony weapons. The 3 things listed above had to be done just right. The weapon also had to be as strong as its creator. A Dao Lord weapon could represent 30 to 40% of its creator's power. A patrimony weapon had to be at 100%. Under normal circumstances, anyone weaker than the myriad form realm wouldn't be able to use a heaven weapon. For Ping Suoeng, it wouldn't be hard for him to control a Dao Lord weapon. The same couldn't be said for a patrimony weapon. The latter had an unimaginable power, enough to kill all foes. Suoeng has been trying to learn this sword ever since he made it to the sacred level. He spent plenty of time and effort, yet the best he could do was just one move. He would be completely drained afterward due to its immense power. Nonetheless, he still wanted to keep on learning. Divine Black would never lose if he could master it regardless of the perilous situations. One move? That's not bad. Li Chia smiled. Young master, you can control it now. It'll be extremely effective when the time comes. Suoeng put on a serious expression. Right. Li Chia casually replied. In reality, he could still control this sword without the sword seal. Not a single weapon existed in this world that he couldn't use. You should come to South Conk Peak to be familiar with it. Suoeng eventually made up his mind. Li Chia was clearly connected by fate with this sword. It was extremely important for Divine Black's safety when the time comes. Can you actually handle it? Li Qie asked while staring at the old man. Fate decides, not me. And you're a disciple of Divine Black anyway. Suoeng sighed and responded. Divine Black needed someone who could reverse the tides. He cared more about the sect than his personal wishes. When the world knows that the ancestral peak here could lead to the ancestral source, they'll surround us. Thus, having a capable user of this sword is of paramount importance. Another ace card, he added. So I'll be used as cannon fodder. Li Qie chuckled. Sure, I'm a little selfish here, but with great power comes great responsibility, right? Suoeng felt a little bad. An ordinary disciple shouldn't have to worry about these things. Indeed. Li Qie nodded in agreement before adding, there are so many idiots here, but with you as the sect master, Divine Black is still salvageable. Suoeng let out a forced smile. He didn't know if the guy was praising or criticizing Divine Black. Don't worry, it's not hard for me to control this sword. And, it might be a patrimony sword that's a little bit better than scrap metal, but not by much. I'm not interested in it. The most I'll do is just play with it for a little bit. I won't take it away from Divine Black, so feel free to keep on learning. It'll be more useful in your possession in the future. Li Qie nonchalantly said. Suoeng felt so much better after this conversation and left even though Li Qie didn't wish to go to South Conk. The disciples in Jade Bird noticed their sect master leaving by himself. They assumed that Li Qie would be going to South Conk for sure. Why is he still staying in Jade Bird? They quietly discussed among themselves. Even a fool knew which to pick between Jade Bird and South Conk. That's why Li Qie's choice came as a surprise. The next move from Li Qie confused them even more. He went to the library and picked another manual, Chaos Mantra. He's a bronze tendon now. More started gossiping. Normally, no one would talk about someone reaching the bronze tendon realm. There were thousands of disciples stronger than Li Qie. However, he was the son of miracles and performed insane feats despite being an iron skin. Thus, his cultivation improvement was a big deal. Some started wondering when he would reach the silver carapace realm. The disciples here enjoyed talking about him right now. Even the protectors and elders chatted on this topic. This annoyed Zhan Hu to no end. Recently, he had just become an enlightened being, the third youngest to do so behind Gong Qianyue and Huang Ning. He would be considered a genius anywhere in West King. Thus, people should be talking about him, not Li Qie and his bronze tendon realm. The previous humiliation of being stomped by Li Qie destroyed his reputation. He tried his best to break through afterward in order to regain his pride. He wanted to use power to solidify his status as a genius, to become the well-respected first brother again. Unfortunately, his wish wasn't granted. Li. I swear, only one of us will exist one day. He gritted his teeth, his eyes flashed fiercely. Another thing people were talking about was the Chaos Mantra since Li Qie picked it. Everyone became curious instead of mocking him. They have seen what he did with Tortoise Fist. The children from Lu Village and Lu Daowei all accomplished it as well, proving the technique's might. A while ago, some elders started looking over Tortoise Fist again. They found that there was more to it than meet the eye. Chaos Mantra became the next thing under scrutiny. Chapter 33-38. Though many elders noticed something odd about Tortoise Fist, they couldn't get through the essential gap. It was separated by a thin layer, almost like watching dancers behind a silk curtain in the imperial court. They could see the faint figures, not the actual appearance. The elders were helpless but still couldn't throw away their pride and ask him for guidance. Ultimately, Tortoise Fist was still only an entry-level martial art. They had no reason to go ask a junior about it. Nonetheless, this changed their impression of him since he learned something they couldn't. Therefore, Chaos Mantra became the next focal point. This was one of the 7 common mantras, as simple as can be. No one in Divine Black wanted to train with it with the exception of Li Qie. Moreover, they were surprised to find that he was on his third law despite only being a bronze tendon cultivator. This was indeed irregular. Virtually everyone waited until Silver Carapace before picking a second mantra, so Li Qie's action was inscrutable. Why another one? One of the 7 too. The chief elder meticulously thought about it to no avail. No one considered Li Qie to be stupid at this point. They just didn't get his logic. In reality, not to mention the elders and protectors, even a Tao Lord might not be able to derive anything from these mantras. The 7 pertained to the very source of the Grand Tao. They needed to be at a primal height in order to see clearly. Li Qie hasn't left his place after several days and focused on cultivating. Deriving this new mantra engulfed him in chaos. This gestated his body. The myriad creations also harmonized with him, giving him plenty of life force. This cultivation session was akin to him walking in the 3,000 worlds, gazing at the heavens and earth, drowning in the mortal coil, and entering the origin. This was a true Tao enlightenment session, the right path for cultivation. Alas, people later on simplified this method and weakened their own comprehension. The current Li Qie was in the bronze tendon realm. His body looked tough like rocks, his bones and tendons seemingly made from bronze, powerful and enduring. A clear difference existed between the iron skin and bronze tendon realm. To put it simply, a mortal using a weapon made from regular iron would have a hard time piercing through an iron skin cultivator. Bronze tendon took the physical toughness to the next level on top of improving tenacity. For example, an iron skin wouldn't be able to grow a crushed hand back. On the other hand, a bronze tendon could do so. This, in turn, improved their vitality enough to also strengthen the true fate while providing better protection. However, Li Qie's cultivation was different from the others. Gong Qianyuan knew this quite well since she witnessed his sessions. He became engulfed in life force born from the chaos. She felt as if his body was the heaven and earth, the grand momentum, the original source. She had never seen these phenomena in anyone else, not even herself. When she was a bronze tendon, she wasn't different from other cultivators. It's just that she had a faster cultivation speed and purer chaos true energy. On the other hand, Li Qie's current cultivation exuded an immense aura. She felt as if his bronze tendon cultivation was already better than her samadhi realm. Young master, do these phenomena have anything to do with training the 3 mantras at once? She became curious and spoke her mind. That's one way to put it, but it's not the main reason. Tao cultivation isn't only about obtaining remarkable powers. It's to cultivate the self. Once the self reaches great attainment, those powers will come. Li Qie nodded. Once the self reaches great attainment, those powers will come. She murmured this last line and something seemed to be flashing in her mind. Unfortunately, it was still covered in a thin veil. She couldn't grasp it despite being aware of its existence. He only smiled and didn't teach her. This level required her to realize herself. Teaching her about it wouldn't be as effective. She would only be able to repeat and imitate, not a true comprehension. Meanwhile, many disciples in Divine Black have begun going outside to train. They were divided into groups led by leaders. These trips improved their knowledge and gave them opportunities to train. Their destinations were still under the jurisdiction of Divine Black, hence the low level of danger. The leaders consisted of second-generation disciples and weren't especially strong. Today, trouble came knocking on Li Qie's door and interrupted his cultivation. The messenger, Lu Daowei, struggled for breath as he reported, "Young master, something bad happened. The disciples from your village have been captured." "Who?" Li Qie's eyes narrowed. "People from 3 Truths. I think their lives might be in danger." Daowei was panicking. "They dare to cause trouble in our territory?" Gong Qianyue became surprised. "This happened at Falcon Stream." Daowei elaborated, "I was collecting alchemy materials not far from there and saw a distress signal from Junior Uncle Lu. I immediately ran back. Senior brother Wang, first brother Zhan Hu, and first brother Huang Ning were going there too. That's right at the common border. This might be problematic. Qianyue became serious. Let's take a look then. Li Qie calmly stood up. I'll take you there. Qianyue summoned a floating ship. Dao Wei was envious while staring at the flashing ship. He knew that only someone like the young master would have gonged Qianyue serving him. Others weren't qualified in the slightest. Li Qie boarded with Dao Wei right behind him. Qianyue waved her hand and the ship shot forward like an arrow, speeding for Falcon Stream. Dao Wei was naturally impressed by this speed. So what's going on? Qianyue asked since she worried about the children. I'm not sure about the details. It seems that Junior Uncle Lu's group found a valuable medicine. A divisional leader from Three Truths saw this and stopped them, so they started fighting. Dao Wei revealed what he knew. It turned out that Lu Fuyo was leading the children down the sect for a training session. They arrived at Falcon Stream by the border of Divine Black. This place was dangerous but produced plenty of medicines. The group found one that was particularly precious. Who would have thought that a group from Three Truth also appeared and tried to stop them from leaving? The group couldn't deal with their opponents and asked for help. The nearby groups came running. Dao Wei was told to return to the sect for more reinforcement. We have a pact with them, it's been peaceful for a while now. Qianyue said. I don't get it either. Dao Wei responded. Three Truths was another big sect in the northern West King, a human sect created by Three Truths' Dao Lord. They had a certain prejudice against demons, and coincidentally enough, their neighbor was a demon sect. Conflicts were common between the two. Several decades ago, a large fight broke out with heavy casualties. The two sides negotiated for a peace pact. That's why this skirmish surprised Qianyue and Dao Wei. Chapter 33-39. No mortals could ever survive in Falcon Stream due to the beasts and miasma found here. Nonetheless, cultivators from Divine Black or their subsidiaries still visited. It was Lu Fuyo's last stop in this session. He knew that it was a great place for the children to train. They were fortunate enough to not meet any dangerous creatures and found plenty of valuable medicines. The most exciting part was when they saw a 500,000-year-old spirit blood ginseng. Using it as medicine could strengthen one's constitution, cure injuries, and prolong life. The children were still fortifying their foundation. This ginseng would be able to add more vitality to their core, allowing their cultivation to improve greatly in the future. Fuyo picked the root and planned to refine them for the children later. Alas, their excitement was cut short. Two middle-aged men and their disciples stopped them from leaving. We found this blood ginseng first, you're stealing from us. They surrounded Fuyo's group. The two men led a dozen or so disciples, clearly looking like elites. They brimmed with vitality and energy, far stronger than the children from Lu. Their uniform was a Taoist robe, unique in the color scheme, 3 colors alternating together. In fact, anyone in this region would recognize them as disciples from Three Truths sect. Their progenitor used to be a Taoist who hated evil and slain numerous demons. His sect inherited his style, going even more extreme. Thus, they had no love for Divine Black. A ceasefire only existed between the two sects several decades ago. Fuyo found their aggression surprising. Falcon Stream was the border. They were standing on Divine Black's side right now. He also recognized these two men. They were division leaders of Three Truths, 2 brothers, Xu Jinxiao and Xu Yuyu. They had some fame because they were in the Samadhi realm. Dao brother, watch your words. We found this ginseng first. Fuyo didn't accept it despite feeling some dread. The blood ginseng was precious, so he didn't wish to give it up. No, I found this root first and went to call the seniors here. Your group came in the middle and stole it like a bunch of thieves. A first brother from Three Truths asserted. He definitely was a gifted cultivator among the young generation. His name was Chen Chen, the first disciple of the chief protector in Three Truths. The sect considered him an important seed to nurture. The Lu children were furious since they clearly found the ginseng first. They started arguing and unfriendly words resulted in drawn weapons. The Shu brothers didn't try to stop their juniors at all. In fact, they seemed eager to fight. Fuyao realized that this could go south and immediately sent a distress signal. The first to come was Huang Jia since he was very close. Other disciples from Thousand Demons and Furious Tiger came running as well, including Huang Ning and Zhan Hu. Several hundred members of Divine Black eventually showed up in Falcon Stream. They certainly had the number advantage. However, this might not be the case for actual fighting potential. The other side had 2 Samadhi cultivators. Huang Jia was an enlightened being, the same as Fuyao who had reached this level recently. This was the case for Huang Ning and Zhan Hu as well. Thus, they were still losing despite outnumbering their opponents. Because the training this time was still in their territory, Divine Black didn't send out any powerful cultivator. The strongest were only at the enlightened being realm. Are you forgetting about our pact? Is this a declaration of war? Huang Jia shouted as his group was being pushed back. The older Shu Jinxiao smiled with a tinge of aggression. Of course not. It's just that this blood ginseng belongs to our sect. Moreover, your bunch tried to steal it and will need to apologize. Bullshit. Fuyao erupted towards the false narrative. This is our sect's territory, don't push it. Lu Fuyao, the jurisdiction of this place is up for debate. Our 2 sects will decide at the next conference. However, we'll definitely take this ginseng with us today. Try to stop us and see what'll happen. Shu Yuyu joined in. We found this ginseng first, you can't take it away. A child from Lu shouted. We can and we will just because we're stronger than you. Reason belongs to whoever has the bigger fist. Chen Chen snorted and stared at his opponents with contempt. The members of Divine Black naturally didn't like this. The rightful owner of the ginseng is up for debate, but as for the apology? You'll need to complain to the higher-ups. Huang Ning said seriously. We'll definitely not apologize unless you have proof to show that Falcon Stream belongs to your sect. Zhan Hu nodded. Fine, we'll just take the ginseng then. Oh, our sect will definitely tell your sect master about this too. The 2 brothers exchanged glances before Shu Jinxiao spoke. No. Huang Jia took the initiative. I patrol the borders and know the territories full well. This place belongs to Divine Black, every tree and blade of grass here belongs to us, the same with this blood ginseng. Don't even think about it. The 2 brothers' expression turned cold after hearing this. Huang Ning and Zhan Hu briefly glanced at each other. Huang Ning quietly said, Junior Uncle Huang, let's take 1 step back and give them the ginseng for now before coming up with a plan. The situation is unfavorable for us, plus, there's no need to escalate the conflict between the sections. Zhan Hu agreed. Everyone from Divine Black stared at these 2. Sure, they were definitely weaker right now. However, handing the ginseng over would be too humiliating. 3 Truths members were at fault and showed nothing but blatant contempt for them right now. We can settle this by force if you want. Just know that your side started this, so Divine Black is the one breaking the pact, not us. Shu Yuyu snorted. Baseless nonsense. Fuyao shouted with fiery eyes. 3 Truths was being ridiculous this time. During the last war, both sides suffered heavy losses. Divine Black's top genius, Su Su, also died in battle. Despite the peace agreement, Lu Fuyao has never forgotten about this since they were extremely close. Chapter 3340, Shu. Enough of your bullshit. You're here to antagonize and break the pact while trying to play coy. Fuyao was furious at the 2 brothers. Many in Divine Black shared the same sentiment. This was not just a coincidence. The experts from 3 Truths appeared in their territory and still had the audacity to be so aggressive? Fellow Daoist Lu, that is not our intention. Our sect has always obeyed the pact, can't you see that we've stopped fighting? If we didn't care about it, would you all be alive right now? Shu Yuyu smiled and shook his head. The other side became exasperated. It was hard to argue against a stronger party. Just these brothers could suppress all of them. Thus, reasons and logic didn't matter as much. However, your sect might not be sincerely upholding the pact. Jin Xiao put on a fake smile and said, "We have stopped attacking and showed our goodwill, what about you? Gathering so many people here on top of not wanting to give us the ginseng, that which belongs to us. This can only be construed as aggression. This ginseng was found by us, how does it belong to you?" Fuyo had a hot temper, so he exploded while pointing at Jin Xiao. "It's inside our territory, so it's ours." Jin Xiao retorted, still with a smile, albeit colder. "You." Fuyo's expression became unsightly. "It's not too late to hand it over." Yu Yu sneered with a murderous flash in his eyes. "Did you hear that?" Chen Chen raised his hand and surrounded the children from Lu again. They were the weakest and would make good hostages. "If you don't hand it over, don't blame us for using force since peaceful measures have failed. You pick a bloody battle, not us." Chen Chen added. The audacity. Huang Jia was furious as well since this was clearly their territory. "Fellow Daoist Huang Jia, let the young ones deal with their problem. If you want to warm up, the two of us will be more than happy to entertain you." The two brothers snorted. The four seniors on Divine Black's side frowned. They definitely couldn't beat these two brothers due to the cultivation gap. To be perfectly blunt, Shu Yuyu alone could beat the four of them. This put the four in a terrible position, completely helpless against the two bullies. "Let's hand over the blood ginseng, there's no lack of firewood as long as the verdant mountain is still around." Zhan Hu told the other three. "We'll withdraw for now and get payback later." Huang Ning mused for a moment and agreed. Huang Jia and Lu Fuyo exchanged glances. They understood why this was the prudent choice, but being robbed like this was so frustrating. Of course, Huang Ning and Zhan Hu didn't lose anything by handing the ginseng over right now. It didn't belong to them anyway. "I'm losing my patience. Give it here or we won't show any mercy. Your sect will have to be picking up your corpses then." Shu Jinxiao didn't hold back. "It'll be your corpses." A cold voice came from above. Everyone looked up and saw a flying ship with three people standing on deck, Li Chia, Gong Qianyue, and Lu Daowei. "It's senior sister Qianyue." The disciples of Divine Black cheered. Some turned red from excitement while clenching their fist. Their sect had plenty of experts, Three Truths couldn't bully them. They had been holding back for too long because they were weaker than their opponents. Now, Gong Qianyue has arrived to be their backer. The ones from Three Truths stared at Qianyue. The two brothers put on a serious expression. Her fame wasn't limited to Divine Black. She was well known as a genius in all of Northern West King. Not to mention, she was the youngest genius in the Samadhi realm. Even the aggressive Chen Chen earlier staggered backward after seeing her. "You think you can do as you please here?" She glared at them and spoke strongly. "Miss Gong, we have no ill wills, but your sect stole our medicine, that's why we must retrieve it. We'll drop the other matters." Shu Jinxiao eventually spoke up. "Since when does Falcon Stream belong to Three Truths?" Her eyes gleamed coldly. "If you don't believe me, feel free to take it up to our sect, we'll definitely give you a proper." Shu Yuyu calmly joined in. "Enough blabbering. Kill them and go home, I need my daily nap." Li Chia lazily interrupted him. Everyone from Three Truths was paying attention to Gong Qianyue. No one noticed Li Chia until his comment just now. The ones from Divine Black had nothing to say since they were familiar with Li Chia's style. Zhan Hu and Huang Ning sneered, wanting to see the Shu brothers teach Li Chia a lesson. "Impudent fool. Shut your mouth when the seniors are talking." Chen Chen immediately shouted. In his eyes, Li Chia was only an ordinary disciple of Divine Black. At best, the guy was Qianyue's servant. Why would he give a damn about such a minor character? Kill him. Li Qie casually commanded. Don't do it. Both Zhan Hu and Huang Ning became startled. Why not? Qianyue glared at the two. We need to take into consideration the peace treaty between our sects. Don't kill or it'll lead to war. The two looked at each other and Zhan Hu spoke up. War it is then, go. Li Qie waved his sleeve. This pertains to the survival of the sect, it is not up to you. Stop being so reckless. Huang Ning shouted. Back off. Qianyue told the two. Huang Ning and Zhan Hu had no choice but to back off. They stood to the side while glaring at Li Qie. The Shu brothers smiled, enjoying this internal conflict in divine black. I have a bad habit of being very partial to my own people. You dare to try and take their item? That's courting death. Kill all of these eyesores. Li Qie turned his sight towards the opponents. They naturally became livid after being shown such disdain. Chapter 33-41. Who the hell are you, running your mouth like this? You deserve a slap. Chen Chen retorted. Oh, you're actually right. A slap is in order. Slap him. Li Qie smiled and said. Pop. 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 Gong Qianyue moved with lightning speed and delivered a dozen slaps in the blink of an eye. Chen Chen's head swung back and forth from the impact. He spat out blood and teeth. However, his rage was far worse than the pain. Kill all of them. Clank. Clank. The disciples from Three Truths unsheathed their weapons. End this. Li Qie didn't bother looking at the guy. Clank. Qianyue took out her sword. Its cold energy and murderous intent pierced through the sky. Don't do it. Miss Gong, does your sect want to go to war against ours? Think about the bigger picture. Shu Jinxiao blocked in front of her and shouted. Daring to oppose us? We'll destroy your sect soon enough. The crazed Chen Chen roared. His mind had nothing but fury. He was the first disciple of the chief protector in Three Truths, meaning that he was always pampered. Now, being slapped in public left him mad. Li Qie simply waved his hand to reiterate the order. You asked for this. Qianyue's sword aimed straight for Chen Chen. You dare? Shu Jinxiao tried to stop her sword by creating a majestic mountain. Unfortunately, Qianyue's movement was impeccable, easily surpassing any terrain. Jinxiao's cultivation was actually stronger, but he still couldn't stop her. Clank. Chen Chen was blinded by the glint of her sword. He summoned a treasure for defensive purposes, but it was too late. No! He cried out. Pluff. His head flew upward and blood gushed out from the neck. It spun several times before landing on the ground. His wide-open eyes could see the dismemberment and his falling body. He didn't expect to meet his end here to Qianyue's sword. No, he had such a great future ahead of him, believing that he could become a ruler of an entire region. What have you done? The Shu brothers' expression turned unsightly. Chen Chen might only be a third-generation disciple, but he was still the first disciple of their chief elder. What were they going to say after returning to the sect? The other disciples from Three Truths became afraid and ran away from Qianyue. Her power and mercilessness successfully frightened all of them. Miss Gong, this is a declaration of war? Shu Qinjiao uttered coldly. So what? No mercy for those who conspire against divine black. She strongly responded. Her peers felt their blood boiling, some couldn't help but cheer. They viewed her as the pride of the sect. The Shu brothers didn't expect this boldness from Qianyue. This wasn't part of their plan. Is this your stance or your sect's? Shu Yuyu glared at her. It's mine. Don't think about leaving today with your dog head still attached. Li Qie smiled and said. The two brothers became belligerent towards Li Qie. How could a bronze tendon disciple order Gong Qianhua around? This was so bizarre. They made up their mind and Yu Yu spoke. Enough of you, arrogant junior. I'll teach you a lesson in your senior's stead. He reached for Li Qie next. Humph. Your opponent is me. Qianhua performed a horizontal slash at once. Miss Gong, let's see what you can do. Jin Xiao shouted. Boom. He summoned a truncheon and attempted to smash her. The weapon contained a billowing flame just like a descending volcano. The two of them maneuvered at the same time. One went for Li Qie while the other tried to stop Qianhua from interfering. Qianhua performed the same fluid movement steps to dodge the truncheon and appeared right in front of Li Qie. Clank. Her sword moved like a peacock, spreading its tail and emitted numerous rays. Layers of sword images appeared and stopped Yu Yu's palm strike. Boom. The sword intent in this defensive seal forced Yu Yu back. The dance of the tortoise and crane. Jin Xiao realized the movement technique after failing to stop her twice. Jin Xiao was at the grand level of samadhi materialization, so he should be stronger than her. How could she maneuver around him so easily? The two brothers exchanged glances after recognizing the move. This technique was created by the Black Tortoise. It was a high-level heaven merit law, one of the best in Divine Black. They might be stronger but didn't have the same talents. They could only train high-level earth laws at best at their current cultivation level. On the other hand, her inborn true fate allowed her to learn heaven laws. This gave her immense advantages. Let's see how amazing an inborn true fate is. Yu Yu didn't give up. Boom. He activated his power. The terrible samadhi flame oozed out and ravaged the area. Weaker disciples couldn't handle the heat and needed to retreat. He took out his weapon, a moon fork at the high earth level. It was the strongest classification that he could still control. 8 wind devils. He released tornadoes empowered with his flame straight at her. This power caused many disciples from Divine Black to have goosebumps. Qianhua snorted in response. Boom. A divine tortoise shouldered the heaven above her, accompanied by the stars. Its dreadful yet stately imperial aura suppressed the area. Black Tortoise Imperial Art. The members of Divine Black cheered. Her opponents became alarmed after seeing this move. It was a high-level heaven merit law, strong enough to take down anyone. Clank. She raised her sword towards the sky and prepared a peerless slash. Whoosh. The vertical fiery slash sent Yu Yu flying. Boom. 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 He somersaulted several times before hitting the ground, yet was still pushed backward for dozens of steps before stabilizing. He was as pale as can be. He looked down and saw a deep cut on his moon fork. His cultivation advantage couldn't make up for the gap between their merit laws. Yes. Those from Divine Black started celebrating. Chapter 33-42. Senior sister is so strong and cool. The ones from Divine Black began singing praises. She made them proud by instantly pushing back Shu Yu Yu. A while ago, they were being bullied and needed to hold back. Now, their anger and indignation turned into incredible satisfaction. The Shu brothers became alarmed. They had higher seniority and power compared to her. Alas, she had the upper hand due to her heaven merit laws. This wasn't something they could make up. An inborn true fate is extraordinary indeed. The exasperated Shu Jin Xiao admitted. He continued on while staring at her, but Miss Gong, this doesn't mean you can do as you ple dash. Come together if you don't want to give up. I'll take both of you on. Qianhua interrupted him. Miss Gong, you're the one saying this. Jin Xiao's eyes flashed, he was waiting for her to say this. Their odds weren't good in a one-on-one fight, whether it be him or his younger brother. However, the two of them together? That's a different story. Their cultivation was already stronger than her, so this might greatly increase their advantage and chance of winning. Sure. Qianyue coldly uttered, "I've heard that you two are a great team. We'll see if it's true." She seemed capable of shouldering great responsibility despite her age. Everyone watched with bated breath, especially those on Divine Black's side. They even clenched their fist and became nervous since Qianyue no longer had a clear advantage. The two brothers moved into position and pincered her. One used a truncheon, the other a moon fork. Their vitality erupted along with samadhi flames. The powerful waves made it difficult for the audience to watch. "Let's go!" Both brothers shouted at the same time. Shu Jinxiao mercilessly swung his truncheon downward. Boom! A loud explosion detonated, resulting in a majestic force aiming to stop Qianyue from moving. As for Yu, he released more tornadoes from his moon fork straight at her. They coiled around her, another attempt at stopping her movement. Unfortunately, she still managed to use an unbelievable angle to dodge the truncheon first before getting out of the tornado containment. She appeared behind Yu in the next second. Clank! Her sword illuminated the sun and moon before a vertical slash came for Yu's back. He was the weaker of the two, so she chose him first. The startled man swung his moon fork backward and used the sky incinerating flame technique towards the slash. Boom! Fiery sparks scattered. He tried his best to stop her sword, but since she was under the empowerment of an imperial merit law, it didn't look good for him. He got pushed out of the air and smashed into the ground, creating a large pit. "Stop!" Jinxiao shouted and swung his destructive truncheon again. It emitted numerous waves of energy. She leaped backward as her sword became blinding with individual rays empowered by the Black Tortoise Imperial Art. It instilled the power of the Cosmo into her sword. Boom! Jinxiao got sent flying despite being more powerful. He broke down dozens of trees along the way before stopping. The two brothers couldn't believe it. They regrouped and stood shoulder to shoulder, paled. It seemed that they had still underestimated the power of a high-level heaven merit law. So strong, the art of the great divine beast, Black Tortoise. Yu couldn't help but praise. This imperial law alone was the thing suppressing them. Their Earth-level laws appeared mediocre in comparison. So that's Black Tortoise Imperial Art. The ones from Divine Black became emotional. This was their first time witnessing its power despite hearing about it before. After all, it was a top-ranking merit law. However, they only had a vague concept of its true power, only a general idea. That's why they were awestruck right now. So, a high-level heaven law was virtually unbeatable. Furthermore, they realized that when cultivators were in the same realm, having a higher-level merit law meant certain victory. They started dreaming about the day when they could cultivate the heaven laws as well. Together, the two brothers made up their mind and nodded. Clank! Their weapons touched and sparks went off. Rumble! Waves of light emanated from the contact. The two activated their merit law at the same time. Jinxiao became an ape while his truncheon had a dragon coiling around it. Yu entered a mad state, his moon fork had spirited monkey images appearing on the blade. Ape and monkey's devil form. Watch out, this team offense is very strange. Huang Jia warned. The two brothers cultivated a team attack, not only relying on their merit laws but also their weapons. Their battle potential became several times stronger as a result. Qianyue became serious after seeing this form of theirs. It was quite famous in 3 truths, so she didn't want to underestimate the enemy. Die! The two of them became crazy during the attack, just like an ape and a monkey. The power stemming from their weapons exploded and blotted out the area. It manifested into something resembling a gigantic beast wanting to devour her. She focused on using her imperial art and sword technique. The Black Tortoise continued on shouldering the heaven, her sword dictated the fate of the Cosmo. The Celestials and the Yin and Yang changed direction in accordance with the whim of her slashes. Boom! Her wondrous sword technique was blocked by the brothers. She moved freely like a flood dragon in the ocean, continuously unleashing more sword waves. They came together and formed a net that closes in on the two brothers. Unfortunately, the crazed brothers rampaged and crushed the sword waves. Thump. 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 Qianyue was pushed several steps back by their attacks. Her inner energy churned a bit, so she needed to take a deep breath to calm down. Her peers became nervous with their heart hanging on a thread. They clenched their fists and started sweating. Meanwhile, the ones from Three Truths cheered loudly. Chapter 33-43, You Can Do It. The former quietly prayed for her victory. They wanted to help but were powerless to do so. The power disparity was too great. All of them, including Huang Jie's group, still wouldn't be able to do anything. In fact, they would only get in her way. She became serious after stabilizing her energy. She admitted that these two brothers were quite special when working together. Their power rose several times. Her heaven laws gave her the upper hand, but they have made it quite even now. There was a limit to how much these merit laws could do versus more powerful foes, cultivation-wise. Clank. The truncheon and moon fork touched again. The brothers showed no sign of complacency after the first successful exchange. After all, there was nothing to be proud of. They were older on top of having higher cultivation, yet in a one-on-one fight, she would definitely be able to kill them. The devil form is worthy of its reputation. Qianyue remained fierce and confident, not afraid in the slightest. Your inborn true fate is worthy of admiration as well. Jinxiao said with a cold glare, We have no intention of fighting you till the death. We only have two demands to let you go. First, leave the blood ginseng. Second, leave him too. He pointed at Wuxia. All eyes turned towards Wuxia. The ones from Divine Black had a strange expression on their face. Jinxiao was telling the truth. He purposely antagonized Divine Black but had no intention of fighting Qianyue to the death. First, it was dangerous to go all out against someone with an inborn true fate. Most importantly, she was also the disciple of Ping Suowen. Her death might start a storm. When Su Su died back then, the next battles between their sects became brutal with rivers of blood. Thus, they weren't in a position to do something so reckless. This was above their station. Now, he demanded Wuxia for two reasons. The guy was annoyingly haughty, plus, he wanted to see Divine Black's reaction. In your dream. Since I am here, scram out of our territory or actually manage to kill me. She strongly replied. So pessimistic. Just kill them. Wuxia shook his head, not liking her message. Fool. Yu bellowed. Miss Gong, the choice is yours and don't make the wrong one. You will lose against the two of us. Jinxiao glared at Wuxia before telling Qianyue. His confidence intimidated the disciples of Divine Black. It seemed that they could really kill Gong Qianyue after the boost in power by working together. Qianyue's eyes turned cold, her sword emitted fierce flashes. Miss Gong, this is not an empty threat. Feel free to try, but you won't be able to do anything to us. Think about your peers too, not just yourself. Yu joined in. He wanted Qianyue to give up. Ultimately, he wasn't actually sure of victory once Qianyue showed all of her ace cards. Are you forgetting about Feather? Wuxia casually reminded her. Qianyue stared blankly for a moment before following his order. She put away her current sword and summoned Feather. Buzz. The new sword emitted the will of a Dao Lord. Everyone became frozen as if there was a Dao Lord present. They found it impossible to breathe. Some had trouble standing because of their shaking knees. A Dao Lord weapon. The two brothers became aghast, the same with the members of Three Truths. Feather. Those from Divine Black shouted with excitement. An ultimate move from this weapon might be enough to kill the two brothers. This sword had swept through 8 desolaces with South Conk Dao Lord. Just its aura alone while sheathed was already dreadful. What about an actual slash? The two brothers stared at the sword. The question became, could she really use it? Jin Xiao took a deep breath and made up his mind. A Tao Lord sword is mighty indeed, but you can't scare us. I doubt you can use its power. You have an inborn true fate, not an inborn Tao physique. Yu added. Though their words were strong, they actually felt fear inside. If she could use its power, she would definitely slaughter them in one move. Qianyue didn't say anything, only holding the sword in her hand. The atmosphere became tense for both the fighters and spectators. The latter didn't know if Qianyue could use feather. After all, she had only gotten it recently. Moreover, she was only in the Samadhi realm. In order to control a high-level heaven weapon like this one must at least be at the myriad form realm. The exception were those who had an inborn Tao physique. Thus, the outcome of this battle relied on her ability to use the sword. If she couldn't do so, then it wouldn't be good for Divine Black. Miss Gong, looks like this is out of your hand. The two brothers heaved a sigh of relief after seeing Qianyue's in action. They believed that she couldn't control it. There was no reason to be afraid anymore. As if controlling a Tao Lord weapon is that difficult. Li Qie chuckled. Buzz. Sword rays emanated from his palm, eventually culminating in the form of a sword seal. It's that seal. The disciples from Divine Back knew about this seal left behind by South Conk Tao Lord. Clank. Li Qie tossed the seal towards Qianyue. It entered her body. All of a sudden, the aura of a Tao Lord erupted around her. It was as if she has been possessed by one. Chapter 33-44. She looked like a Tao Lord standing there, causing people to tremble uncontrollably. They also felt the urge to prostrate. The ones from Divine Black were astounded while her foes became scared out of their mind. Clank. Feather let out a hymn of its own volition, seemingly awakening after sensing her aura. This was a harmonization between the seal and the sword. Only a Tao Lord could do something like this. South Conk Tao Lord created this seal to be used with the patrimony sword. Thus, it had no problem controlling other Tao Lord weapons, especially when feather once belonged to South Conk Tao Lord anyway. Because of this, some elders and protectors believed that this was how Li Qie summoned all the weapons in the grave, by using the sword seal. The imprinted seal gave Qianyue ample power to control feather. Clank. One could hear a phoenix screech now. The sheathed feather seemed eager to leave its sheath and started releasing terrible sword intents. Shit! The two brothers became frightened after sensing this sword's power. They knew that it wasn't looking good for them. Decapitate. Qianyue's eyes turned cold as she commanded. Clank. Feather left its sheath. In the next second, it exuded a sword light bright enough to illuminate the entire world. All living beings seemed insignificant compared to the sword intent of a Tao Lord. No one could keep their eyes open. The disciples present were horrified and dropped to the ground. They couldn't resist the pressure coming from the sword. Die! The two brothers roared and released all of their vitality and power. These affinities rushed out like a flood. They knew that this was a last-ditch effort and that escaping was futile. Turning to run would only hasten their demise. Thus, there was no need to hold back before the sword intent of a Tao Lord. Perhaps they would have a sliver of a chance by resisting. The truncheon and moon fork released all of their potentials. Their power descended and nearly split the ground into two halves. This was their strongest technique. Rumble. The world shook and spun with debris flying everywhere. Trees crumbled nearby while the spectators watched in awe. Unfortunately, this move didn't really stop Qianyue. Feather finally joined the fray. Whoosh. Just a simple flash, nothing more. The resulting slash looked like a meteor soaring through the horizon, leaving behind an eternal scar. The flash this time wasn't blinding like before. However, it commanded attention as if it was the only source of light in the world. Time came to a still. The spectators became slack-jawed. They saw the slash easily cutting down the truncheon and moon fork. Next, the heads of the brothers flew into the air. Blood gushed out like two rainbows. The severed heads were still lucid. They could see their body and felt the clear separation. Clank. Time flowed again and one could finally hear the sound of feather severing the two weapons. Boom. 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 The two bodies and heads fell to the ground. Their mouth was open but no words came out. They eventually closed their eyes, a relatively acceptable death. Dying to a Dao Lord weapon wasn't shameful at all. They could only blame themselves for being weak. The crowd was emotional due to the invincibility of that slash. They finally realized just how strong a Dao Lord weapon was. Everything was decided when Qianyue gained control of Feather. Earth-level weapons had no chance of contesting the difference between eggs and rocks. Yes. The disciples from Divine Black regained their wits and started cheering. First sister is unbeatable. Our invincible genius. They shouted. On the contrary, Qianyue's expression remained cold with no sign of celebration. As for the ones from Three Truths, their legs were trembling. Some sat on their butt, no longer having the courage to try and run. When she glanced at them, they shuddered with fear and their teeth chattered. Losing their two leaders was too much to take. They had no chance of winning now. Qianyue's sword had scared the wits out of them. But in reality, it didn't even matter. She alone was strong enough to easily kill them given her cultivation. The disciples from Divine Black slowly surrounded their foes. The latter tried to retreat but they were completely outnumbered. There was nowhere to run. What do you want? One of them said with fear. They have lost both the Shu brothers and their first brother, Chen Chen. They had no one to lead them right now. What should we do with them, first sister? A disciple from Divine Black asked, ready to return the favor. They felt so much better after reversing the tides. One guy from Three Truths actually pissed in his pants. Of course, they didn't dare to make a move without Qianyue's permission. She stared at Li Qia, waiting for a command. The rest also followed her gaze. They no longer dared to disobey him. Scram, don't let me see any of you again. Go back and tell your sect that if they come, I'll kill them all. Li Qia didn't bother to look at his opponents. Did you hear that? Qianyue glared at them. Yes, we will send the message. They were ecstatic to be spared. Since no one from Divine Black dared to oppose Li Qia, they made way for the guys to leave. The ones from Three Truths immediately ran as fast as possible to get out of this place. Yeah. A celebration started among the young ones, elated after obtaining victory. We're leaving. Li Qia said flatly before turning around. Chapter 33-45, Let's go. The regular disciples were awfully excited. This could be considered a triumphant return, especially after dealing with such powerful foes. On the contrary, during the way back, Zhanhu and Huang Ning didn't say a thing, looking a little moody. They thought that Li Qia was too big of a threat. If this continued, Li Qia would stomp on them again in the future. It became apparent that he was winning people in the sect over. Many supported and liked him. Admiration wasn't too strong of a word to describe their attitude towards him. The previous contempt was nowhere to be found. Those who used to admire them were now admiring Li Qia instead. The guy was on the verge of becoming the first brother of the entire sect. They realized that once Li Qia became fully fledged, they would stand to lose everything. Opposing Li Qia then would mean certain death. They exchanged glances at the exact same time and knew that they shared the same thought, Li Qia must die. They would never be able to sleep well again before that. Both were quite ambitious and sought greatness. Moreover, Huang Ning also desired Gong Qianyue. Thus, Li Qia became the biggest obstacle if they ever wanted to rule Divine Black. Just think about it, a mature Li Qia with Gong Qianyue would be unstoppable later on. Not only would Li Qia take over, but their demon clans also might not be able to stick around. No, all demons would lose their status in Divine Black. Humans would be in charge. That's why they came to a consensus of eliminating Wuxia, whether it be for personal reasons or for the benefits of their race. They must do it as soon as possible too. Time wasn't on their side. Meanwhile, the rest was immersed in talking about Feather and the battles. They didn't notice anything off about Zhanhu and Huang Ning. Wuxia had a faint smile on the entire way. He didn't make a big deal out of anything. Gong Qianyue followed him back to his place after they made it back to the sect. Young master. Qianyue stared at Wuxia, who was sitting in his favorite chair again. The experience earlier was incredible for her. The raging power of a Tao Lord brimmed through her body earlier. This force was simply irresistible and unforgettable. She tried her best to remain calm. Yes. Wuxia's eyes were still closed. You haven't taken the sword seal back, she said. He didn't bother looking at the seal after giving it to her, nor had any intention of taking it back. Remember, this sword seal was priceless. There were more than one Tao Lord weapons in Divine Black, but only one sword seal. It contained the sword Tao of South Conk Tao Lord along with other Tao profundities. Thus, it could control any weapon left behind by him. Moreover, the power within the seal allowed her to use Feather earlier. This seal could let one escape from their personal Tao shackles and grant them immense abilities. It was certainly more useful than any Tao Lord weapon. No one would want to return it. Nonetheless, she knew that it was Wuxia's and would remind him even if he were to forget. Unfortunately, she couldn't remove the seal from her body. This was quite strange. Wuxia at the Bronze Tendon Realm had no problem separating the seal from him and even imprinted it on her. Those who haven't experienced this magical sword seal had no idea about the difficulties in this task. She, on the other hand, knew just how powerful this sword seal was. It was refined from a supreme grand Tao. It became abundantly clear to her that removing the seal should be impossible. At the very least, she couldn't do it. Their sect master couldn't do it either. So how did Wuxia do it in spite of his shallow cultivation? That's why she was shocked. You have been putting in effort serving me in the last few days. The sword seal is your reward. Wuxia opened his eyes for a second before closing them again. He could control all weapons even without this sword seal. Obtaining it was just a coincidence after reaching the top of the steps. South Conk Tao Lord left this precious artifact behind in order to reward a capable descendant, a special surprise. He put a lot of effort into refining this gift. Alas, it was inconsequential to Wuxia. He had no hesitation in giving it to Gong Qianyue. For me? Waves of emotions overwhelmed her. She had plenty of treasures, even a Tao Lord weapon like Feather. Thus, very few things could actually shock her. This sword seal certainly did. She knew just how precious it was after a personal experience. It would allow her to control Feather on top of gaining a tiny portion of a Tao Lord's power. People would go crazy over this sword seal. The Peak Lords and even Ping Suoang were no exception. How could Wuxia just give it away as if it was nothing more than a cheap souvenir? Thank you, young master. I will go through water and tread on fire for you. She regained her wits and bowed deeply towards him. The respectful gesture was more so about his generosity than the gift itself. It was an honor to follow a man like him. Yes. Wuxia nodded and accepted her gesture. He glanced at her and added, an inborn true fate, not too bad. However, the shackles of the Grand Tao are still there. You need to develop your hidden potential in order to go further. This sword seal will do just that. It'll bring out your hidden potential and make cultivation easier. However, this doesn't mean that you can stop caring. You still need to fully comprehend the sword seal before using it to aid your cultivation. I have memorized your teachings, young master. She bowed again. Wuxia nodded and went back to relaxing. She made him tea and quietly served him. After a while, she couldn't help but ask, young master, why are you here? Her master had asked this question before. At this point, she knew that it wasn't about treasures or anything. He simply didn't care for any of them. She felt that he was a true dragon from above. One day, the great dragon suddenly decided to visit their sect. She really believed that it was something like this. Chapter 33-46. This surreal feeling told her that Li Qie would leave eventually. That day would come soon too. Divine Black might be a major sect in the northern West King, but it was nothing more than a puddle of water to him. It wouldn't be able to keep him around. That's why she was very curious regarding his reason for coming here. A while ago, Li Qie said that it was due to fate. But what exactly? This so-called fate must still take root in something. That's why he decided to stay here. However, he only answered with a smile. His gaze trailed off towards the horizon, returning to the past. This expression of his made her think that he didn't belong to this world or this era. She thought that the distance between them was immense. No existence currently could touch him. Or, perhaps he didn't belong to the mortal world. He would be an immortal in the legends. Why did you come down here, young master? She blurted out, unable to contain herself. Because of adorable people like you. Li Qie slowly turned around and looked at her. Qianyue didn't expect this playful response and certainly wasn't conceited enough to think that she was the reason. Adorable people, she deduced that he was referring to a group of people, not just her. So what kind of people can make you stick around, young master? She brought the question to the next stage. In this split moment, her vision and knowledge of cultivation broadened right away. None, I simply walk further on the path of the Tao. Li Qie smiled and shook his head. She tilted her head and thought about it before stopping with the questions. You're smart with strong comprehension and enough vision to trust your own intuition. Divine Black will do well with you as its leader. Li Qie told her while sitting down. Well, I haven't thought about it. I only want to cultivate, nothing more. She paused momentarily before disagreeing. This was something separating her from the other disciples. She was the prized disciple in Divine Black, the most likely successor. Zhan Hu and Huang Ning worked so hard to obtain these goals. They wanted authority and influence, not just seeking the Tao. Thus, this required building status and winning allies. Qianyue didn't care at all. She didn't mind being a regular disciple instead of the sect master. She only wanted to tread on the path of the Grand Tao. Her true pursuit was to surpass the Patriarch or even South Conk Tao Lord by diligently searching for the Tao. Being famous and winning dominion over Northern West King? Utterly pointless. It's good being pure. Tao is the source of all, techniques are secondary, and influence is last place. Li Qie smiled. She nodded in agreement, never having thought about becoming the next sect master. The conflict between Divine Black and Three Truths caused quite a stir. A conference was in order for the upper echelon. Several decades ago, the stars aligned and the ongoing conflict between the two finally stopped with a peace treaty. Of course, some didn't like this, especially those who lost close ones in the war. They had a problem with the peace treaty. Lu Fuyo was one of them. He thought that Three Truths didn't pay a high enough price for Su Su's death. Nonetheless, the tension remained. That's why the death of two division leaders was an awfully big deal. The peak lords and elders knew that Three Truths wouldn't take this sitting down. This could escalate far enough to nullify the peace treaty. Many didn't wish for this. There were two reports. The first came from Lu Fuyo and Huang Jie. They stuck to the facts, that the ones from Three Truths pushed the issue and blatantly tried to steal a ginseng root from Divine Black's territory. Finally, Li Qie and Gong Zangyue came as reinforcement, resulting in the death of the Shu brothers. The second version came from Huang Ning and Zhan Hu. It was nearly identical with a few things added for their own gains. For example, the two said that Lu Fuyo didn't pay enough attention to the well-being of his juniors. He was too emotional and rash, resulting in a conflict with the Shu brothers. This dereliction of duty should be punished. As for the actual killing, the two didn't dare to be so blatant. They didn't want to accuse Qianyue of anything because of her high status. Thus, they pushed it onto Li Qie and said that he insulted three truths. This worsened the situation and led to a fight. In the end, Qianyue had to kill the brothers in order to save Li Qie and the others. The two concluded that Li Qie was responsible for this conflict. His arrogance broke the hard-earned peace between the two sections. The upper echelon actually believed this because they have seen Li Qie's attitude before. He didn't give a damn about any of the ancestors or even the patriarch of Divine Black. It wasn't hard to imagine his insults towards three truths. However, they did debate over the two versions. One elder said that Lu Fuyo and Huang Jie did a terrible job and put others in danger. Another said that three truths was out of line. Lu Fuyo and Huang Jie were right to protect the sect's honor. All in all, they understood that Li Qie was the one who ordered Qianyue to kill the brothers. Huang Jie and Lu Fuyo naturally didn't like the baseless accusation. Thus, they counter-claimed that Zhan Hu and Huang Ning didn't do everything possible to protect their peers. Chapter 33-47. The two sides argued it out in the chamber. Other witnesses were summoned, such as the children from Lu village. Fuyo hated three truths and because of his temper, the discussion became heated. Huang Ning and Zhan Hu have been looking for a chance to take down Li Qie. This became a potential path for them, so they took advantage of this. They weren't stupid and could see that he was a rising star in Divine Black. Taking him down would become increasingly difficult. They must do something now before he has a strong foundation. Most importantly, the upper echelon valued the peace treaty between the two sections. This was perfect for them. They also left Gong Qianyue out of it. She was still the more valuable disciple when compared to Li Qie. The sect might abandon Li Qie for the sake of peace. After all, they would still have Qianyue afterward. This sacrifice was still acceptable. The two tried their best to steer the conversation towards Li Qie being the one at fault. They eventually went as far as saying that he was a spy from a third sect. This was a way to deteriorate the relationship between Divine Black and Three Truths. It would wait for both sides to fight and weaken. Thus, they asked for an investigation on Li Qie. Li Qie is not a spy, impossible. He just doesn't choose his words carefully. The chief elder naturally got his side. Hard to say, he only got here yet caused so much commotion, even breaking the peace that has been going for decades. Very suspicious. A demon elder said. The demon elders here didn't fully believe this. They also wanted to use this chance for their own gains. Humans have become more prosperous with each passing day in Divine Black. Ping Suoang in the first generation, Su Su in the second, now, Gong Qianyue and Li Qie who was extremely devilish. He had created so many miracles in such a short time. The high-ranking demons could see that if this continued, the humans would take over this generation and the next. They didn't actually want to trial him as a spy, but taking him down a notch would be good to solidify their influence. Are you all insane? What kind of spy acts like him? Mountain Bearer King supported Li Qie and glared at Zhan Hu and Huang Ning. Always act with prudence. Iron Whip Demon King sat there, looking quite imposing and vigorous. He exuded a majestic beast aura. One could hear faint tiger roars around him. Regular disciples would feel great pressure in his presence. Their legs would go weak. Thousands of our disciples died for this peace treaty, we can't let it go down. It's too early to say if this Li Qie is a spy or not, however, we need to punish whoever is responsible for threatening the peace. He added. The comment struck the correct points. He didn't accuse Li Qie but certainly focused on him. There were 3 demons among the 5 peak lords. The members in this chamber immediately stared at the Bodhi King afterward. The Bodhi King might be the most influential figure among the demons. They wanted to hear his opinion. However, he only smiled and didn't say anything. The crowd then turned towards the Wolf King, Zhang Yu. He might be the weakest of the 5 peak lords, but he still had enough authority to make strategic decisions. I have investigated this matter in the past. This Li Qie is not a spy. Plus, what sect would send such a devilish disciple to be a spy? And have you ever seen a spy this arrogant before? So no, I don't think he's a spy, it's just his attitude and a lack of control over his words. It's not really an offense. The Wolf King mused for a bit before answering. This answer surprised many of the demons. They knew that Zhang Yu didn't like Li Qie at first. He completely changed his tune now. Junior Uncle Lu brought Li Qie here, so maybe this is all premeditated. All the evidence is gone, so we can't find anything, Zhang Hu spoke. Bullshit. Lu Fuyo didn't hold back and shouted, the investigation was carried out by you. Finding nothing only shows your lack of abilities, don't put this shit on us. So you and that Li guy really prepared everything? Zhang Hu snorted after successfully enraging Lu Fuyo to make him say the wrong things. You. Fuyo turned red from rage. Enough, the spy thing, we'll end this here. Don't bring it up again. Suoeng finally spoke. He wasn't loud, but everyone heard him clearly. There was no opposing him. Zhang Hu and Huang Ning couldn't do much more. They didn't dare to challenge his authority without having actual evidence. We need to focus on 3 truths instead. They will demand an answer regarding the death of 2 division leaders. The Bodhi King joined in. All eyes were on Ping Suoeng now. What do you think, gentlemen? Suoeng asked while looking at the crowd. The peace between our sect is vital and should continue. Zhang Yu said. But they lost 2 divisional leaders. How are we going to appease them? A demon elder asked. Someone needs to take responsibility for this. Iron Whip Demon King asserted. Junior Uncle Lu started this, he should go to 3 truths and explain what happened. Huang Ning said. Nonsense. We don't need to make any concessions when they were the ones who started this. They should be answering our questions instead. Huang Jie shouted. He knew that Lu Fuyo hated 3 truths because of Su Su. The guy would definitely die after going there because of his ill temper. Focus on the greater good instead of the individuals. Iron Whip Demon King uttered coldly. Li Qie haughtily told the disciples from 3 truths to go back with unsavory messages. He clearly wanted to antagonize and humiliate them. That's why if we want to appease them, we must start with an apology from Li Qie. As for the blood ginseng thing, we can ask them why they were trespassing in our territory. They'll have to come up with a good answer then. Zhang Hu took advantage of this opportunity. The protectors and elders exchanged glances. Most agreed, even the human elders. I'm also responsible for this, so I'm willing to go with Li Qie as his guard. He then suggested. Me too. Huang Ning instantly said. The 2 of them knew that escorting Li Qie to 3 truths would be the best plan. That would be the best time for him to die, and the blame would be on 3 truths. Chapter 33-48, Apologize? You 2 pieces of trash dare to make a decision for me? A voice came from afar. Everyone looked outside and saw 2 people walking in, Li Qie and Gong Qianyue. The children from Lu were ecstatic to see Li Qie. The protectors and elders exchanged glances. They expected nothing less out of his first statement upon arrival. Iron Whip Demon King scowled in response. Li Qie leisurely walked in with Qianyue walking behind him like a maid. Zhang Hu and Huang Ning detested the disdain in front of the seniors. Huang Ning, in particular, had an ugly expression. Gong Qianyue and Li Qie looked quite close now. He tried so hard previously to earn her favor, but this toad got it without putting in any effort. He gritted his teeth, his hatred rose even more. Junior brother, I'm only wanting what's best for you and the sect. Honorable seniors, do you wish to see a war between us and Three Truths? We traded blood and lives for the peace treaty. Breaking it means that all of that effort and sacrifice were futile. We would become sinners in that case. Zhanhu appealed to emotions and logic, speaking with powerful rhetorics. Many elders and protectors nodded in agreement. They certainly didn't like Three Truths' attitude, but war should be avoided. The generation war of the past took a lot of effort to end. Zhanhu liked the acknowledgement and continued, "Junior brother, this whole mess started because of us. If we come to their sect with sincerity, I'm sure the feud can be forgotten. It'll be a great contribution too." He tried to dig a pit for Li Qie to jump in. Everything would be easy as long as Li Qie leaves Divine Black. He had countless methods to kill Li Qie outside, enough to completely obliterate the guy. Enough talk. Li Qie waved his hand and interrupted the long spiel. "Just 2 divisional leaders alone completely crushed your group. You two are going to piss your pants after arriving at Three Truths. What's this about escorting me? Worry about yourselves first." "Who are you talking about?" Huang Ning shouted. A genius like him always had a hard time dealing with criticism and taunts in public, especially in Qinyue's presence. Just 2 samadhi cultivators make you shrink back into your shell like a turtle. How are you going to protect me at Three Truths? Know your own limits. Li Qie sneered. "Humph, mind your words. Huang Ning and Zhanhu are only thinking about the sect and your safety. They're willing to risk their lives. That's very commendable already." Iron Whip Demon King uttered coldly. "Stop praising your son and stop thinking that you're somebody. I hope everyone here isn't stupid enough to think that these two can actually protect me. That's as idiotic as can be. Plus, they can't compare to Qinyue." Li Qie dismissed the Demon King's comment. Li Qie was too direct, so the Demon King's expression became ugly. He glared at Li Qie and coldly uttered, "You're too impudent." His words are unpleasant, but it is indeed the truth. Ping Suoang jumped in. The Demon King had to swallow his words, unable to vent after this. Sure, Li Qie was right. Zhanhu and Huang Ning were far weaker than Gong Qianyue. Right now, she followed Li Qie everywhere. Why would he need their protection? The two wanted to retort but held it in after seeing Qianyue. They didn't do anything before the Shu brothers, unlike Qianyue. And, don't be so naive and stupid now. There's no way the peace will continue between Divine Black and Three Truths. Li Qie then glanced at the Elder Sand Protectors. What do you mean? The Chief Elder's expression changed. Must I elaborate on something so simple? Li Qie said, there hasn't been any conflict for decades, correct? So why would 2 division leaders from Three Truths show up in our territory and acted with wanton regard over a blood ginseng? As division leaders, they surely know where the line is drawn as well as the content of the peace pact. It's obviously not a coincidence. He lazily stretched and continued, Three Truths is clearly aiming for Divine Black. They're seeking a reason to break the pact in order to declare war. A few protectors and elders actually shared this thought. They just haven't said it yet. Ridiculous. Huang Ning snorted. How could 2 division leaders decide to start a war? Only their sect master can do something like this. Just 2 division leaders were enough to deal with the 2 of you. I didn't hear you say anything aggressive towards them then. Now, you want to look down on them? Li Qie stated. Stop causing trouble here. The livid Huang Ning trembled and bellowed. Huang Ning can be right as well. This independent event might not mean that they want to declare war. Iron Whip Demon King said. I'm afraid that's not the case. They're definitely aiming for us and will declare war soon enough. Ping Suoang spoke again. Why? The crowd clamored. Their sect master always chose his words carefully so people trusted him. The ancestral peak, the portal there is open now. You might not know that it leads to an ancestral vein, a true treasure. Suoang's eyes became serious. The audience gasped and started quietly discussing this matter. Very few knew about this secret until now. So the legend is real. The chief elder was the oldest among them and nodded, I've heard of this before. He then stared at Li Qie and asked, young master, did you see it at the top? It's true, because I was the one who activated it. Li Qie chuckled. What? Everyone instantly knew the implication. So reckless. They didn't hear the mantra of the emperor at all but still understood the potential danger. Others will certainly covet the path to a treasury. One elder murmured. Opening the portal will cause a lot of trouble for us, very unwise. A protector added. They knew that all the experts and sects in the world would start scheming against them after finding this out. Chapter 33-49. The higher-ups started worrying because once their sect became a target, destruction wouldn't be far. You did this. You opened the portal and put the sect in a precarious situation. This is a serious offense that should be heavily punished. Huang Ning claimed. He took this chance to implicate Li Qie again. You probably joined us in order to reach the peak. Now, I think the chance of you being a spy is more and more likely. Zhan Hu glared at Li Qie. All eyes were on Li Qie now. The peak lords didn't say anything yet. What is everyone's opinion on this? An elder broke the silence. The majority was deep in thoughts due to the ominous future. Don't bring up this dumb idea again. The Bodhi King spoke. Zhang Yu already said that the young master is not a spy. Love and hate are parts of life. However, a man should not resort to treachery and wretched means, nor should he be petty. I can see that you're dissatisfied with the young master and wishes to push him towards death. Master, I don't. Huang Ning denied it right away. The Bodhi King waved his hand and continued, stop, it's normal for a cultivator to have murderous intent but lacking the courage to admit this is downright pathetic. No point in cultivating then, you're not worthy of being my disciple. Huang Ning shut up right away. I have no criticism of you wanting to kill the young master, no need to hide this. But be a man, a seeker of the Tao while doing so. Challenge him right now, then defeat and kill him. Do so and I'll shoulder the consequences. If you were to lose, then you can only blame yourself for being weak and foolish. The Bodhi King powerfully declared, surprising the crowd in the process. In Divine Black, the seniors didn't want to encourage disciples from fighting and killing their peers. They preferred harmony and peace. This wasn't the case for the Bodhi King. Others weren't in a position to say otherwise because Huang Ning was the Bodhi King's disciple. He had the right to take charge. Well said, old geezer. Li Qie became amused and stared at Huang Ning. A man should indeed act like that. Very well, if you want to kill me, I will accept your challenge. Huang Ning was left in a tough spot because his plan was revealed. He naturally wanted to kill Li Qie. The problem was, he was actually afraid. The guy might only be a bronze tendon, but he had done too many insane things before. Huang Ning just didn't have any confidence, unlike early on. The Bodhi King actually gave him a perfect opportunity to kill Li Qie. Unfortunately, he lacked the courage. He only had two choices right now, either to admit fault or to actually fight Li Qie to the death. No seniors would stop him in these circumstances with the exception of Ping Suoang. A few elders and protectors stared at Suoang, hoping for a response. He calmly said, the sect will not interfere when it is an official duel between the two parties. Huang Ning hesitated again. He glanced over at Gong Qianyue. If he could kill Li Qie now, then his future would be so bright. But what if Li Qie still had some devilish means left? His mind circled countless times with hesitation. This is an official duel, but who knows what kind of witchery you will pull. Zhan Hu instigated. Right. Huang Ning nodded and loudly said, crooked methods and devious arts are unguardable. A disciple of Divine Black should fight using its merit laws. The Bodhi King frowned after listening to Huang Ning. No courage at all. Li Qie smiled, fine, one chance, the two of you can come together. Don't tell me that you'll back out of this too. Zhan Hu and Huang Ning exchanged glances. They would have zero confidence in a one-on-one fight, but the two of them together? The probability of success greatly increased. Only using the merit laws of Divine Black. Huang Ning said, wanting to limit Li Qie. So be it, I'll just be using Tortoise Fist, that's enough to kill the two of you. Li Qie smiled. You. Huang Ning didn't like the blatant disrespect, but Zhan Hu pulled him back. The latter stared at Li Qie and said, keep your words, you'll only be using Tortoise Fist, nothing else. This was a rather extreme demand. The elders and protectors thought that they wouldn't be able to display that much power using this technique. Yes, just Tortoise Fist. Is this handicap enough for you too? If not, then keep hiding in your shell and stop walking around the sect. Li Qie didn't mind. The spectators couldn't believe it. Li Qie actually agreed to this? Ping Suoeng didn't say anything. The Bodhi King seemed to be deep in rumination. Iron Whip Demon King had a cold expression. Mountain Bearer King seemed very interested in this fight. Zhan Hu and Huang Ning thought about it for a bit before nodding. Fine, we'll take you on. They both accepted. The odds couldn't be better than this. There was no way the two of them wouldn't be able to beat him. Remember, they had plenty of treasures on top of being enlightened beings. On the other hand, Li Qie could only use Tortoise Fist. They couldn't possibly come up with a losing scenario. Li Qie couldn't be that devilish. A bronze tendon cultivator using Tortoise Fist had no offensive potential to speak of. This was their chance to eliminate the threat that has been looming in their mind. Alright, at sunrise tomorrow. That'll be your last moment. Li Qie smiled and left with Gong Qianyue. I don't know about this. One protector was confused. Tortoise Fist alone? Seems impossible. An elder replied. They thought that Li Qie could definitely kill these two using other methods, just not Tortoise Fist. However, the master and father of two combatants didn't try to stop this. Their sect master gave permission as well. No one else could say anything. Most were surprised at Li Qie's confidence. They found it hard to see how Li Qie could survive against these two. The brat is utterly inscrutable, everything is possible. This is no big deal compared to reaching the top of the ancestral peak. Mere child's play. The chief elder said. His peers exchanged glances and found this plausible. A miracle might occur during the incoming duel. Chapter 3350, the news regarding the battle between the three who spread across Divine Black. Numerous discussions sprung up. I knew that this would happen, it was inevitable. A relatively older disciple didn't find this surprising, only that it was happening a little too fast. The feud between them was known by virtually everyone. Li Qie stomped on Zhan Hu's face in front of the grave. This was as humiliating as can be. Few could handle something like this, let alone the first brother of Jade Bird and the son of Iron Whip Demon King. He lost all face and couldn't handle being around others. Many thought that Zhan Hu seeking vengeance was understandable. Everyone else would certainly do the same. It wasn't something one could forget in their lifetime. The only exception would be if they were too weak to seek revenge. Thus, Zhan Hu's murderous intent was not surprising in the slightest. Huang Ning's feud was just as big. He lost all face after losing to Li Qie during the trial at the steps. In reality, they also knew that he hated Li Qie because of Gong Qianyue. He was the heaven's favorite in Thousand Demons. Everyone knew that he liked Qianyue as well. He tried so hard to win her hand but eventually failed. However, Li Qie came later, yet she followed all of his orders. Losing this romantic battle resulted in deep hatred. Any petty soul would try to push their love rival towards death. As long as Li Qie was around Divine Black, a fight like this would be inevitable. Let the one with the bigger fist be the final winner. A powerful disciple said. This was the most direct method to solve grievances for cultivators, a fight to the death. What will Li Qie do to deal with those two? A young disciple found this very interesting. Long ago, they would make fun of Li Qie for even trying to fight given the cultivation disparity. They would say that he was tired of living and didn't know his own limits. This was no longer the case. Li Qie was known for doing the impossible. Perhaps he would concoct something magical and easily defeat those two. He has too many things up his sleeves. Maybe he'll summon all the weapons at the grave. The two seniors are at a disadvantage. The demon disciples were worried. Right, Li Qie got the sword seal. I heard senior uncles say that this seal can control all the powerful weapons in our sect. Senior sister Qianyue received its help and managed to kill the Shu brothers with a Dao Lord weapon. A disciple who saw the fight was left with a deep impression. So how can the two senior brothers win against Li Qie if he pulls out a Dao Lord weapon? Another said. No, all of you didn't hear it. The one spreading the rumor elaborated, Li Qie won't be using any method or weapon, only tortoise fist, while the two senior brothers can employ everything. This is the agreement. What? Jaws dropped to the ground. Demons and humans alike couldn't believe it. Is this true? It sounds so unrealistic. One skeptic said. 100% true, I asked Protector Huang about it first before coming here. The guy said. A brief silence came over the group. I don't get it. A powerful one said. Can Tortoise Fist really win? Those two senior brothers have a lot of treasures. Someone who was bullish on Li Qie lost some confidence. Tortoise Fist had limited power, the same with Li Qie's cultivation. He wouldn't be able to exert that much force out of it. So how did this insane rule come about? Someone thought that Zhan Hu and Huang Ning forced this on Li Qie. I heard Li Qie himself suggested this. A peer with a good information network said. They exchanged glances of confusion. None here was stupid enough to agree to such a suicidal deal. What is Li Qie trying to do? There's no way he thinks he can win with just Tortoise Fist and his current power, right? No one understood. Not necessarily. He's the son of miracles, there's no impossible for him. Don't forget, climbing the heaven steps should have been impossible too. One human calmed down and became confident. Many disciples were fans of Li Qie currently, especially the humans. Those who saw him help Qianyue during that fight became blinded with admiration for him. Even their number one genius needed his help. There was nothing he couldn't do. The listeners were reminded of this. Sure, many things were considered impossible in the past, going up the 300 steps, summoning the weapons in the grave, reaching the ancestral peak. Li Qie had accomplished every single one. Another miracle? Using Tortoise Fist to sweep through everyone. One disciple became anticipated. I highly doubt that. A demon supporting Zhan Hu and Huang Ning snorted. These demons naturally wanted to see his defeat. Just wait, this Li guy will definitely taste bitterness and won't be haughty for much longer. The fight tomorrow will be something. Even the seniors were looking forward to it. Normally, a fight between two third-generation disciples wasn't that interesting. This was the case if Huang Ning and Zhan Hu were involved too. Now, Li Qie was about to use Tortoise Fist. Even Ping Suoeng and the others wanted to watch. They were curious to see whether Li Qie could change something ordinary into magic, beating the two using just Tortoise Fist. All in all, this fight became the biggest event in the sect overnight. Some waited for Li Qie's performance. Other demons wanted to see their senior brothers kill Li Qie since they found him annoying. The Bodhi King summoned Huang Ning and gave him a treasure. Use your own power to take care of your feud like a man. You are my disciple, so I will give you the most suitable treasure and hope for your triumphant return. This is up to you now. Huang Ning stood there in a daze. His master didn't side with him back in the chamber, so he felt a little disappointed. Who would have thought that his master would give him such a powerful weapon now? Thank you, master. Huang Ning bowed deeply. Go now. The Bodhi King waved his sleeve and closed his eyes. Chapter 33:51. The moment the sun showed up on the second day, the levels around the stage were filled with spectators. Some climbed up on the trees and buildings nearby, others floated in the air. They wanted the best angle to watch this fight. Maybe a miracle would happen. Most have been here since earlier. The powerful seniors such as protectors and elders could be seen too. Even the peak lords didn't want to miss it. However, they hid in the clouds instead of joining the crowd. A popular event like this was rare in Divine Black. Not even a fight between protectors could gather this audience. Boom! A figure landed on stage, causing the ground to shake. Fortunately, the floor was reinforced or there would be a pit right now. First brother. Many demons cheered. It was none other than Zhan Hu. He looked different today with a full set of armor on. This armor was incredible, white from top to bottom with tiger runes. It looked like a white tiger had taken over him. One could hear the roars of this divine beast from each of his movements. He resembled the king of tigers and could command a tsunami of beasts to eradicate his enemy. The armor also felt exceedingly tough on top of being powerful. Most importantly, it had fused perfectly with him, giving him a divine bloodline. Divine tiger blood kappa race. Ordinary disciples had no idea, but the experts became startled. High-level earth from the tiger demon clan. A protector said. This belongs to a high elder of the tiger clan, excellent in both offense and defense. It was left behind by a great tiger demon, an artifact made from precious metals and tiger blood. Moreover, a Dao bone of a high-level earth furious tiger was infused into this armor as well, resulting in the runes. The high elder became unstoppable partly due to this armor. He viewed it as his baby and always wore it. Most were surprised to see Zhan Hu with it now. Of course, Zhan Hu himself couldn't borrow this armor. His father was the one who asked to borrow it so that Zhan Hu could kill Li Qie. It wasn't only because of the personal feud. The Tiger King also wished to use this opportunity to suppress the human's influence in Divine Black. That's halfway to victory. An elder said, very few in our sect can penetrate that armor, it requires a Dao Lord weapon. Plenty of protectors and elders agreed with this. Ping Suoang could certainly do it for sure. Others would need powerful weapons. As for Li Qie, he had no chance of doing so using his bare hands. That's why the elder thought that this match was over. A high-level earth armor? How is he going to break it? Those who didn't know about this particular one still recognized its high grade. A similar level weapon might not be enough to do the trick, let alone one's bare hands. That's simply daydreaming. Zhan Hu stood on the stage, looking spirited and fierce. His murderous intent roamed freely. This was a fight to the death anyway. He wanted to decapitate Li Qie and turn his head into a chamber pot. Huang Ning arrived a little later, looking gentlemanly compared to Zhan Hu's domineering style. He walked across the sky with green vines beneath his feet. The vines moved first and he walked on them. His natural and heroic demeanor on top of his handsome appearance made the girls scream. Today, he had a stick wrapped on his back, a stark contrast to his cool appearance. The stick looked like a dried branch with many cracked locations. A few leaves grew on it, looking green like jade and brimming with life. The leaves instilled exuberant life forces into him. It was as if he had an endless forest within him. Everyone could see the source of this life force. The stick continued to pour this affinity and power into him. His vitality became boundless and ready to strike like a hungry beast. Verdant bamboo stick. All the elders became surprised. The Bodhi King actually gave this to him? Wow. One of them blurted. Many experts knew that the Bodhi King was the oldest in Divine Black, even older than Ping Suoang. He was a tree demon, mighty and knowledgeable. The upper echelon was aware of this particular stick, one of his favorites. Wielding this stick meant possessing endless life force. This meant having endless vitality, or in other words, chaos true energy. They could fight and fight without getting tired. This would allow them to fatigue a stronger opponent. The origin of this stick remained a mystery. Some said that the Bodhi King used his own roots to create it. Others said that he found the source of a treasure bamboo tree and refined it into this stick. It clearly showed his strong support for his disciple. Iron Whip Demon King saw this stick and heaved a sigh of relief. The Bodhi King's stance couldn't be guessed in the past. Now, he was clearly on the side of the demons. We'll win for sure. Zhang Hu and Huang Ning nodded at each other. They came to an understanding. They must leave this place alive and Li Qia must become a corpse. They waited patiently for Li Qia to come. As time passed, virtually everyone in Divine Black was present to watch this fight. The Chief Elder and Zhang Yu were up near the stage too. Chapter 3352, The crowd has been waiting patiently. Alas, some disciples began clamoring after seeing how high the sun was. The ones who disliked Li Qia became even more annoyed. One of them looked up at the sun and complained, "This Li Qia is too arrogant, he's late and making everyone wait on him. He cares about face too much, all the elders are here now, does he want the elders to greet him or something?" A demon added. However, they only talked among themselves because the Chief Elder and Zhang Yu didn't say anything. He might be afraid and ran away already. A friend of Huang Ning purposely agitated the impatient crowd. A few exchanged glances, especially the demons. "Maybe you're right, he could have run down the mountain already. If that's the case, the humans will lose all face." Another snorted. This didn't meet without retribution. Li Qia's fans who were humans immediately jumped in. "Humph, you think too highly of yourself. Li Qia isn't afraid of anyone, those two aren't stronger than the Shu brothers. He wasn't afraid of Samadhi cultivators at all, let alone weaker combatants." What a joke. One human sneered. "For sure, just this little battle is nothing for junior brother Li, it's completely insignificant." Others chimed in. Reaching the ancestral peak had given him the status of an idol, especially for the humans. Next, he earned the status of a hero after the skirmish with 3 truths. His domineering style left others in admiration and made them feel safe. After all, everyone hoped that their peers would rise up and help them during moments of danger. Meanwhile, Zhang Hu and Huang Ning standing on stage didn't like that Li Qia had so many supporters, feeling awfully annoyed. Previously, everyone in Divine Black supported them since they were the pride of the sect. Alas, Li Qia had stolen their spotlight. Their status and influence waned as a result. "That's probably just a stroke of luck," a demon coldly uttered. "Feel free to try, maybe you can get just as lucky. In fact, not to mention the pinnacle, make it up 100 steps and I'll accept my inferiority." One human barked back instantly. The demons shut up because that was something they couldn't do. Not even Huang Ning and Zhan Hu could do so, let alone them. Though their words were tough, they knew to keep their mouths shut when lost instead of asking for further humiliation. "He's here." It was late noon when the spectators finally saw Li Qia appearing in the distance. He was still sleeping on his carriage, seemingly not ready for battle in the slightest. The children from Lu carried the carriage over, making him look like a young master from the mortal world. Qianyue walked next to him just like a maid. He didn't even wake up after getting up on stage. The disciples exchanged glances. Not even the Chief Elder and Zhang Yu got carriages. They simply walked here. Was walking really that arduous for this young master? No one else in all of Divine Black would put up this type of haughty act, not even Ping Suoeng. "Humph. He thinks too highly of himself," a demon murmured. Of course, since the elders didn't say anything, they also didn't dare to criticize him straight to his face. In a sense, he was qualified to do so after reaching the top of the ancestral peak. "Young master, we're here." Qianyue got closer and whispered to him. Everyone saw the entire thing. Li Qie was still relaxing like a noble used to a pampered lifestyle. He even got a beautiful maid to wake him up in such a gentle manner. Plus, this maid was their sex number one genius. One couldn't ask for more in life. Resting on a beauty's lap, waking up to decide the fate of the world. People thought about this particular adage after seeing this scene. It aptly manifested in Li Qie, causing everyone to be jealous and startled. A fire of rage engulfed Huang Ning. This was something he had always dreamt about but wasn't lucky enough. Normally, Qianyue kept a distance from everyone. They considered her to be an unreachable goddess. Many worked so hard just to earn a verbal exchange or a smile from her. Just one interaction was enough to excite them for several days, akin to drinking the finest wine. They were willing to die just to be in Li Qie's shoes right now. Thus, glares of jealousy shot towards him. He slowly opened his eyes and still looked drowsy. Already? Oh, everyone's here so early too. He looked around and smiled. Some jealous disciples truly despised him for being so close to Qianyue. They hoped that he would die in the duel today. Zhanhu and Huang Ning didn't have a pleasant expression either. Zhanhu scowled. This is too pompous, even for you. You can't delay this much longer, today will be your end. Huang Ning threatened. I'm merely taking my time in order to let you two live a little longer. Li Qie chuckled. Chapter 33-53, Zhanhu responded. A bit too early to be haughty and declare victor dash. Zhanhu responded. No. It's as clear as day. Li Qie waved his hand and smiled. The two's expression turned ugly because Li Qie was treating them like two dead ants. They were geniuses in divine black, definitely among the top 3 of their generation. Where is his baseless confidence coming from? A spectating demon said with annoyance. We'll find out soon enough who the final winner will be. Huang Ning said with a murderous glare. He had made up his mind about killing Li Qie. Nothing could change it. He was quite confident after gaining the verdant bamboo stick from his master. This artifact was quite mighty and doubled his battle potential. Let's get started then. Li Qie nonchalantly smiled. His attitude surprised the spectators. This was a battle to the death, yet Li Qie didn't pay it any mind, treating it like breakfast. This is a fight to the death. Zhanhu emphasized. This wasn't a duel between fellow disciples. They wouldn't show any mercy to Li Qie. Yep, I'll be killing you too. Li Qie responded. The two clenched their fists, determined to cut Li Qie to pieces. Are you two ready to die? Li Qie didn't even take a defensive stance, completely heedless. What's going on? The disciples and top-ranking members of the sect became confused by his appearance. Zhanhu and Huang Ning didn't get it either. Why was Li Qie so carefree? This seemed out of place. Don't forget about the agreement, you said that you'll only use Tortoise Fist. Huang Ning became nervous and tried to confirm. Don't worry, I won't go back on my words. I will not use anything else because this technique alone is more than enough to crush you two. Li Qie chuckled. The rage built up inside the two, but they still managed to restrain it. However, we won't be restricted by anything. Don't renege on the deal midway now when you're about to lose. Zhanhu said seriously. He wanted to make sure that Li Qie couldn't change his mind after a public statement. To renege on this deal would allow them to kill him while possessing the moral ground. No one would stop them from doing so then. Got it, feel free to try whatever treasure or merit law. I'm only using my bare hands. Li Qie started losing his patience and waved his hand. The two exchanged glances, feeling much better after Li Qie's confirmation. Alas, they still had some doubts. This was the case for the protectors, elders, and the peak lords hiding in the clouds. Could Li Qie really kill them using just Tortoise Fist? This was as illogical and impossible as can be due to the cultivation difference. They watched with great anticipation. Their eyes were as wide open as can be, not wanting to miss a single detail. Zhan Hu and Huang Ning took out their weapon. Boom! Zhan Hu had a massive war hammer. When he rested it on his shoulder, a loud metallic noise came about. Given his current strength, he would be able to raise a large mountain. This hammer appeared to be as heavy as one. Moreover, tiny shimmers not seen by the naked eyes circled around the hammer. When they touched, little sparks of lightning would come off. The crowd immediately realized that it had the lightning element infused in it, akin to the weapon of a thunder god. Each smash would unleash lightning bolts. Extermination lightning hammer, mid-earth level. A protector became surprised. That famous weapon from the Tiger clan? The experts discussed. Zhan Hu didn't use his demon horn since he couldn't control it yet. This hammer was different. It was one of the strongest weapons in his clan and he had contact with it at a young age. Due to his bloodline and current power, he could use it to its fullest potential. He had the divine tiger blood carapace and the extermination lightning hammer. The crowd thought that one couldn't ask for more in terms of equipment. Should be unbeatable in the same realm. One disciple murmured. He had a perfect mix of offense and defense. They were perfectly suitable for him as well. Not many in Divine Black could do this. He was lucky enough to be from a prestigious clan with plenty of resources. Poof! Huang Ning summoned a cauldron that exuded a scorching temperature, ready to turn anything to ashes. It seemed to be made from wood, at least at first sight. Strangely enough, the fire burning inside didn't damage the wooden frame. 8-flame wooden cauldron, low earth level. A smart combination. The chief elder glanced at the cauldron then the stick on Huang Ning's back. That's not as good as senior brother Zhan Hu's weapon. One disciple commented. No, this is as good as it gets. A first brother explained with a serious expression, it's actually not made of wood but rather, the Dao bone of an 8-flame beast. It can bring out Huang Ning's bloodline and with the help of that stick, his Samadhi flame will be exponentially stronger. An 8-flame beast was a chaos primal beast with 2 affinities, fire and wood. On the other hand, Huang Ning was a descendant of luminous vine demon king, a master of fire and alchemy. Because he carried this bloodline, the cauldron was a perfect weapon for him. In addition to the stick, it was as if he had 2 wings added right now, hence the chief elder's approval. It was a smart combination. Chapter 33-54. The duo stared at Li Chia with their weapon at the ready. We'll give you the chance to attack first, just to make it fairer. Huang Ning let out a chilling smile while acting generously. In reality, he simply didn't believe that the 3 actions from Tortoise Fist could kill the 2 of them. For example, Zhan Hu had his armor. He could stand there and take so many hits from Li Chia without receiving damage. The armor was capable of withstanding heaven-level weapons. Bare-handed attacks had no chance to break through the armor and kill him. That's why Huang Ning looked so confident. He wanted to act cool right now in front of his peers and Gong Qianyue. The crowd also agreed with this point and thought that he was being benevolent for giving up the first move. Please, the moment I make my move is when you'll enter the Yellow River, no chance to counterattack. I'm merciful even to ants, so go ahead, attack first. Li Chia smiled in response. The crowd took a deep breath after hearing this. How the hell is his tortoise fist going to break that divine tiger blood carapace? One demon blurted out, not willing to believe this. Even statues would become angry after being referred to as ants in front of everyone. Zhan Hu and Huang Ning's anger rekindled again. Fine, let us take a look at your amazing tortoise first. Zhan Hu shouted. They actually didn't want Li Chia to go first, so now, the situation became even more favorable. He couldn't blame them for being merciless now when he didn't take the given opportunity. Don't regret your choice now. Huang Ning smiled coldly. The cauldron in his hand exuded a billowing flame. You're wasting time instead of enjoying your last moment. Li Qie looked bored already. The duo moved to their position after exchanging glances, trapping Li Qie in order to prevent his movements. The next action would be a fatal blow. The crowd held their breath after seeing the duo's careful preparation. The seniors felt the same way. If Li Qie could win, it would truly be a miracle. That's why the seniors actually preferred to see his victory. It wasn't personal, but rather, a win from the duo was expected. Nothing incredible would come from that. On the other hand, a win from Li Qie would turn this battle into a legend. They could benefit from watching this fight. Plus, they wanted to see how devilish Li Qie was. Could he further amaze them? First brother, do it. Some demon disciples began cheering for the duo. Young master, young master. The children from Lu cheered. Other disciples from Divine Black started cheering with them too. They tried their best to overwhelm the demon crowd. This made it quite apparent how popular Li Qie had gotten. His status had surpassed Zhanhu and Huang Ning's. The annoyed duo nodded at each other, looking quite fierce. Kill! Zhanhu let out a mighty roar with the force of a tsunami. The roar truly frightened some of the spectators. He swung his lightning hammer. Boom! The sky turned dark and lightning bolts descended. This was akin to the wrath of a furious thunder god. Boom! Boom! The thick bolts danced around like serpents. They actually surrounded Li Qie before the thunderous detonations. This was enough to turn him into a sieve. Damn! Many became startled. Go! Huang Ning instantly made his move as well. A mighty flame rushed out of his cauldron. It looked like a gigantic dragon rushing upward before moving straight back down for Li Qie. Rumble. His vitality and power soared to an insane level. Everyone could sense the bamboo stick on his back pouring life force into his body. The dragon continued to grow in size while becoming several hundred times stronger. The stage seemingly exploded as this terrifying flame struck Li Qie. Both the lightning bolts and fire dragon smashed into Li Qie at the same time. It felt as if the stage had been penetrated. All of Divine Black shook as a result of the devastating strikes. Dust and debris immediately blinded the spectators. The disciples were horrified, especially those who cheered for Li Qie earlier. They became as white as paper. Quite strong. An elder couldn't help but praise. Some of the seniors were startled. Those moves were strong enough to threaten them. In fact, a combatant at the same cultivation realm would have been reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. Is it over? A frightened disciple wondered. Ping Suowang and the others activated their heavenly gaze to watch. They nodded approvingly after seeing the move earlier. This was virtually the limit of their current power. It would be difficult to surpass this destructiveness. After the dust dispersed, the area where Li Qie stood earlier has been crushed. The center of this place had melted from the heat. Lava oozed out and began to cool into a mound. It was as if an underground volcano had just erupted. Li Qie was nowhere to be seen. The aftermath frightened the weaker disciples. Chapter 33:55. Only Qianyue among the young generation of disciples could have survived this blow. Anyone else would have exploded into smithereens. Shit, is he dead? One disciple trembled with fear. The others started looking around for Li Qie, but he was nowhere to be found. Where is he? Really reduced to ashes now? One of them said. I think so. Many agreed. Just think about it, the lightning bolts from Zhan who most likely obliterated him. The flames turned what's left into ashes. It would be strange if he had survived the terrible combination, not even if he was made from an unyielding metal. A bronze tendon like him has no chance of surviving. Another concluded. He wasn't trying to curse Li Qie, but this was indeed the truth. Finally croaked. A demon sneered, that's what he gets for not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. daring to challenge two first brothers despite being so weak. Well, the two senior brothers did him a favor. He was probably tired of living. Can't be haughty anymore now, can he? Another demon gloated. Son of miracles? Nah, just got lucky multiple times before. One more who hated Li Qie snorted. The ones who celebrated the most were those who liked Gong Qianyue. Their chance of success had increased exponentially with him gone. First brothers, you're the best. The young demons started cheering. Victory is yours. Others shouted. This was definitely a victory for the demons in divine black. The elders remained skeptical. Some would be disappointed if he was really dead. This result certainly betrayed their high expectation of him. Huang Ning and Zhan Hu heaved a sigh of relief. They also shared the same sentiment as the other demons. No way Li Qie could have survived that move. I thought he was amazing, I guess it's an undeserved reputation. Huang Ning sneered, his expression filled with contempt and complacency. He was definitely the biggest winner in this because he was the top suitor for Qianyue. Death to those who oppose me. Zhan Hu let out a cool line, looking quite imposing after taking care of a mighty enemy. You're the best, first brother. His supporters' cheer echoed across the area. Too early for celebration. A distant voice came about, seemingly originating from underground. It wasn't loud, but Zhan Hu and Huang Ning became stunned. The crowd also heard it and stopped shouting. Everyone immediately turned their sight towards the stage again. Crack. Crack. The mound from cooled lava had cracks everywhere. Boom. It splashed everywhere, revealing a person standing inside, Li Qie. Young master. You can't lose. The children from Lu celebrated. Everyone opened their eyes wide in disbelief, including Zhan Hu and Huang Ning. The two had an ugly expression, the same for the young demons. It was as if someone had just poured cold water on them. How can this be? The demons couldn't believe it, but there he was, still alive. Zhan Hu and Huang Ning clenched their fists. This development truly shook them to the core. How did he do it? Many elders became astonished. Even those hiding up in the clouds stood up. They saw chaos energy circling around him. He seemed to be the source of the world, being one with it. His body was melting into the grand vein of divine black. The elders and protectors thought that he had fused with their sect, taking roots into the entire location. Thus, the sect was now protecting him. Li Qie didn't put up a defense. The land and its chaos protected him just now. Chaos mantra. The chief elder figured it out and took a deep breath. This is the ultimate profundity of chaos mantra. Creating chaos and existing in it. Ping Suowen was amazed. I don't think Tao Lords can even do this. How the hell? The calm and reserved Bodhi King became dumbstruck. Chaos was one of the 7 mantras. Most felt that it was too weak, but after reaching a certain level, true masters knew that the mantras were quite capable. Alas, no one could cultivate them to their height. Doing so would allow them to crush any other mantras, including the ones at the Tao Lord level. You can do this with chaos? An elder wondered. Li Qie has become one with the world and could use its power. Yes, according to the legends, but no one has done it before outside of maybe blessed Tao Lord. The chief elder recalled. No one really believed this legend because for so long now, the 7 mantras have been widely classified as being useless. You cheated. This is sorcery. Huang Ning shouted. Fool, I created this chaos. Li Qie smiled. Ping Suowen's group became dumbstruck because this comment confirmed their speculation. This is chaos mantra, not cheating nor sorcery. The chief elder judged. The disciples here stared at each other in confusion. How could chaos mantra be so strong? It was common knowledge that mantras were used to empower merit laws. This applied to Tortoise Fist as well. Thus, activating chaos mantra was part of the most basic fundamentals. It couldn't be considered cheating. Some recalled that they had made fun of him after finding out that he had chosen Chaos Mantra. Chapter 3356. The circling chaos affinity made it look like he had existed from time antiquity, a primordial being. As he took one step forward, divine black hymned in harmonization. Chaos appeared in the entire sect. This phenomenon took them by a storm, from the weakest disciple all the way to Ping Suoang. Li Qia's smallest gesture could drag their sect right now. Its power existed in each breath of his. By opening his mouth and blowing, the power contained in the grand vein would immediately attack like a destructive tornado. Thus, his slight movements became frightening. One swing was enough to crush the area. Chaos Mantra, the awed spectators murmured the title. Everyone could learn this mantra. In fact, versions of the mantra could be found in every street and alley in the mortal world. Nowadays, no cultivator would want to train this lowest level mantra. Only mortals without backing would do so. As for Divine Black, the disciples thought that their South Fence mantra was countless times stronger. No one thought that this chaos mantra could be of use. Some even believed that the 7 mantras were only meant for mortals' physical well-being and a little life prolongment, nothing more. Thus, what Li Qia had done was beyond imagination. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that no other mantra could compare to it. No need to worry about any other mantra when chaos can reach this height. The Bodhi King was pale from seeing this. Suoang was shaken too. He had asked Li Qia about his demands before, perhaps a merit law or mantra from Divine Black. He didn't understand why Li Qia chose the 7 mantras back then. The sect had plenty of choices. Now, he finally understood that Li Qia could do anything. The strongest mantras from Divine Black were nothing to him. This is all you can do? Li Qia stretched, seemingly bored from the battle. The duo lost their morale and staggered backward. They felt fear because their strongest attacks didn't hurt Li Qia in the slightest. Of course, they didn't have a grasp of his mastery in chaos. Nonetheless, they could tell that he was one with Divine Black, allowing him to possess unfathomable power. They have never felt this much fear before. After all, they were powerful and had prestigious backings. Alas, they could see the shadow of a death god looming over them. The crowd became reticent, not daring to breathe loudly. Most were in awe of Li Qia's abilities since he survived the mighty blow earlier. They also thought that realms and limits meant nothing to him. Li Qia had jumped out of all restraints. He was the son of miracles. My turn. Li Qia stared at the two and smiled. The smile scared the hell out of Zhan Hu and Huang Ning, akin to the death god waving at them. They got a chill running down their spine, their hands became wet with sweat. However, they had no other option. Accepting defeat wasn't possible at this point. They might be able to save their lives but not their reputation and status in Divine Black. The two of them exchanged glances and immediately came up with a new plan. They walked forward with their chest arching upward, their back straight, and their head high. This was necessary in order to build confidence and courage. Fear would only result in a worse defeat. We're going to the end, show us what you got. Zhan Hu shouted. A tiger roar came from within him like the awakening of a divine tiger. Don't worry, I won't be using anything but black tortoise. Are you two ready to go? I'm about to start. Li Qia smiled. Tortoise Fist has been looked down on all this time by the audience. They thought that it wouldn't be able to break Zhan Hu's armor. Now, everyone and the duo became afraid. Li Qia's technique no longer mattered the moment that chaos affinity showed up around him. Go! The duo crazily roared. Ra! Zhan Hu's majestic vitality and power erupted along with true chaos energy. His armor assumed a bloody radiance. A divine tiger finally showed up, looking ferocious with an oppressive aura. Its power surged out like a storm. This was only the beginning. As Zhan Hu added his various affinities to the armor, Huang Ning placed both hands on the armor. Boom! Huang Ning's own powers surged into Zhang Hu's body. The former's bamboo stick exuded a verdant light. The leaves pulsed with starry lights. A totem in the form of a golden vine emerged behind Huang Ning. This opened a floodgate of power pouring into Zhang Hu. He became several hundred times stronger as a result. Boom! The totem of his armor also took form. The divine tiger materialized into physical form. Stars circled around its head while its feet ravaged the ground. It was larger than the tallest peak in divine black. Just one stomp could flatten the stage. The crowd gasped in response. They felt like ants before this great divine tiger. Huang Ning, with the help of his bamboo stick, helped Zhang Hu's armor reach its ultimate form. Chapter 3357, Divine Tiger Possession. Everyone was staring at the massive tiger, aware that it could kill all of them with one stomp. That's why they quickly retreated far away from the stage in order to stay safe. Weapons and merit laws couldn't save them here. This form was Zhang Hu's strongest defense. It could also serve as an offensive attack with incredible power. This is a grand avatar? They became amazed. A few wondered if this was the same as the avatar gained from reaching myriad form sanctity. Only those at this cultivation realm could assume this gigantic frame, capable of blotting out the sky and moving the ocean. Anyone below this realm would be completely crushed by them. Just think about it, their finger was larger than a mountain range. Those unable to assume the same form would have no chance regardless of their merit laws and treasures. However, both Huang Ning and Zhang Hu were only enlightened beings, far from reaching the myriad form realm. It's not a grand avatar. Zhang Yu observed the tiger and said, just the original form of the Dao bone during its peak state. Zhang Hu's own power couldn't activate the armor's true form during its peak. However, Huang Ning's empowerment allowed this goal. A high-level earth armor made from a Dao bone meant that the original primal beast was at the yin-yang realm, a being equivalent to Zhang Yu, who was a peak lord. Boom! The tiger raised its claw and slashed down on Wuxia. The world shook as a result due to its massive frame. Everything turned dark. It seemed capable of crushing all of divine black. Oh, mommy! Many became scared out of their mind and tried to run. This divine tiger possession was actually a defensive form. However, the best defense was offense, so the tiger took the initiative. Wuxia was as insignificant as an ant in comparison. Nonetheless, he smiled and unleashed a very simple and powerless technique. It looked like an old man doing morning exercise to stretch. Tortoise fist. Everyone knew what it was right away. How could this weak punch be able to stop the massive tiger? Impossible, they thought. How could an ant move an elephant? However, the punch was accompanied by chaos and grand Dao. It instantly changed form. Boom! A figure appeared within the chaos. A divine aura ravaged the area and swept through the ages. One divine beast reigned over all living beings. Black Tortoise. The great figure intimidated everyone in divine black. An actual divine beast, Black Tortoise, has arrived from the chaos to display its dominion. Masters and kings weren't worth mentioning before this great beast. The weaker disciples dropped to the ground. Some didn't dare to look up at this wondrous being. The spirit of our patriarch? A considerable number started worshipping the figure by kowtowing. Even the peak lords couldn't believe this. How could Wuxia's tortoise fist summon a divine beast? Everyone here knew that their patriarch was a black tortoise. The appearance of one right now made them think that its spirit was returning. A true divine beast? The peak lords took a deep breath after sensing its immense aura. Regardless of whether it was their patriarch or not, this event still shook everyone. The weakest technique of their sect managed to summon a black tortoise. Was this really Tortoise Fist? Even heaven-level merit laws couldn't come close to touching it. Isn't it also called Black Tortoise Fist? Maybe this is its real name? One elder murmured. Prior to this, they knew that the actual title of this technique was Black Tortoise Fist. Alas, they considered it to be an unnecessary embellishment. It didn't have the power matching its name. Now, they really believed that it should be called Black Tortoise Fist. Oh dash, the creature let out a roar before raising its front leg. In reality, the turtle wasn't as big as the divine tiger. Nonetheless, its foot could destroy the cosmos. Everything was reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. A divine beast of galactic proportions was nothing more than a worm beneath its foot. Rah! The tiger let out a miserable bellow before disintegrating from the impact. Boom! Both Huang Ning and Zhan Hu were sent flying. The divine tiger blood carapace instantly crumbled. Pieces shattered all over the ground. The two of them vomited blood and were painted red from top to bottom. Chapter 3358, Boom! Zhan Hu and Huang Ning slammed into the ground, resulting in two pits. Their blood slowly stained the ground, the stench struck the audience by the tip of their nose. They lay in their puddle of blood, unable to move. Their bones were shattered, veins and tendons severed, looking as pitiful as can be. The scene was filled with astonished gazes from the regular disciples, experts, and elders. The tortoise, no, Black Tortoise Fist annihilated Zhan Hu's armor with the first shot. In reality, very few in Divine Black could destroy that armor in its peak state. One needed a Tao Lord weapon in order to do so. However, Li Qie did it with his bare hands while using the most elementary art, Tortoise Fist. This is the true power of Black Tortoise Fist. An elder calmed down after a long while and commented. The visual image of a black tortoise was unforgettable. It had imprinted itself deep in the memories of the disciples. Ugh, Zhan Hu and Huang Ning vomited more blood. Their injuries were serious enough to wound them deep to the internal organs. If they were lucky enough to survive, they would be bedridden for a year or so. You have lost. Li Qie walked over and smiled at the two. They were as pale as can be, who knows if it was from the blood loss or fear. They stared at Li Qie in disbelief. How the hell did he defeat their defense using Tortoise Fist alone? It still felt like a dream despite personally experiencing it. No one here dared to say a single word to help these two or ask for a truce. The loser could only blame themselves for being weak in a duel. Nonetheless, this swift takedown would definitely go down as a legend. This will be your moment. Li Qie stared at the immobilized combatants. The two became frozen. They could feel the shadow of death engulfing them. Meanwhile, everyone watched with bated breath. Li Qie had total control of the situation. He could spare them to show his merciful side or kill them. Either way was fine. You dare? Both eventually shouted. Fame, reputation, power, none of this mattered compared to survival. Why not? This is your own fault for being unskilled. Li Qie smiled and approached closer. Someone in the clouds couldn't watch this any longer and stood up. What are you doing? Zhan Hu was horrified. Isn't it obvious? Li Qie stared at him, frightening him even more. You said you wanted to make a chamber pot out of my head, right? I think I'll do just that. I wonder if the size is right. Li Qie smirked. Brat, there will be no place for you here, if you dare to kill me. Zhan Hu panicked and spouted a random threat. Crack. Li Qie stomped on his face, crushing multiple bones. Ah. His face became a bloody pulp. Forget it, I'm not interested in such an ugly head. I'll just crush you instead. Li Qie said flatly. Father, save me. Zhan Hu no longer dared to bark back in this crucial moment. He threw away his pride and called for his father, Iron Whip Demon King. Enough. A shout dispersed the clouds, revealing Iron Whip Demon King. He floated in the air with terrible lightning pulsing in his eyes. A storm emerged, a testament to his rage. He couldn't stop himself from interfering despite violating a taboo. A life-or-death duel couldn't be interfered by anyone. The combatants were the only ones who could decide their fate. Thus, the Demon King joining in was extremely inappropriate given his status and position. It was also against the rules of Divine Black. Ping Suoang and the elders frowned as a result. Meanwhile, the other disciples stared at him. Alas, he had no other choice since his son's life was on the line. Got something to say? Li Chia wasn't surprised. Know when to stop during a spar between fellow disciples. The Demon King uttered. He changed the duel into a spar, twisting the narrative. Unfortunately, it's not up to you. His life is mine. Li Chia smiled. You dare? The Demon King turned red with rage after not being given any face. There are consequences to losing. Li Chia said, then added force to his foot. Crack. Ah. Zhan Hu screamed as his blood and flesh splattered. Little animal. The king roared. This guy wanted to kill his son in front of him? A demonic aura erupted. Winds and lightning bolts gathered around him. The disciples knew that he was about to attack. Li Chia simply smiled and raised his foot for another stomp. Bastard. The Demon King unleashed whip-like bolts towards Li Chia without showing any mercy. Their light illuminated the sky, capable of piercing everything. Enough. A dignified voice commanded. Clank. A swordham accompanied a powerful slash sweeping through the area, stomping down the myriad ages. Nothing could stop this unbeatable slash. 1. I made a mistake with this title. Iron Rod when it should be Iron Whip. Chapter 33:59, Clank. The slash contained righteous Tao, karma, and great fortune. It had reached a state of apogee. The myriad laws were overshadowed as a result. Only a saint could unleash this slash. There was only one in Divine Black, Ping Suoang. This was a move from the South Conch sword art, certainly top-notch in the current generation. Everyone knew that he had reached an immaculate level with this art, not inferior to those before him. The lightning bolts were severed and the storm disappeared. Light returned to the sky since no affinity could stop this slash. The Demon King might be strong but was still far from being Suoang's match. One was at the myriad form realm while the other Grand Tao's sacred physique, the difference of an entire realm. Crack. Brains and blood splattered. Zhan Hu couldn't scream this time since his head was fully crushed by Li Chia's foot. By this point, the speechless crowd didn't know if they were more shocked at Zhan Hu's death or Ping Suoang's wondrous slash. Zhan Hu, the son of Iron Whip Demon King and a top genius of Divine Black, was now dead. Li Chia managed to provoke both the Demon King and the Demon Tiger clan. The atmosphere became solemn. People knew that a storm was brewing. The Demon King became frozen after hearing the crack, seemingly struck by thunder. He staggered backward before shouting, "No!" This blow was too much to take. He didn't have a son until later in life. Moreover, Zhan Hu was exceptional, so he had high hopes for the boy. He wanted his son to surpass him and eventually rule Divine Black. Alas, his son was no more. He still stood there in a daze, unable to calm down. Time came to a still for both him and the audience. They knew that a beehive had been poked and peace would be gone in Divine Black. Master, save me. Huang Ning was scared out of his mind since Li Chia was coming for him. Only his master could save him now. This diverted the attention of the spectators. Would the Bodhi King stand up for his disciple? In that case, Li Chia would have offended two peak lords. It would be quite difficult for him in the future. It's a duel to the death, a personal responsibility. I'm afraid my hands are tied. The Bodhi King standing above answered. This naturally surprised the listeners since he didn't choose to help his disciple. No, despair overwhelmed Huang Ning. I'll see you off then. Li Qie said before stomping down. Crack. Blood and brain matters splattered once more. Huang Ning died an indignant death, unable to scream. Hooer. A furious roar echoed across the area. The water in the lakes and rivers in divine black rushed to the sky due to a terrible power. Boom. It ravaged the four directions in a merciless manner. Shit. Many frightened disciples began to run. The Demon King has gone mad after losing his only son. Little animal, I will cut you to pieces. The fury in his eyes could incinerate the 9 heavens and 10 earths. His current appearance was truly frightening. His impressive cultivation also intimidated the spectators. It was a duel to the death. Ping Suoang spoke again with authority and power. No. A life for a life. I won't let the murderer of my son roam freely. Those who stand in my way will be my enemy, my clan's enemy too. It won't end like this. The Tiger King roared. The wrath of a peak lord was too much for many disciples to take. They trembled in fear, paled. The protectors and elders exchanged glances, realizing that Iron Whip Demon King had lost his mind. Directly opposing the sect master was extremely unwise. Alas, he had just lost his only son. He no longer cared about anything else, only wanting to offer Li Qie's head to his dead son. Demon King, mind your position. Suoang's thunderous shout hurt everyone's eardrums. It contained a suppressive power flying straight towards the Demon King. He wanted to wake the guy up. There was no room for personal vendetta after a fair duel to the death. The Demon King was being foolish and breaking the sect's rules. Boom. A powerful demonic energy rushed out to stop the sound wave. The Demon King didn't listen since those words didn't enter his ears. His body grew larger. It didn't take long before a colossal tiger appeared on top of divine black. Strands of demonic energy poured down from its body like waterfalls. Most felt suffocated by the influx of demonic energy as if they were drowning in an ocean. A grand avatar of the myriad form realm. One disciple murmured after the Demon King revealed his true form. The spectator's mouth dried up from being nervous and afraid. Ra! He unleashed a roar destroying numerous buildings. Several peaks nearby crumbled as well. Numerous disciples started running. The cowardly ones dropped flat to the ground. Boom! He performed a vertical tail swipe, nearly splitting heaven and earth. The length of this tail was unimaginable, as long as a river of stars. Iron Whip. Someone shouted after seeing the tail. It was the reason for his title. Chapter 3360. This tail seemed to be larger than the already massive tiger, capable of dragging the entire world. The Demon King's success was due to this tail. Their race's tail was certainly special and came from a powerful merit law at the high heaven level. Many disciples couldn't fathom the sheer size of the tail, especially the weaker ones. Iron Rod Demon King resembled a tiger god whose roar could crush the celestials. He could devour worlds with his power. Little animal, you deserve death. He released another devastating roar. Divine Black was on the verge of breaking down. Rumble. His tail created chaos to the natural order of clouds and winds. The whole world was being moved as a process, so many became dizzy. This has gone far enough. Ping Suoang interfered again with his authoritative voice. He made his move, a palm strike. The grand Tao of the world erupted while the myriad laws rotated. The power resulting from this pierced across the land and stabilized everything. His palm stopped the tail, ending with an explosion shaking their sect. Nonetheless, stability came next thanks to the power of the Tao. Ping Suoang was clearly superior to Iron Whip Demon King. As a Grand Tao sacred physique cultivator, Suoang could control the Grand Tao and the land. This surpassed the Grand Avatar power by a considerable margin. Ra! The Demon King roared in response. It manifested into a massive claw aiming straight at Suoeng. A weaker cultivator would be reduced to blood right away. However, Suoeng remained calm and answered by raising one finger forward. The Grand Dao extended from the tip and could take on anything. Pop! It easily shattered the sound wave and made the Demon King stagger backward. The Demon King had an ugly expression. He knew that he was no match for Suoeng. The guy was truly the strongest in Divine Black. Meanwhile, the disciples watched in awe and dread. No one dared to say a word. After all, their sect master and peak lord were fighting. This could only be viewed as something that should never happen, a disaster. The Demon King had committed a taboo act because he was blinded by rage and hatred. It could be quite problematic for the sect if this continues to escalate. Sect master, you must protect this brat. The furious Demon King shouted. The weaker disciples were afraid. This conflict looked like a battle between two immortals to them. They could lose their life at any moment. The protectors and elders had a serious expression too because of the potential rift. The Tiger Demon clan might leave their sect. This clan was very influential, especially with the demons. This also depended on Thousand Demons' peak stance. If the Bodhi King were to pick the Demon King's side, it could negate Suoeng's status and authority. Divine Black relied on the 5 peaks as the main pillars. Among them, Zhang Yu of Jade Bird came from Furious Tiger Peak. He had a good relationship with the Demon King. When it came to push or shove, there was a large chance of him picking the Demon King's side. If he and the Bodhi King were to do so and Ping Suoeng only had the support of Mountain Bearer King, Suoeng might no longer be the sect master. Those who violate the sect's rules must be heavily punished, no exception. As a peak lord, please make an example out of yourself. Suoeng said coldly. He stood above and looked dominating just like a sect master should. People couldn't help respecting him. On ordinary days, he resembled an old mortal. Now, his aura was in full bloom. The crowd became emotional because they knew that he was serious. All eyes were on Iron Whip Demon King. This seemed to be escalating further. Just one wrong step and internal strife would overwhelm their sect. As you have said, I am a peak lord. My punishment is not up for you to decide alone. The Demon King responded. This became a direct confrontation now between the two. Some started staring at the other 3 peak lords. Iron Whip was right. In order to punish him, all the other peak lords must reach a consensus. Ping Suoeng alone couldn't make this decision. They knew that this next moment might decide the direction of Divine Black in the near future. Some also glanced at Wuxia. The 5 peak lords naturally didn't want to see an all-out conflict. However, Iron Whip must avenge his fallen son. Thus, one likely possibility was sacrificing Wuxia. A disciple wasn't as precious as the well-being of the sect. Breaking the rule was out of line. Demon King, stop now. Mountain Bearer King shook his head, clearly standing on Suoeng's side. This was expected since the humans would band together. Too impulsive. The Bodhi King commented. This took the crowd by surprise. These few words indicated that the Bodhi King didn't want the Demon King to pursue his personal vendetta. Next, Zhang Yu became the center of attention. Everyone knew that Zhang Yu was extremely close with Iron Whip Demon King. They weren't master and disciple but not far from it. Demon King, please reconsider. Zhang Yu pondered for a moment before stating firmly. Chapter 3361, Zhang Yu's response also came as a surprise. Nonetheless, many felt relieved after hearing him. The protectors and elders could finally breathe easy. It seemed that the Bodhi King and Zhang Yu focused on the big picture. This would avoid an immediate conflict within the sect. Of course, some demons just didn't understand. Zhang Yu should have supported the Demon King given their relationship. Demons like them should be showing solidarity and band together. Nonetheless, peak lords like them didn't need to explain their decision to anyone else. The common disciples wouldn't understand anyway. The Bodhi King won admiration for his choice. Just think about it, Huang Ning was his disciple, the youngest one too. He even gave the youth his verdant bamboo stick, a testament to how much he liked the boy. Alas, he didn't interfere and let Li Qie kill Huang Ning. He obeyed the rules of a duel, clearly drawing the line between public and private matters. The Demon King couldn't do so because Zhang Hu was his son. He couldn't be blamed for wanting to avenge Zhang Hu. I see. The Demon King laughed with anger and added, "Fine, we'll talk about the punishment after I kill this little bastard." Boom! He started gathering vitality, then raised his tail, determined to kill Li Qie. His stubbornness made the lower-ranking members nervous. Even the Bodhi King and Zhang Yu couldn't convince him to stop. An unwise action, yet understandable. Some demons actually agreed with this. A man should be firm and decisive. No negotiation when it came to the murder of his son. Li Qie must pay with blood and his life. Otherwise, the humans would always be looming above the demons in divine black. "You'll have to get through me first then," Ping Suowang sternly uttered. "Sect Master, must you escalate this problem? You can protect him today, but not forever." The Demon King glared at Suowang. He wouldn't mind losing everything, including his position as a peak lord, in order to kill Li Qie. This was an irreconcilable feud. "We must uphold the rules or the sect will eventually falter." Suowang glanced at Li Qie before responding. Most elders and protectors nodded in agreement. Rules and regulations were absolutely necessary. The Demon King was the one in violation. This would set an unhealthy precedence and the sect would lose its reputation and trustworthiness. This might be the reason why the Bodhi King and Zhang Yu chose the other side. Ping Suowang was indeed carrying out his responsibility as the sect master. However, he also had ulterior motives. If he had to pick between Li Qie and the Tiger Clan, he would definitely pick Li Qie. Others considered Li Qie as the luckiest disciple, but he didn't think so. In his opinion, the guy was an unfathomable existence. This was the most crucial point. Intuition told him that if Li Qie wanted to, he could instantly destroy their sect with one hand wave. He truly believed this, hence his decision. "I see, there is still a long future ahead of us. I will avenge my son no matter what." The Demon King responded. His frankness was admirable. He didn't try to hide his intention at all. Someone else might compromise right now while attempting to kill Li Qie in the shadows. Perhaps they would put on a facade and blame the murder on others. He chose against doing so. He wanted Li Qie to pay with his life, offering the guy's blood as a sacrifice to his son. There was nothing egregious about a father wanting to avenge his son, especially in this manner. Alas, this worried some people. The Demon King was a powerful cultivator and his clan was influential in Divine Black. Some glanced over at Li Qie. They thought that it would be hard for him to survive in Divine Black. Ping Suowang slightly grimaced. There was no rule in the sect preventing others from taking revenge later. No need to wait for later, now is fine. A voice suddenly broke everyone's train of thoughts. No one expected the speaker to be Li Qie. The Demon King glared at him with utmost hatred after hearing this. "Don't you want to avenge your son? We don't need to posture any longer, I'll give you an opportunity right now." Li Qie smiled. "Little bastard, what are you trying to do?" The Demon King shouted. "I can see that you're heartbroken and miss your son. That's why I'll send you down there to see him. How about this, another duel to the death?" Li Qie added. "What?" The entire sect became startled. A duel with the Demon King? Some thought that they had misheard him. A duel? The Demon King himself couldn't believe it. Is he insane? A few disciples stared intensely at Li Qie. The Demon King wasn't Zhang Hu and Huang Ning. He was far more powerful than these two, being a myriad form cultivator. No one from the young generation was a match for him regardless of their talents. This is insane, bronze tendon versus myriad form sanctity. One elder murmured. This was simply impossible. A bronze tendon cultivator was nothing more than an insect. The myriad form cultivator just needed one flick to kill them. You're the one suggesting this. The Demon King calmed down and said. Yes, everyone heard me clearly. Let's go now, your son won't be lonely down there with his father around. Li Qie smiled. Ha 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 ha. The Demon King laughed loudly, not out of rage this time but rather happiness. Chapter 33-62. After the hearty guffaw, the Demon King glared and said, Very well, a duel to the death. If I were to die and unable to avenge my son, then it would only be my fault for being weak. Good, as you wish then. Li Qie smiled. The members of Divine Black stared at those nearby. This battle was ridiculous in their eyes. Is this possible? One asked. It's not that they looked down on Li Qie. On the contrary, no one dared to do so by this point. It's just that the power gap was insane. Li Qie did the impossible by defeating Zhan Hu and Huang Ning with his tortoise fist. This didn't seem to be on the same level. He must have something else up his sleeve, right? Another murmured. An air of skepticism and doubt permeated the crowd. They thought that Li Qie could have 10,000 different methods and it still wouldn't be enough to make up the gap. This might become the biggest miracle in Divine Black, no, in all of the cultivation world. People will sing songs about it years after. A few protectors and elders were full of anticipation. They wanted Li Qie to win just to see a miracle. They had nothing against the Demon King nor any personal vendetta. Just imagine, a bronze tendon disciple managing to beat a myriad form expert. This would definitely become a legend regardless of the process. Don't regret this now since I will kill you. The Demon King suddenly became more open-minded than before. There's nothing to regret. Come. Li Qie gestured with his hand, not giving a damn. Good. Since you are being so straightforward, let's do this. If you were to lose, I will deliver a swift death. If I lose, then this is the end of our feud. The Tiger Clan will not seek you out for more trouble. The Demon King loudly declared. Li Qie simply shrugged in response. However, the top members of Divine Black heaved a sigh of relief. In a way, this comment would solve the problem with the Tiger Clan and the other demons. It would end with this duel. I'll give you the chance to make your move first. The Demon King said. No, you may go first since you won't have the chance if I were to start, no chance to avenge your son in that case. Li Qie refused. So conceited. I actually like this part of you. The Demon King's anger seemed no longer there since a conclusion was in sight. Let's see what you can do. His vitality and chaos true energy erupted with a touch of grand Dao power. Rumble. His already massive frame became larger. It pulsed with waves of divine light, ready to reach the next level. The grand level. An expert became startled. Everyone knew that he was a myriad form cultivator. Now, he revealed himself to be at the grand level of this realm. Boom! The Demon King raised his tail high enough to flip the sky vault over. The Celestials would need to give it space. 9 stars appeared on it, looking like treasure drills. They were shiny and majestic, containing boundless strength. The tail alone was strong enough, but with the addition of these stars, it became suffocating and several times stronger. 9-star Iron Tail, a killing move. An elder knew about its power. I see, many murmured at this revelation. The Demon King used this move to beat 8 experts from 3 truths at once. An older elder revealed. The might of this move suppressed all the junior disciples. They watched carefully, wondering what Li Qie would do to withstand it. Junior, are you ready? The Demon King didn't attack right away and asked first. He chose a fair duel and wanted to give Li Qie ample time to prepare. I'm ready. Li Qie shrugged while just standing there. The crowd's eyes grew bigger from astonishment. Li Qie didn't look ready in the slightest while standing on stage. Fine, let's see what you got. The Demon King didn't like this either and slammed his tail downward. Rumble. The 9 stars on the tail released loud explosions and flew straight for Li Qie. They looked like 9 meteors with the power to destroy the world. Boom. 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 They smashed and instantly destroyed the stage. Boom. This wasn't the end either because the tail swipe came afterward, dragging the sky with its momentum. Heaven fell and the earth crumbled. Mud and debris splashed everywhere. The stage disappeared from sight, replaced by a crater dozens of meters deep. Some spectators audibly gasped after seeing this. No one on stage could have survived. It's over. One of them murmured. No defense can stop this. One protector took a deep breath. It'll end like this? An elder focused his gaze. This ending would be too disappointing. It had nothing to do with the Demon King being too strong, just Li Qie overestimating himself. The Demon King himself stared at the destroyed stage and suddenly felt something. More detonations came without warning along with earthquakes as if a divine bull was turning its body. Something large underground was awakening and everyone could feel its endless power. A source down there has been opened and the grand Tao power within surged out with unstoppable momentum. What the hell is this? The crowd became startled. Chapter 3363, Rumble. The catastrophic result of the explosions frightened the disciples. Look, something's going up. One of them shouted. They saw the Demon King's massive tail being lifted up, inch by inch. The power below was pushing it up. The tail had immense weight on top of wielding the Demon King's power. Nonetheless, it was still being lifted. What is it? Everyone became curious about the thing below. Break! The Demon King shouted and became resplendent. A torrential power poured through his tail, allowing it to stop the power beneath. This only lasted for a moment. More detonations came and the lifting process resumed. Break! The Demon King didn't give up and poured all of his vitality and power into the tail, mercilessly pushing it into the crater. His all-out effort was futile. AAA. His face turned red from channeling power all over. Everyone knew that he was strong enough to change the terrains of an area. How could it not be enough? That thing is so powerful. This became extremely obvious. Boom! The tail was finally lifted up the ground and a monster came out of the crater. It was an ant-like creature with 2 large teeth, looking like a pincer. The teeth were gripping the Demon King's tail and pushing it up. Li Qie was standing on top of this colossal creature. What is that thing? Many became astounded since they have never seen it before. Where did it come from? Heaven Tooth. The Bodhi King couldn't believe it. Heaven Tooth? No one had a clue after hearing this. We have a monster like that beneath our sect? One disciple shuddered. It was quite scary because this thing could have come out before and eaten people. It's not a monster. The chief elder elaborated, this is one of the 9 primeval laws, Heaven Tooth. This reminder woke some of the disciples up. They naturally knew about these 9 laws, a very powerful technique in their sect. They have heard of the name Heaven Tooth as well. Li Qie obtained this law when he first got here during an examination. Previously, they thought that he wouldn't be able to train it due to his weak cultivation. That's why they started forgetting about this. Now, he had proved all of them wrong. So it looks like this? A disciple found this unbelievable. His peers felt the same way. How could a merit law take the shape of a gigantic monster? Borrowing the power of heaven and earth to control the sect. The 9 laws are all external entities. This is another miracle. the Bodhi King uttered. He was the only one in Divine Black currently training this technique. Thus, he was the highest authority available. So this is not a monster, just an entity named Heaven Tooth created by the power of the sect. A powerful disciple got it. The disciples took a careful look and found that the creature wasn't made from flesh and blood, only by pure power. Their sect naturally had a powerful foundation created by many generations of wise sages. This accumulated power has turned into this creature. The sheer amount made it look so real. That's why everyone thought that it was a monster at first. Go. Li Qie commanded. Heaven Tooth immediately lifted the heavy tail, causing the Demon King to fly upward. Stabilize. The shocked king shouted. Waves of light and visual phenomena appeared around him, resulting in a powerful suppression for the sake of stability. Alas, his merit law wasn't enough and he was still lifted up high by Heaven Tooth. Rumble. Heaven Tooth then slammed the Demon King onto the ground without showing any mercy. The crowd didn't expect this at all. The king's gigantic frame smashed repeatedly on the ground, creating huge cracks and dust. He had a defensive merit law active, but this seems ineffective. He had wounds all over while vomiting blood. The spectators could only watch with their mouth wide open, unable to calm down. This scene was too much to take. Their peak lord was being dominated right now. Meanwhile, the Demon King couldn't handle the humiliation and helplessness. The wounds were one thing, but the shame did the real damage. Heaven Tooth eventually threw the bloodied king away. Bang! 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 He flew through several peaks before slamming into a bigger one and stopping. His blood stained the peak, truly a stirring sight to behold. At this point, everyone became afraid of Li Qie, including the peak lords. His peers were speechless, shell-shocked. Iron Whip Demon King didn't stand a chance at all. The entity named Heaven Tooth was immensely mighty. The Bodhi King was the one who understood the power of the 9 primeval laws the most. This wasn't its limit. Ping Suoang, on the other hand, remained calm. He had expected this domineering showing from Li Qie. That thing is too strong. One elder trembled, his palms drenched with cold sweat. The Demon King was among the top 4 experts of their sect. How could he lose in this manner? A bronze tendon cultivator versus a myriad form expert, the result was the latter being utterly oppressed. Another miracle of the ages had occurred. Chapter 33-64, Shock and awe took over Divine Black, resulting in silence. Is he still alive? Eventually, a disciple whispered. Iron Whip Demon King was thrown around and destroyed the area. Everyone stared at the bloodied peaks in horror. Some disciples thought that this terrible result could have happened to them since they antagonized Li Qie in the past. They were nothing since even someone as strong as the Demon King got dominated by Li Qie. All the young ones stared at Li Qie with admiration in their eyes. Some didn't even dare to look straight at him. Just one glance from him could scare the soul out of them. They started thinking about the king potentially being dead. In that case, who in Divine Black would be able to fight him? Perhaps not even their sect master. The other peak lords had a cautious expression right now. They had been fellow sect members with Iron Whip for so long and naturally knew his power. They wouldn't fare any better being on stage against Li Qie, unable to resist in the slightest. The Bodhi King was emotional since he also cultivated the 9 primeval laws. He knew how profound and powerful this art was. However, Li Qie's mastery seemed to surpass all those before him and anyone after. In fact, he had a bold thought, that Li Qie could use this art better than their progenitor. Most would consider this impossible. Their patriarch, a black tortoise, was gifted with great fortunes. According to the tales, even the great emperors of the old epoch praised its art. Thus, one could imagine how wondrous it was when used by their patriarch. How could Li Qie be better at it than the patriarch? That would be too illogical and impossible. A future descendant besting the originator? However, the Bodhi King actually felt this way. Maybe he wouldn't be better than the patriarch, but definitely not weaker. After all, the king had spent more than 1,000 years learning it. He definitely knew enough to comment on this. A transformation of the 9 Supremes, I see. Li Qiye smiled and said, not surprised at its power like the rest. No one really understood his point, not even the Bodhi King. In reality, he was correct. The 9 Supremes was the heavenly annihilation for the divine beast Zither left behind by immortal emperor Bai Shi of Alchemy Kingdom. Li Qiye had copied this heavenly annihilation previously. The black tortoise saw him use it and became amazed. Thus, it had a bold thought of replicating it. After reaching a certain level of attainment with the Tao, he came to see the Zither itself in Alchemy Kingdom and began learning the profundity of the 9 Supremes. It then started its own sect and created the 9 primeval laws. The descendants of Divine Black didn't have a clue, but Li Qiye figured it out right away. Remember, he was the one who perfectly copied this annihilation. Who else understood this move and its mysteries more than him? Even if the black tortoise was still around, its understanding of the 9 Supremes would still be inferior to Li Qiye's. That's why he could easily exert the move to its fullest potential without putting in any effort. The disciples were speechless to see his nonchalant appearance, the same for the seniors. The 9 primeval laws was one of their top merit laws. Not to mention actually being able to learn it, very few were qualified to have access to it. Only the Bodhi King could do so right now because it was just too profound. Thus, Li Qiye's nonchalant attitude was infuriating. People had the urge to beat him up, but who would dare to do so now? Boom! Debris went flying as a figure leaped out from within. The Demon King! Many shouted. He had returned to his original form, no longer a gigantic tiger. He's fine. Numerous demons cheered and had a smile on their face. They had nothing against Li Qiye, nor did they want to oppose him. However, the death of the Demon King would be a great blow to their race. Divine Black was definitely a demon sect. More than half of its members were demons. As a peak lord and the clan master of the Tiger Clan, Iron Whip Demon King was definitely one of their leaders. That's why it was tough for them to accept his defeat and death. Their race would weaken as a result and no longer be in charge. That's why some celebrated after seeing him alive. Alas, the Demon King looked quite tattered with wounds and blood from top to bottom. The repeated smashes have done a number on him. Everyone watched with bated breath, waiting for the end of this duel. Incredible, I see, the Demon King glared at Li Qiye. He was still filled with anger but now, also completely convinced by Li Qiye's abilities. Looks like I have underestimated you, such frightening abilities despite your cultivation. Looks like my son's death was unavoidable. Now you know. Li Qiye casually said. But my son cannot die in vain. I will avenge him no matter what. The Demon King shouted. He knew that he had no chance of winning but still wanted to die trying. The spectators exchanged glances. Jean, who was truly lucky to have a father like this, the blessing of 3 lifetimes. Come. Li Qiye said. Cauldron, come. Runes appeared around the Demon King as he shouted towards the direction of his clan. Boom. A bright beam crossed through the sky from the west of Divine Black. A massive power swept through and intimidated the crowd. Chapter 3365, Detonations from the beam could be heard anywhere. Its light intensified and filled out the sky. It seemed to be breaking through the azure to reach the deepest part of the firmament. It let out the power of the myriad creations and gathered the might of the stars. The disciples below became suffocated as this power grew. Ra! A furious roar echoed across 8 desolaces. Its primal aura instantly drowned out the world in a terrifying manner. Many trembled instinctively and had thoughts of running away. This was akin to a bare-handed mortal suddenly coming across a tiger. Moreover, this power was countless times stronger than an actual tiger. Got any idea what that is? One disciple felt his legs trembling and his hair standing on end. The Tiger clan's defining treasure. An older one heard about a rumor before and connected the dots. Ra. The image of a divine tiger appeared, looking like the ruler of all. So many felt the urge to prostrate and worship due to this regal power, even though it was just a fleeting moment. Clank. The ringing of a bell came next and shook the area. The sound said it all. This was definitely the supreme treasure of a top clan. Tiger God Cauldron, the defining heirloom of the Tiger clan. An elder put on a serious expression. Those who have heard of it became startled and took a deep breath. This mighty cauldron hasn't shown up in a long time while being stored at the Tiger clan until now. A protector became excited and wanted to see this legendary item. Very few had this privilege in the past. Boom! The cauldron crossed through the realm and appeared above the Demon King before the crowd could react. It poured down great demonic laws that surround the Demon King. Its chaos true energy was different from the regular type. It contained an original essence of the Demon clan. It made the Tiger King feel like he was returning to the source, the comfortable safety of one's home. Buzz, this energy healed his wounds at a rapid rate. They closed in no time at all. His vitality returned and he was full of vim and vigor as if the battle didn't happen. Many spectators were astounded, the protectors and elders became envious. This cauldron was quite magical. This was the Demon King's biggest advantage, being from the Tiger clan. This clan had a long history in Divine Black. It had experienced the ups and downs of the clan and contributed greatly. Of course, it also ruled the sect for several generations as well. That's why its clan members enjoyed certain privileges. They had more treasures and better merit laws than their peers. For example, the Demon King didn't have a Dao Lord weapon from the sect, but the clan still provided him with this mighty cauldron. Most importantly, it was extremely suitable for him because it was left behind by a tiger forefather. They shared the same bloodline, thus when compared to a similar level weapon, it would be stronger when used by him. High-level heaven, Tiger God Cauldron. The chief elder himself became envious. A Dao Lord weapon might be stronger than this cauldron under normal circumstances. However, this didn't apply to the Demon King's situation. All eyes were on the cauldron now. The frame was made from bronze and had numerous divine metals added on top. It was refined numerous times before reaching its final form. Their patriarch, a great tiger god, had swept through the realms before. This cauldron belonged to him and was passed down as their clan's ultimate treasure. According to the legends, that cauldron has the tiger god's true blood inside. One protector became curious. It's true. The chief elder nodded. Iron Whip Demon King can harmonize with it. The chief elder was one of the few who had seen this cauldron before, so he knew quite a bit. Fusing with the tiger god's true blood? The protector took a deep breath. Now, they understood why he recovered so quickly. It must have something to do with this true blood. The Demon King's eyes had a chilling gleam just like the eyes of a tiger god, brimming with divinity. Each strand was sharp like a sword, capable of piercing Li Qia's chest. You have forced me to use my clan's heirloom. The Demon King shouted. It's acceptable. Li Qia chuckled while staring at the cauldron. It's acceptable? The listeners had a wry smile after hearing this. The ultimate treasure of the Tiger clan was only acceptable to Li Qia? The Demon King turned red from rage due to the disrespectful comment. However, he didn't need to shout because Li Qia did the same to the Dao Lord weapons in the grave. Their tiger god was certainly amazing but still wasn't on the same level as South Conk Dao Lord. At least he was being consistent. What could the crowd do? Li Qia's words were unbearable, but he had always backed them up. Strong words. I don't know if you can stop my next attack. The Demon King took a deep breath. Oh. Well, let me see how much power you can extract from it. If you can muster its entire power, then maybe I can have a good exercise. Li Qia smiled. The Demon King's face turned into the color of a pig's liver. Nonetheless, it was hard to bark back to such a tough and devilish opponent who has so many cards up his sleeves. Chapter 3366. The cauldron gave the Demon King an extraordinary aura. He seemed to be blessed by the tiger god. All became curious regarding the power of this cauldron under his usage. "Junior, one of us will die today," the Demon King shouted. He referred to Li Qie as either bastard or little animal a while ago. However, he had changed his tone, clearly impressed by Li Qie's abilities. "Let's go, time to end this," Li Qie said frivolously. "Very well." The Demon King roared and let out his vitality. Divine circles pulsed around him as a domain emerged and stabilized. Clank. 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 The supreme laws from the cauldron coiled tightly around him. The last sound resembled a lock clicking. These laws suddenly became red like molten chains. Buzz. The molten laws then melted into his body, quite a frightening sight since it looked awfully painful. Boom. The cauldron finally opened and unleashed a bright radiance, painting the area red. It resembled the color of a ruby, not blood. This crystallized shine gave off a holy and mysterious feeling. Next came the aura of the tiger god as if he was here in person. The stars were overshadowed as a result. Rah! A roar pushed the winds and clouds away. A bloody tiger flew out of the cauldron with a shiny ruby glow. It wasn't overly bright but could pierce through anyone's eyes. Despite only being the size of a fist, it contained a majestic power. Each step could crush the void and any living beings, even the strongest geniuses. The tiger god's true blood. An elder shouted and licked his lips. Just imagine the value of the tiger god's true blood. Using and turning it into one's own would greatly boost cultivation. It would benefit the user for a lifetime. This was especially true for the demon disciples. They viewed it as a sacred treasure. Boom! This true blood slammed into the Demon King's chest and fused with him. Rah! Rays resembling the glint of a ruby shot out from him. He grew larger until he was the size of a mountain. This wasn't a grand avatar and had nothing to do with the myriad form realm. The blood simply activated inside the Demon King's body, allowing him to assume this empowered state. Crack. Cracks suddenly appeared all over him. He clearly couldn't withstand this infusion of power and was on the verge of exploding. Clank. However, the chains that have melted inside him began stabilizing his form to stop the crumbling process. Many finally understood why the laws melted into him. They were crucial in keeping him together. Boom! The divine circles immediately doubled in size and still continue to grow. Clank! Starlights and grand Tao power from the earth began to come out and harmonized. These affinities coiled together around the Demon King. After a loud detonation, his body exuded a sacred aura, capable of shouldering the world and controlling the Grand Tao. He seemed unsurpassable at this point. Grand Tao's sacred physique. Everyone became astounded, including the protectors and elders. It really is the sacred physique realm. Mountain Bearer King felt the same way. Everyone knew that he was at the grand level of myriad form. How did he break through the barrier so quickly and without any warning? This is because of the pressure from the battle? One disciple wondered. This wasn't impossible. Some geniuses would rise above the pressure in battle and reach the next realm, eventually defeating their foe. A few believed that this was the case. No, it's only temporary. Mountain Bearer King saw through it and said seriously, this is due to the true blood of the tiger god. He does wield the power of a sacred physique cultivator right now. Nonetheless, everyone thought that this was a miracle. Very few could use external help to make it through one whole realm. Some started contemplating. No wonder why Iron Whip Demon King dared to oppose Ping Suoeng earlier. So it turned out that the Demon King was confident because he had this ace card up his sleeve. He could really fight against Suoeng with the help of this cauldron. They took a deep breath. The Tiger clan was worthy of their reputation in Divine Black, having so many resources. Buzz. One could hear the harmonization of the myriad beasts as their frightening auras engulfed the area. Now, the Demon King was truly empowered by the Tiger God. It was obvious how much stronger he had just gotten. On the same level as the sect master? One disciple asked. Ping Suowen was the strongest in Divine Black, but the Demon King didn't look inferior with this form of his. Chapter 3367, Junior, come accept your death. The Demon King looked down at Li Qie as if he was untouchable. A bit interesting. Li Qie smiled and raised his hand. Buzz. Life force immediately oozed out from his palm like the return of spring. The land became filled with billowing life force. The flowers and grass had a verdant glow. All of Divine Black turned into an ocean of blue and green. What is this? The disciples took a deep breath and felt an immense life force entering their lungs. Pop! A bud drilled out of the mud beneath him and immediately grew into a tree. Branches and leaves came next. The endless life force seemed to be coming from this tiny tree, enough to spread all over 8 decilaces. The sheer amount was simply unfathomable. It continued to grow more and more, becoming a sky-blotting tree in no time at all. It looked like an umbrella covering Li Qie. The leaves and branches poured down green particles, turning Li Qie into the messenger of life. He became the harbinger of hope and possibilities. The disciples watched this magical development in awe, their eyes wide open with disbelief. Another of the 9 primeval laws, immortal Kasha. The Bodhi King said with admiration. This was his main focus in the 9 laws. He had trained it for more than 1,000 years, but Li Qie had such an easy time. The Kasha tree came out of the mud and manifested into physical reality. This was something he couldn't do. Die. The Demon King roared and crossed his hands together before forming a mudra by moving his fingers, world-devouring tiger. Ra. The divine tiger emerged and heralded darkness, opening its jaw. It seemed eager to devour everything. The sun and moon lost their light. Even space itself started decaying. Why? Because in this split second, the tiger god was devouring spirit energy, essences, and life. Meanwhile, the Kasha tree still continued to grow upward, moving straight for the tiger god. Rumble. The devouring tiger seemed unstoppable. Numerous branches broke down right away. The verdant branches and leaves filled with life immediately withered after being touched. It wouldn't be long until the entire tree went down at this rate. Everyone took a deep breath. This power was too powerful. Maybe only Ping Suowen could stop this move. The elders trembled as well, thinking that the Demon King might really be a match for the sect master. A second after the initial destruction, the Kasha's green radiance erupted. The tree seemed to be on fire, but instead of flames, it was this green affinity. The green affinity incinerated the sky like an unstoppable flood. It pierced through the devouring force of the tiger god. The tree continued to grow in size and was bigger than all of Divine Black now. It was strong enough to stop the devouring technique of the Demon King. Meanwhile, Li Qie has been standing leisurely beneath the tree as if he wasn't a part of this battle, only here to sightsee. The spectators had no words for this. Could there be an easier battle? Why is this a thing? The disciples couldn't fathom how Li Qie had all of these abilities. Break. The Demon King saw that the devouring force wasn't enough to stop the storm of green energy. He grabbed his cauldron and roared, "Myriad beasts arrival." Boom! A white tiger emerged from the cauldron. It opened its mouth and roared, breaking space and establishing a Tao portal. Rumble. Countless beasts came out of the portal in no time at all. True dragons, phoenixes, black tortoises, kuei. They soared forward in an unstoppable manner, crushing space in the process. Their frightening aura struck the crowd and made them frozen with fear. Mama, so many disciples dropped down on their butt, unable to get up. Are they real? Some turned pale due to the sheer number of divine beasts. The strongest move of that cauldron. The Bodhi King said with a serious expression. The target of the beasts was the immortal Kasha. The great tree had a hard time against so many beasts. The branches were being crushed and stomped, resulting in numerous broken sections. Finally, the only thing left was its body around 30 feet high. It exuded a green light, still protecting Wuxia. Boom! Boom! The beasts surrounded Wuxia, wanting to turn him into a meat paste. He's done. A frightened disciple murmured. No one could stop the waves of divine beasts. Clank! A sword hymn suddenly came from South Conch Peak. All the other swords nearby released a hymn in response as well. The disciples noticed their own swords shaking, seemingly wanting to answer a summon. What's going on this time? They immediately grabbed the hilt since these swords felt eager to fly away. Chapter 33-68. The protectors and elders were surprised and stared towards the direction of South Conch Peak. They saw the incoming sword light and their eyes narrowed, aware of the frightening implication. The peak lords in the clouds also did the same. Though they expected this to happen, the unraveling reality still shook them to the core. Ping Suoang had a complicated expression. He had spent thousands of years and couldn't reach this level. Wuxia had claimed another victim by easily activating the sword. Iron Whip Demon King also understood what was going on since he was a peak lord. Die! The Demon King roared while his red radiance oozed out. The cauldron was resplendent as well, and the tiger god's demonic power erupted in an endless manner. He fully went all out while burning his own true blood. The next attack would be his ultimate blow. This was his last chance, and he must win as fast as possible or face the consequences. Rumble. The myriad beasts also went crazy after this boost in power. They ravaged the land and destroyed the laws nearby. The ground around Wuxia was being crushed. Clank. The swordhymn could be heard again. Finally, a ray flew out of South Conch and immediately rained over their head. The sword intent released its might and drowned out the world. No evil could ever survive before its onslaught. All became insignificant, whether it be other sacred cultivators or those standing at the apex. Divine beasts were no exception. The spectators still had a hard time catching up with its speed. They didn't realize Wuxia already wielded a sword and casually swung it. He tore apart the world and released primordial chaos from the scar. From destruction came stillness and peace. The yin and yang and the karma cycle have been annihilated. The world returned to its origin. Everyone shuddered with fear, including the older experts. They lost their courage and were completely suppressed by the slash. Little did they know that the sword user was even more impressive than the sword itself. Just a casual swing from him was enough to take down Grand Tao's sacred physique cultivators. Such power was not worth mentioning. Ra. Aaa. It decapitated the myriad beasts. The heads were tossed into the air, the bodies dropped to the ground. This magnificent scene was unreal and hellish. The powerful divine beasts fell victim to the slash. A stench of blood took over the area. Not to mention the regular disciples, even someone like the chief elder fell down on his butt. The peak lords instinctively touched their own neck to see if it was still there. They felt as if they had been decapitated too. The slash cut through the Demon King's neck with unreal speed. He himself didn't feel a thing. In fact, no one really saw the glint of the blade. Only the top masters here sensed the slash coming for him. Time came to a stop. Everything became infinitely slow. Once it started flowing again, blood flowed from a tiny wound in his neck in the form of a thin stream. In this split second, the Demon King finally realized what had just transpired. He knew that he was dead and that he had been decapitated. He instinctively grabbed his neck on the spot, trying to stop more blood from flowing outward. It was too late. Gush. His head rolled off and blood gushed up high like the spring before spreading out like a blossoming flower. No-oh. He managed to scream once. The word stopped abruptly halfway. His severed head was pale with the mouth agape. He most likely saw everything happening, the blood gushing from his eyes and the ground as the head rolled off. To see one's own death from another angle was truly frightening. Boom! His massive body finally fell down, causing debris to fly everywhere. He was still alive and wanted to scream. Alas, no sound would come out. His eyes eventually closed. He was as dead as can be. This was the start of his journey down to the Yellow River. The slash also struck the cauldron and cut through the shell, separating the cauldron into two pieces. It instantly fled and disappeared from sight. The aftermath was one of silence and dread. A single slash ended the Demon King and grievously damaged the Tiger God cauldron. Everyone thought about it and could only come up with a single word: unbeatable. No other word could describe the current Wuxia. Putting the others aside, even the strongest Ping Suoang trembled with fear, aware that he wouldn't fare any better if he were in the Demon King's shoes. One thing became abundantly clear to all. He was no longer the number one expert in Divine Black. He took a deep breath and started thinking. He thought that he was very lucky for believing his own intuition. Wuxia was immensely powerful and could easily destroy the sect. His hand started shaking because if he had made one wrong move, only ashes would be left of the sect right now. Chapter 3369, proving his supremacy with a single slash stunned the crowd. It took a while for them to regain their wits. Their attention became fixated on the sword in Wuxia's hand. The blade was 1 meter long or so. It had strands of energy looking like ice needles coming out of it, giving off a chilling aura. However, these seemingly cold strands had flames inside them. The flames were animated and contained various living things. One of them was a world with numerous runes. Just one rune could crush the firmaments. It contained both hot and cold, seemingly gestating 3,000 worlds of Tao runes. Anyone could sense its weight without actually holding it. Thus, this gave it the ability to crush everything with its slashes. It instilled immense pressure on the spectators. Just one strand of energy alone was awfully intimidating, let alone being the target of a slash. Of course, they could tell that they couldn't use this sword. In fact, they wouldn't be able to carry it. A sword like this required a powerful master. What is this sword? Some new disciples had no idea. Very few in Divine Black have actually seen it before. Only a few elders and peak lords had this privilege. That's why the regular disciples knew nothing of its origin. A patrimony sword. Those in the know stared at the sword with respect. Left behind by South Conk Dao Lord? Some became emotional. Only Dao Lord weapons could have this classification. The older disciple nodded in confirmation to the astonishment of his peers. Dao Lord weapons were already amazing enough. They were high-level heaven weapons. But there was something even better: patrimony weapons. These were the top artifacts left behind by Dao Lords. Obtaining a regular Dao Lord weapon was the blessing of 3 lifetimes. As for patrimony weapons, they weren't given to disciples and were kept as sect-defining artifacts to be used in case of war. This particular sword was the ultimate artifact stored in South Conk Peak. It has always been under the watch of the generational sect masters. It represented authority and power. Only Ping Suoang could use the sword in this generation. However, he was limited to a single slash. The high-ranking members understood the significance of this sword, so they stared at Wuxia with bated breath. He used this sword so easily just now. This meant that he grasped Divine Black in his palm. Some elders turned towards Ping Suoang. Why? Because the guy wouldn't be able to refuse if Wuxia were to claim the sect master position right now. Moreover, he would be powerless to resist, unable to take on Li Qie and the sword. Thus, they worried about him. What should they do in that case? Let the virtuous take charge or to fight to the death on Suoeng's side? Of course, Suoeng himself wasn't worried about his position. He didn't think that Li Qie cared for it. Moreover, he would gladly give the guy the seat too. The matter on his mind right now was the sword. He wasn't worried about Li Qie taking it away either. He simply reminisced about the past and how much time he spent on it. The result was being able to perform one slash. Now, after seeing how effortlessly Li Qie made it look, he thought that he had wasted several thousand years. The worst part was that Li Qie had 3 mortal-level aptitudes. Decent sword. Li Qie raised the sword to his front and bent the blade a bit before letting it spring back. Clank. The resulting sound nearly broke the world. Everyone felt as if their heart had just been hit and lost their breath. It became clear that Li Qie was untouchable with that sword in his hand. He could kill gods and devils right now. Anyone else wants to fight? He smiled and looked around. No one answered him. One could hear the drop of a needle at this point. Those from the Demon Tiger clan kept their mouths shut as well. Losing both Zhan Hu and Iron Whip Demon King was a heavy loss. Moreover, their defining treasure was also cut into 2 pieces. Their position in Divine Black was no longer the same. It would take several hundred years for them to recover. Alas, their strongest cultivator, Iron Whip, died to a single move. Anyone else trying to fight Li Qie was simply suicidal. In fact, provoking him now could spell doom for their clan. Choosing to be quiet now was the prudent choice. The others had no reason to speak up. They wanted nothing more than for Li Qie to leave them alone. Why would they provoke him given the circumstances? Very well, we'll end this here today. He smiled. Everyone felt so much better after hearing this. They thought that he was far scarier than their sect master now. Clank. Li Qie threw the sword and it automatically flew back to South Conch Peak. Some couldn't believe it. How could he give this ultimate treasure back to South Conch Peak? No one would hand it over. Even the most generous soul wouldn't claim it as their own but would still keep it around just in case. The top members heaved a sigh of relief, aware that Li Qie didn't care to be the next sect master. He got on his carriage again and told the children from Lu to take him away. When he first got here, people criticized him for putting on an overly ostentatious act. Now, this no longer seemed the case because this was how it should be. Chapter 3370, Divine Black became quiet after the battle. Both the older elders and new disciples kept to themselves. Even the geniuses stopped being arrogant. Everyone focused on cultivating instead of causing trouble. The whole place became as productive as can be, an unprecedented period. Of course, Li Qie became an insurmountable existence right away. They knew that Ping Suoeng was no longer their number 1 expert. A while ago, most compared him to the young generation, such as Gong Qianyue or Zhan Hu and Huang Ning. Now, he was clearly above any of them including Qianyue. He had solidified his position in Divine Black. Therefore, whenever he appeared, everyone would greet him from afar, make way, and lower their heat. Even the protectors and elders did the same, assuming an inferior role. His status was above their sect master right now. Another interesting note was Gong Qianyue's vision. She was talented on top of having keen insight. She was the only one who listened to him while the rest treated him with disdain. Now, they realized the gap between themselves and her. They were blind and couldn't see Mount Tai. Li Qie didn't oppose these changes. They didn't affect him in the slightest. The only problem was that his door was about to break from the seniors knocking on it repeatedly. They wanted to learn cultivation from him. It started with the chief elder. He figured out that Lu Fuyo was taught by Li Qie and managed to cure his wound. Thus, he put on a thick face and came to ask for guidance. After a brief session, he automatically understood where he went wrong. The others came running, even the peak lords. Normally, they were respected seniors and regular disciples didn't have the chance to ask them any questions. Today, they lined up in front of Li Qia's place, acting as students in love with learning. Many disciples saw this and were at a loss for words. Nonetheless, some were lucky enough to receive guidance from Li Qia when he felt like it. They became grateful after gaining immense benefits. Alas, this productive atmosphere didn't last long for Divine Black. Boom! A stomp crushed its entrance. This naturally alarmed everyone, so they looked over. Clang! 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 Alarm bells went off everywhere. Gather up, maintain the defensive lines. An elder immediately ordered. Enemies are attacking. Disciples returned to their post while many elders found this shocking. It has been a long time since an attack on their sect. Rumble. The enemy was fierce and the first set of guards couldn't stop him. You're out of line, fellow Daoist. A roar came from Jade Bird as a large wolf emerged. It spewed out a fiery seal towards the enemies. The combatant on the other side swallowed in worldly essences and rushed to the sky before forming a mudra in order to stop the incoming seal. Boom! The sky exploded as a result and shock waves frightened the weaker disciples. One could see that the two were evenly matched. Poof! Flames billowed like clouds as a person walked out of Jade Bird. He had a human body and a wolf head with a fierce glare. A bestial aura engulfed him. Junior Uncle Zhang, he got this. The guards by the entrance immediately retreated at this sight. Zhang Yu arrived at the entrance and glared at the enemy. The intruder was a middle-aged man wearing a Daoist robe with 3 colors. Everyone in the Northern West King knew that this was the uniform of 3 truths. Chief Protector. Zhang Yu furrowed his brows and said. Flame Wolf King. The man remained proud despite being in the enemy's territory. He stared at Zhang Yu and said, It has been several decades since our last meeting, Dao brother Zhang. Indeed. Zhang Yu replied, This entrance of yours is a little unusual. The crowd watched with bated breath. The truce between the two sects has lasted for decades, but now, the chief protector of 3 truths attacked Divine Black. This certainly didn't look good. What's unusual is how your sect killed our members. The chief protector strongly retorted, My disciple and division leaders died while I only destroyed your gate. It's not comparable. Everyone could sense his rage right now. His disciple, Chen Chen, stood out in the sect. He put in considerable effort grooming the boy and had high hopes for him. It was all a waste now. He came aggressively, destroying Divine Black's entrance and injuring its disciples. This was his way of seeking revenge. Zhang Yu expected this and answered, Fellow Daoist, there's a misunderstanding. We are willing to discuss this with you. Divine Black wasn't afraid of 3 truths. However, continuing the pact was something the former wanted instead of a bloody war. What misunderstanding? Your side killed 2 division leaders and my disciple, and you're standing here, telling me that it's a misunderstanding? The chief protector scowled. Your sect has violated the pact. This is a declaration of war. The spectators' expression became solemn. No one would view a potential war lightly. Both sides were evenly matched, so the war would last for a long time. That's your perspective. From our side, your division leaders trespassed and tried to rob our disciples, going as far as trying to kill them. Thus, it was nothing more than self-defense. Zhang Yu responded. And yet 3 people from our side died from this so-called self-defense. The chief elder snorted. Chapter 3371. Your accusation is as one-sided as can be. You killed them in cold blood and removed any evidence, twisting the actual event. This move is quite cruel. It seems like your sect is best at it. The chief elder's eyes turned fierce. Zhang Yu frowned. Chief Elder Lu Menglong's argument had some bite, whether true or not. The other party has been killed, so there's no evidence left. It became his versus her words. The issue became muddled. You're the one making a baseless accusation, fellow Taoist. It's clear who is right and wrong here, and please, think about the overarching situation. Don't make a mistake. Zhang Yu replied. He was trying to be polite in order to have a negotiation instead of war. Blood would flow like rivers at that point and they would have to negotiate anyway. Why not do it earlier? The consequences of war have been forgotten due to the recent peaceful days. This led to the current circumstances. Moreover, as Li Qia had said, maybe they were actually trying to provoke Divine Black. This served as a perfect excuse. Your sect is better at baseless accusation than ours. You killed our disciples and now are blaming everything on them? No one can stand for this. What if your disciple were the victim here? Would you be able to swallow your anger for the greater good and sacrifice them? No. Lu Menglong aggressively responded in a rather reasonable manner. The ones from Divine Black naturally sided with their sect. However, they thought about it, and if they were killed one day, they also wanted their master to avenge them. Being sacrificed for the greater good of the sect would be infuriating, a true reason for indignation. It's pointless for us to talk about it here. Zhang Yu eventually said, however, you need to give us an answer for your transgression today. I'll do it after you explain why 3 people from my sect are dead. Menglong snorted, if your sect can satisfy our demands, then I'll apologize for today. Yes? Zhang Yu's eyes narrowed. He had plenty of authority as a peak lord, but this matter had serious implications. He alone couldn't make a decision. What do you want? As long as it is reasonable, I'll report it to the sect master and the elders. Zhang Yu said. Blood for blood. The murderer deserves death. Menglong uttered coldly. Some disciples from Divine Black scowled right away because Gong Qianyue was who killed those 3. This was an impossible demand. She was Ping Suowang's disciple on top of being their top genius. Divine Black would certainly back her up no matter what. They would never hand her over. Impossible. Zhang Yu immediately refused and coldly said, your sect was at fault first, so we won't be negotiating about this ridiculous demand. Please reconsider now. If it was some other thing, perhaps he would report to Ping Suowang. As for giving up Gong Qianyue, no one in their sect would do so. She was their prized seed. Because the murderer is your sect's genius, Gong Qianyue? Menglong asked. You can think whatever you want, but this won't be up for debate. Be sincere in this matter and change your demand, perhaps we'll think about it. Zhang Yu changed his tone. Fine, I'll acquiesce on this matter. Just hand over 1 disciple and I'll apologize for today. The one named Li Qia. Menglong stared straight at Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu found this sudden request surprising. Li Qia? He then realized that this was Menglong's true goal. Bringing up Qianyue was only a ruse. But why did 3 truths want Li Qia? Perhaps they noticed something about the event that day when Li Qia helped Gong Qianyue. Maybe they also had some information regarding Li Qia's ascension up the ancestral peak. Thus, this whole business about getting justice and revenge was a lie. The enemy's real goal was the ancestral peak and its secrets. They could obtain these things through Li Qia. He then recalled Li Qia saying that 3 truths purposely antagonized them. So this was all part of a plan to get to the ancestral peak. All eyes were on Menglong right now. Menglong didn't like it because these stares felt a little strange. They were looking at him as if he was an idiot, and that he was asking for trouble. They all knew that he was provoking someone above his station, truly courting death. Sorry. Zhang Yu refused again without any hesitation. We will not hand over any disciple as part of the negotiation. If your 3 truths are truly sincere, then return with the right attitude. The current peace was earned with blood and is mutually beneficial. We don't owe you and you don't owe us. Zhang Yu put it elegantly, but in reality, he couldn't make this decision anyway. Li Qia has shown his power and earned supreme status in the sect. It would be easier to convince them to hand over Gong Qianyue than Li Qie. Therefore, Menglong's demand was absurd. Brother Zhang, you must rethink this. Menglong said, this pertains to our sect's survival and so many lives. You can't be so negligent as to answer right away. Menglong was confused. According to their intelligence, Li Qie was only a regular disciple. Why would they bother protecting him? What was his value? This made Menglong want to bring Li Qie back to Three Truths even more. Chapter 3372, No, I apologize. Please change your demand. Zhang Yu remained stern. No one in Divine Black could speak for Li Qie right now. Moreover, Zhang Yu thought that Menglong was dead if Li Qie were to find out. That's why he didn't order a disciple to report this to Li Qie. At this particular juncture, the majority of Divine Black including Zhang Yu didn't want to go to war due to the heavy casualties. Given Li Qie's personality, he would definitely kill Menglong. Zhang Yu was sure of this. The death of Menglong would destroy the peace between the two sects since he was the chief protector of Three Truths. I want to see Sect Master Ping, I want to hear it straight from him. Lu Menglong demanded. It's fine to speak with me since I'll report this conversation to the Sect Master. Zhang Yu said. Ping Suowen gave Zhang Yu the authority to speak on the sect's behalf. Moreover, Lu Menglong was not qualified to speak with Suowen. It's not that I'm looking down on you, Brother Zhang. I just don't think you can take charge of this matter. Menglong asserted. This is indeed true, I can't make a decision here but neither can you. The truce of the past won't be broken just because of our words, unless your sect wishes to break it. Zhang Yu replied. Seems like it won't end peacefully today. We demand the right response from your sect or civility will cease. Menglong said with a serious tone, making it clear that he would take Li Qie away at all cost. Daoist Lu, Divine Black isn't a place for you to do as you please. Zhang Yu frowned and shook his head. But we won't return empty-handed. A voice came from the base of the mountain. Eventually, a figure emerged, an old man leading a group of experts. Elder Fu. Zhang Yu became serious after seeing this group standing outside the entrance. Lu Menglong didn't come alone and had the backing of an elder. This meant that Three Truths had no intention of playing nice from the start. They wanted to break the peace pact, hence the need for this force. I respectfully ask Divine Black to hand over the disciple named Li Qie. Elder Fu said gravely. Leave if this is your intention in coming here. Zhang Yu knew that a peaceful resolution was no longer possible. This had confirmed his speculation prior. Very well, since you wish to harbor a criminal, I'll have no choice but to capture him. Lu Menglong headed for Jade Bird Peak. Stop or don't blame me for being merciless. Zhang Yu immediately blocked his path. Putting aside Li Qie's actual power, Zhang Yu wouldn't let anyone do as they please in his territory, especially not capturing a disciple there. Fine, let's see which of us is stronger then. Menglong roared. A type of chaos true energy of 3 colors appeared around him and surged upward like waterfalls, wanting to pierce the sky vault. His vitality erupted, allowing him to grow in size. This escalation naturally surprised the crowd. After all, this was Divine Black. Why would Menglong be arrogant enough to actually attack Zhang Yu here? In reality, Three Truths was trying to test the bottom line of Divine Black by doing this. If it's a fight you want, a fight you'll get. Zhang Yu didn't hesitate at all. Boom! Flames engulfed him. He was at the yin-yang realm but his original form was a wolf of the fire affinity. Thus, his cultivation focused on this element. Menglong didn't expect this, thinking that Zhang Yu would try to avoid a fight. His eyes turned cold but he couldn't back off because he was the one who suggested this. Good. His true chaos energy suddenly whirled and formed a tornado around him. Trees were uprooted, boulders started flying. The actual force of the tornado wasn't the worst part. There were devilish lightning crackles within. Thunder God's descent. Menglong shouted, and the lightning bolts immediately came for Zhang Yu while lighting up the sky. Many spectators became frightened, especially the demons. Their race had an instinctive fear against lightning and thunder. On the other hand, Three Truths considered eliminating evil their responsibility. This was the core of their conflict. Inferno Shield. Zhang Yu wasn't afraid in the slightest. Buzz. A massive shield made of flames appeared before him with the emblem of a wolf king. It started howling after materializing. Boom. The shield successfully stopped the lightning bolts. Go. Zhang Yu took out a treasure seal. It flew to the sky, and after a loud detonation, it released a fire dragon. The seal itself grew larger and turned into a mountain. The dragon and mountain dropped straight down towards Menglong. Fire Dragon Seal. Zhang Yu released his own flame in order to empower the dragon. It became large enough to devour the area. Bring it. A three-colored lotus flower flew out of Menglong's Taoist robe. Dao Seek Lotus. His special chaos true energy poured into the absorbent flower. It became the size of a mountain as well, sucking in and releasing three-colored energy like an erupting volcano. The spectators watched the two techniques in awe. Watching an even fight was truly enjoyable. The impact of the two moves smashing into each other created a blast blowing away the majority of the forest nearby. Both combatants staggered backward as a result. They felt their inner energy by the chest churning. It took a while before they stabilized it. This wasn't their first fight. They have fought many times during the previous war and had a deep understanding of each other's abilities. Ha ha ha, looks like you have improved in recent years, Brother Zhang. Menglong laughed. The same for you, your power has increased tremendously. Zhang Yu replied. Nonetheless, we must take that Li fellow with us today. You won't be able to stop me. Menglong raised his voice. As the Lord of Jade Bird, I can't let you do as you please. Zhang Yu remained unyielding. So much noise over nothing. Let him come. A lazy voice interrupted right before another exchange. It sounded dispirited, but everyone heard it clearly. They all looked over and knew who it was, Li Qie lazily lying on his chair with Gong Qianyue serving him. Chapter 3373, Li Qie's appearance robbed the breath from the crowd. Many exchanged glances, already aware of the result even before it began. It would certainly end with blood and death. Zhang Yu smiled wryly, aware of the same thing. He quietly retreated without trying to fight it. Lu Menglong still found the gazes on him to be awfully strange. It was as if he was being pitted for some reason. He was the chief protector of Three Truths and didn't need sympathy nor pity. Moreover, he didn't deserve any either, being powerful and prestigious. Who are you? State your name. He shouted at Li Qie, annoyed. In his opinion, this guy was only a regular disciple. What could he do? Aren't you looking for me? Li Qie smiled. You're that Li Qie. He became surprised, having never seen Li Qie before and only heard about him from the members of his sect. The atmosphere changed ever since this guy came out. He noticed this but couldn't really understand why. That's my name. Li Qie lazily answered. Menglong took a closer look at him while thinking that this brat was being too haughty. The guy looked down on everyone as if he was the Lord of Divine Black. How dare a regular disciple treat him with such disdain? He was on the same level as Zhang Yu. On the other hand, the members of Divine Black didn't have a problem with this at all. This seemed rather natural by this point. Perfect. Menglong said, that'll save me some effort since you're here. Be smart and follow me. Follow you? To where? Li Qie's smile grew thicker. To Three Truths. You urged someone else to kill our disciples, so you must give us an acceptable explanation. Otherwise, Menglong put on a tough expression. Otherwise what? Li Qiye smiled as if this was a casual conversation, completely ignoring the threat. Otherwise, death. Menglong's eyes flashed with a murderous glint. Zhang Yu watched this rampant aggression in silence while feeling sorry for the guy. Anyone else declaring their intent to kill a member of Divine Black would meet retribution from Zhang Yu. However, he didn't bother joining this mess. Lu Menglong was the only one here who didn't have a clue, the same with the ones from Three Truths. What are you looking at? He eventually lost control and shouted. Why would these disciples stare at him in this manner? This was driving him nuts. It's not like I can't go with you to Three Truths. Li Qiye said, however, I don't know if your sect is prepared. Prepared for what? Menglong was surprised. What else but sect destruction? Blood will flow like rivers, bodies will pile up like mountains when I go there. Three Truths will be erased from this land. Li Qiye replied. Everyone from Three Truths immediately became livid because of the blatant provocation and disrespect. The gall. Menglong calmed down and laughed. You think you can destroy our sect? Just a tiny one, as easy as pie. Li Qiye said dismissively. The ones from Three Truths had nothing but rage in their eyes, wanting to kill Li Qiye. Their sect was one of the strongest in the northern West King. Now, this guy thought that he could easily destroy them? Meanwhile, the disciples of Divine Black weren't surprised at all. They didn't think he was boasting either. Being domineering was just his style and they didn't doubt his abilities. I see. Menglong shouted, incredible, impressive even, so this is a disciple from Divine Black, huh? Today, I'll teach you a lesson in your senior's stead. I'm afraid you didn't hear the message from the survivors. I said that I would kill all members of your sect when I see them. Don't think about leaving this place alive. Li Qiye smirked. Many from Divine Black shuddered after seeing his smile, for it was scarier than anything else. Zhang Yu was helpless. He knew that this would happen, but once Li Qiye said it, that's final. Ignorant fool, I will cut off your limbs. Menglong started walking towards Jade Bird with a furious expression. Boom. Though the two were still far away, Menglong still reached for Li Qiye. His palm dispersed the clouds, his fingers resembled 5 mountains. Li Qiye's location became tiny in comparison. Chaos true energy poured down from the palm, resulting in a suppressive force akin to being trapped beneath a mountain. He was still a yin-yang cultivator, deserving of his reputation. Li Qiye didn't bat an eye and simply raised his finger. It crossed through the air, leaving an afterimage. Clank. A sword hymn came from South Conch Peak before an actual slash. It's coming. The ones from Divine Black focused their gaze in order to see it clearly. Alas, the sword slash from the peak was just too fast. Not even the elders got a good look. Pluff, ah. Menglong screamed before blood rained down. His right hand has been severed, so blood gushed out. The pain left him pale. He staggered backward and looked around in confusion. Who? Show yourself. He shouted in fear, thinking that a sword user had just ambushed him. Big talk, little power. Li Qiye shook his head. A sneak attack isn't necessary to cut off your paw. I just need to lift one finger. You. Menglong nearly vomited blood from anger. He still didn't believe it, the same with his allies. They all looked around to find the assailant. Fine, let's see it. Menglong still didn't believe it. How could a regular disciple cut off his hand? Boom. He took out a Dao basin. Splash. The waves inside surged outward. Chapter 3374. The waves rushed to the sky and looked like a primordial flood, violently shaking all of Divine Black. The spectators became startled due to the power of this move. Of course, they only worried for themselves, not Li Qiye. Ra. A gigantic water dragon swam with the currents, then leaped out. Both people and beasts were intimidated by its roar. The stars rustled as a result. A clear draconic aura swept through like a tsunami and dominated the area. The weaker disciples of Divine Black were scared out of their mind, their legs giving in. Rah! The water dragon landed and raised its sharp, shiny claws. The claws cut through space itself, capable of tearing mountains apart like paper. Just its energy alone created a long gap on the ground. So strong. Others shuddered as a result. They thought that their weapons and merit laws didn't have a chance of stopping this move. On the other hand, Li Qie only moved his finger again, still unimpressed. Clank. Another sword hymn came from South Conch Peak, then a slash. This slash was casual and unrestrained. This didn't diminish its power since it easily split through the tsunami like tofu. It didn't stop and continued towards the water dragon. The creature felt threatened by it and roared, raising its claws. Alas, it had no chance of stopping the slash. Oh, a pitiful cry came out before it got split into two halves, no longer acting haughty like before. Ah! Lu Menglong screamed right afterwards since his left arm got severed just like the right one. Retreat! Elder Fu standing outside the gate immediately ordered after seeing this. It was already too late. The slash flying by suddenly returned again for Menglong, turning into a sharp beam. He summoned a treasure without using his hands to no avail. Crack! The treasure crumbled and the beam pierced through his chest. Boom! He was pinned to a cliff nearby. His blood stained the rocky wall. You! He couldn't move an inch. The members of Divine Black watched with bated breath. Though they had predicted the result, the actual events still left them in awe. This seemed like a public execution to warn the others, truly a shocking spectacle. Ant. Li Qie still sat in his chair, as relaxed as can be. Meanwhile, Elder Fu became both startled and frightened. From start to finish, Li Qie only moved his finger. How the hell did he take down Menglong? He stared at Li Qie and found that the guy was really only in the bronze tendon realm. He shifted his focus toward South Conch Peak instead. Someone else did it? He couldn't make any definite conclusion at this moment. Junior, what are you doing? He shouted first before winking at the experts behind him, telling them to get ready. They couldn't just leave Menglong here in Divine Black. What do you think? Of course I'm killing him, not drying him in the sun. Just thinking about how to make it graceful. Li Qie smiled. You won't. Menglong cried out. He tried to struggle but the sharp ray pinning him down became more unbearable. It felt as if numerous needles were drilling into his body, causing him to scream in pain. Li Qie ignored him and told the others, "What kind of death do you guys want?" The experts outside had an ugly expression, unable to handle the blatant disdain. Killing Protector Lu would be a serious offense. It'll be a declaration of war, one that will never end until a full destruction. Elder Fu took a deep breath and glared at Li Qie. No, you misunderstood. I'm not only talking about him but also the rest of you all. Don't think about leaving this place alive. Li Qie shook his head. The elder was furious but chose to remain calm. He turned and asked Zhang Yu, fellow Daoist Zhang, is this your sex-official stance? A declaration of war? He tried to threaten the worst possible outcome in order to save Menglong first. That depends on your sex attitude. Zhang Yu pondered for a bit before replying. Fine, first, release him. Second, I want to see your sect master. Elder Fu took a deep breath and chose to acquiesce. He had no choice but to negotiate in order to save Menglong. Zhang Yu glanced at Li Qie for a moment before replying, I apologize, you can talk to young noble Li. No need to see our sect master. The elder had no response since he didn't expect this, unlike the members from Divine Black. Junior, if you want a ceasefire, release him. Elder Fu uttered coldly towards Li Qie. He didn't want to fully concede since he represented his sect right now. Why would I? This is my chance to exercise. I'll kill him first, then it'll be your turn. Li Qie smiled. With that, Li Qie pointed his finger at Menglong. No. Stop. Elder Fu shouted and entered Divine Black. His group followed right after him. They readied their whisker while releasing their energy. Heaven Net. They worked together and their whiskers resembled sharp blades. The individual thread turned into heavenly swords and surrounded Li Qie, wanting to cut him to pieces in the blink of an eye. Chapter 3375, Clank. The net of swords descended down on Li Qie. This was a combination attack of the Elder and his men, strong enough to make the Peak Lords wary. The regular disciples became alarmed. No one dared to look down on three truths. It was clear how powerful they were after seeing one Elder in action. Unfortunately, their opponent was extremely devilish. That's why the crowd thought that they would lose for sure. Li Qie simply waved his hand in response, dragging the world with him. Even the largest ocean or the heaviest mass would still follow his lead. Splash. Everyone had an illusion that he had just dragged an ocean and poured the water down on Divine Black. A gigantic monster leaped out of this illusory current and blotted out the sky. The sun rays fell on it and accentuated its perfect lines and features. It resembled a whale. Oh oh oh. Its roar deterred all other animals and frightened the celestials. It expelled water through the blowhole and stopped the descending net. Sparks went flying from the impact point. The swords couldn't cut down the water jet as if the latter was the hardest substance in existence. This move easily stopped the combination attack even though they went all out with their true energy. Immortal Whale. An expert from Divine Black shouted, recognizing this move. One of the 9 primeval laws. This was their first time seeing this for most. They have only heard of the names, not the actual implementation. Only Li Qie could perform these moves with the smallest gestures. Very unwise to start a fight with me. Li Qie smiled and flicked his finger. No. Menglong shouted, but it was too late. The sword ray inside him suddenly exploded and cut him into countless pieces. More blood streamed down the cliff in a terrifying manner, enough to make the spectators have cold chills running down their spine. This was a public execution meant to make a point. It also served as a declaration of war. Everyone took a deep breath. There was no going back from this. Only a fight to the death awaited them. Little bastard, my sect will annihilate you. Elder Fu bellowed with rage. I fear your sect won't have this chance. Goodbye now. Li Qie chuckled and waved his fingers. Clank. The ray that killed Menglong earlier gathered again. Shit. The frightened Elder Fu immediately summoned several treasures to build a defensive line in front of him. The other experts did the same since they sensed the incoming danger. It was still too late. They heard the hymn of the sword and felt something cold by their neck. Next came the all-too-familiar scene, heads tossed up in the air while blood gushed from the cut. Even the strongest among them, Elder Fu, didn't escape this fate. He tried to run to no avail. At least his body actually made the turn in time, unlike the others. He couldn't believe it since he had so many powerful treasures lined up in front of him. The rest felt the same way. Their strongest defensive techniques had no effect against the sword technique. It instantly decapitated them. Crack. While they were lost in disbelief during their last moment, the defensive treasures finally crumbled into bits. Now, the heads landed on the ground along with the bodies. The group still couldn't believe that this was the end for them. The guy still sat on his chair and only slightly moved his finger. How could a bronze tendon disciple be so strong? This defied all logic. Their blood stained the ground, the stench permeated the air. The ones from Divine Black remained silent. They have expected this outcome, just not so quickly and decisively. These men were powerful foes. Both Lu Menglong and Elder Fu were capable cultivators. Alas, Li Qie still had no problem killing them, truly dreadful. They felt like ants before Li Qie. He could also annihilate all of them with one gesture. This was his real power. No, Li Qie actually left one survivor who was scared out of his mind right now. The pale fella couldn't speak, completely broken by the death of his peers. This was akin to an ant looking up and seeing the foot of a giant coming down. His rich experiences in the past didn't help him at all, leaving him short of soiling his pants. "You'll be a messenger," Li Qie told the survivor. What's the message?" His legs trembled, nearly dropping to the ground. P finally wet his trousers. "If Three Truths dares to show up again, death." Li Qie smiled. I'll definitely let them know." His teeth chattered. "Go." Li Qie waved. The survivor immediately fled with a speed faster than a frightened rabbit. He wished he had 8 legs right now to run even faster. Li Qie then returned to his place, leaving the crowd behind. The sect became quiet again, though the atmosphere was completely different. "Prepare for war." Ping Suoang on top of his peak gave this command. "They would still dare to come after that?" an elder asked. "Yes." Suoang narrowed his eyes. "They won't be able to swallow this anger. But if they don't come, we'll bring the fight to them. The grievances between the sect will end in our generation." One would be tricked by Suoang's appearance, thinking that he was a friendly old man. Divine Black immediately obeyed his command and entered a state of war. Chapter 3376. The sect began recalling the disciples venturing outside. This mobilization naturally attracted the attention of the sects and kingdoms nearby. They thought that something was going on and started to speculate. It didn't take long before something happened. Boom! A portal emerged right outside of Divine Black. It opened and exuded bright radiance along with majestic power. Rumble. One battalion came out after another from within the gate. Each member had plenty of vitality and true energy. They wore a 3-colored Taoist robe along with a protective mirror in front of their chest. This looked like the painting depicting the arrival of Taoist masters against evil forces. 3 Truths. The sentries of Divine Black saw this and immediately blew their warning whistles. The warnings rang across the entire sect from one group to another. "We're under attack. We're under attack." The disciples immediately went to their post. Boom! The power of a Tao Lord emerged all around the sect in the form of a grand formation. Barriers spread outward, looking like crystal walls. Screech! A bird flew out of Jade Bird Peak. It spread its wings and covered the entire peak before pouring down green particles filled with life force. Rah! Meanwhile, a white tiger appeared in Furious Tiger. Its ferocious aura resembled a tsunami, enough to make people tremble. A divine tree grew from the top of Thousand Demons Peak, turning the sect into an ocean of life. It could empower all the disciples and give them boundless vitality and strength. A great gate came out of 8 Zhang Peak, capable of sealing the world. This impregnable gate served as a shield. Nothing could ever get through regardless of its power. In the next moment, a sword light rushed out of South Conch Peak. Clank! It could tear chaos out of the fabric of realities, severing the darkness and heralding the yin and yang. The sect immediately entered their highest state of alert. These defensive lines prevented any enemy from getting through. This required a tremendous amount of resources because it was a grand formation of the Tao Lord level. Nonetheless, they didn't mind at all. This was a means reserved for a mighty foe, and 3 Truths qualified as one. They needed to prepare for the worst and went all out at the start. What's happening? Its neighbors noticed the commotion. Many sent out scouts and experts. 3 Truths opened a portal right outside Divine Black. The answer shocked many of them. Moreover, Divine Black had fully activated its defensive barriers as well. The sparks of war, these two sects will start fighting again. One expert mused. The truce between them was a big deal in the northern West King. This resulted in peace for the last few decades. Now, this mobilization from three truths naturally startled the other powers. However, a few were actually happy. Heavy losses would come from this. Maybe one of the two would start declining. This would be a heaven-sent opportunity for the smaller sections. Greater possibilities awaited them in that case. I hope it's not a long one. Others were worried. No eggs stay unbroken in an all-out confrontation. The older sects were worried because, in the worst-case scenario, both sects would utilize all of their resources. Their neighbors would also need to pick a side and be involved in this conflict. Otherwise, they would be the first to be destroyed. Unfortunately, since this happened without any warning, they weren't prepared at all. It's a large-scale invasion. Anxiety struck them as more experts poured out of the portal on one hand. On the other, the ones from Divine Black seemed ready to fight to the death. Even back during the previous conflicts, there were only minor skirmishes taken place across the years. Now, three truths seemed to be fully mobilizing right outside of Divine Black itself. Doing so had pros and cons. The first one was obvious: three truths could send their entire forces here. However, if they were to lose, Divine Black could instantly retaliate and take the fight to them. They couldn't destroy the portal to prevent this either because that would cut off their own retreat path. Losing meant being surrounded with nowhere to run. Why is Three Truths attacking Divine Black in full force now? This question popped up. Normally, the powers would start massing at the borders first while consolidating their defenses. They would also recruit their weaker neighbors and tributaries. Why? They didn't want to be backstabbed during the conflict. But today, Three Truths didn't get anyone else involved. This justifiably confused the crowd. Of course, Ping Suoang and the others knew exactly why they came alone. Three Truths wanted the ancestral peak for themselves. Successfully carrying this out meant that they alone would have access to the Immortal Emperor's treasury. From then on, it would have the chance to become the strongest sect in the northern West King. Rumble. More armies from Three Truths continued to arrive. It didn't take long before Divine Black was completely surrounded. Many inside Divine Black became anxious. They knew that a brutal battle was coming. Should we let the young master know? Someone asked Ping Suoang. No need for that, the young master already knows. Suoang gazed at the army and said. I mean, should we ask the young master on what to do? The person quietly said. Some in Divine Black relied on Wuxia because victory was assured with his help. He's a dragon from above, we can't predict what he'll do. He has his own plans. Suoang shook his head. Chapter 3377, The million-strong army of Three Truths has surrounded Divine Black. Of course, this was a little exaggerated, but virtually their strongest elites have gathered here. Most third-party cultivators found this surprising. Even those aware of the reason thought that it hasn't reached this level yet. Losing a protector and an elder was a big deal, but far from enough to cause a full-scale invasion. Judging by the current circumstances, it seemed that Three Truths wanted a fight to the death. This simply didn't make sense to the spectators. Their ongoing conflict in the past resulted in numerous skirmishes and heavy casualties. Both sides faced periods of deterioration. However, none really tried to destroy the other due to the innate risks. Thus, Three Truths' current forces were unprecedented. Boom! Three large figures finally came out of the portal. All three rode a strange beast. One had a gigantic elephant with legs as big as stone pillars. It could easily carry a mountain on its back. Instead, there was a pavilion there with an old Taoist meditating inside, looking quite transcending. Another was an old woman riding a hallowed bird. It wasn't as big as the elephant, but its long tail was covered in terrible flames, looking similar to the true fire of a phoenix. She had a cold expression and sharp eyes, a sword user evident by the glowing sword hanging on her back. It seemed prime for a massacre. The final was a beardless man with a white complexion. He rode a flood dragon around 80 meters tall with 2 sharp horns. They looked like 2 unsheathed sabers ready to strike. He had a treasure pagoda, an artifact that could devour many beings and demons. The latter couldn't help feeling afraid when staring at it. The 7 Tao child of 3 truths. The spectators became startled after seeing them. 3 are here now, they are really going all out. The experts from Divine Black murmured. Tao child was their old title from long ago. Most called them the 7 Tao elder of 3 truths now. They were the strongest cultivators in their sect, including the sect master. They were equivalent to the peak lords of Divine Black, but certainly stronger than Zhangyu. Is the strongest of the 7 here? One expert in the distance wondered. The 7th. Many have heard of the famous 7th elder of this group. Lu Yiling, a potential Grand Tao sacred physique cultivator. Many got chills thinking about it. The 7 Tao elders were naturally famous in this region. However, the most renowned wasn't 3 Truths sect master but rather, the 7th elder. He was the sect master's junior brother, a great genius, the youngest but also the strongest. Lu Yiling. Even a top master like Ping Suoang became serious, let alone the other peak lords. Leaving him aside, just these 3 are strong enough. One spectator commented while looking at the 3 Tao elders standing before the army. The man riding the elephant was the 3rd elder, the one with the flood dragon was the 4th, the old woman was 5th in line. Boom! Another figure came out of the portal. He left behind footprints in the sky as he walked. They remained there for a long time without dispersing. This old man's 3-colored robe fluttered to the wind, the same with his long beard. When he stroked it, a glint could be seen from the individual hair. He stood there looking like a divine mountain, uncrossable, and demanded respect. The leader of the 7 and the sect master of 3 truths. Many became astonished. This person was as famous as Ping Suoang in the Northern West King. This made the members of Divine Black even more nervous. More signs pointed to a relentless war. This won't end well. The spectating experts took a deep breath and talked among themselves. Brother Suoang, we demand an explanation. 3 Truths sect master spoke. His voice was as sharp as a blade. Each word carved into the air and made those from Divine Black very uncomfortable. It felt as if they were being carved. Long time no see, fellow Taoist. Ping Suoang floated above South Conch Peak and still had a friendly expression. May I ask the reason for this mobilization? The 2 had a stark contrast in appearance. Suoang looked like a friendly grandpa right now. Nonetheless, those in the know were aware that this external appearance was a lie. The real Suoang was ruthless and decisive when need be. You already know. Your sect killed our disciples, the chief protector, and Elder Fu, resulting in the deepest animosity. You have broken the pact and declared war on us. The sect master responded. Incorrect. Suoang replied, your men attacked first and destroyed our gate, trying to break into Jade Bird Peak. We were acting in self-defense. They can only blame themselves for being unskilled. Suoang didn't try to watch his words since he knew that it was a waste of time. The enemy had already mobilized to this level. This could only end with a battle. 3 Truths was trying to gain the moral high ground with an excuse for attacking Divine Black. Suoang simply wanted to correct the narrative to the public. The spectators exchanged glances. Many of them didn't know about the little details. In reality, the death of Lu Menglong's group wasn't made public yet the army of 3 Truths was already here. This meant that 3 Truths have prepared to mobilize long ago. They would have come even if that group had survived. Self-defense? The sect master's eyes pulsed with aggression. This is your answer? Your justification for breaking the pact? Tao brother, we both know what's going on, stop wasting time. Your army is already outside, what's the point of talking about the pact now? But if you actually care about peace, then withdraw your army first and we can have a real discussion. Suoang retorted. By this point, even a fool could tell that the bowstring has been drawn to the limit with the arrow readied. Stopping it from shooting out was impossible. Chapter 3378. The spectators from the distance nodded after listening to Ping Suoang, the same with the members of Divine Black. If three truths really wanted peace via the pact, they would have negotiated first instead of teleporting an entire army here. War was never taken lightly, unlike this rapid mobilization. Moreover, this scale of forces required time and preparation. This meant that three truths had already gathered their disciples a long time ago for the sake of destroying Divine Black. Some didn't find this surprising because these two have been mortal enemies. The peace in the last several decades couldn't change this. However, only a selected few knew that Three Truths was actually aiming for the hidden treasury. It had nothing to do with their ongoing feud. Suoang, we're reasonable people. Three Truths sect master said, we can withdraw, but you need to show sincerity for us to continue the pact. That's the least you can do after killing our members. This sudden change in attitude surprised many spectators. Some didn't understand why the sect master was suddenly willing to compromise after bringing so many troops here. What constitutes sincerity, fellow Daoist? Suoang wasn't caught off guard. An agreement must be reached first regarding the problem at hand. The only way is to pay blood for blood. Hand over Gong Qianyue and Li Chia, and, the sect master paused for a bit here. Blood for blood. The spectators exchanged glances. This was a common occurrence in the cultivation world. In such a transaction, the sects would need to weigh the pros and cons. For example, some would be willing to sacrifice their disciples for greater benefits. Others would refuse from doing so. Many have heard of Gong Qianyue, the genius of Divine Black. Li Chia, on the other hand, was unheard of. Thus, they thought that Li Chia was only secondary. The main goal of Three Truths should be Gong Qianyue, the future successor of Divine Black. This demand would cut off their amazing seed. Anything else? Suoang said flatly. Yes, you need to hand over your ancestral peak. Three Truths sect master added. Ridiculous, they're pushing it. The members of Divine Black became furious after hearing this and glared at him. Though none of them could make it up the ancestral peak, it still represented their legacy and ancestors. Handing it over meant selling their own legacy. No sect could accept this. The ancestral peak? The spectators thought that this was out of line too. No one wanted to hand over their sacred ground. Enough, fellow Daoist. No more negotiation. Suoang said, expecting this request since the beginning. Three Truths certainly had someone capable of hearing the mantra of the Emperor back then. Moreover, they were close enough to notice the beam shooting up the sky from the ancestral peak. This made them connect the dots, hence their desire to take over the peak. You misunderstood. We do not want to keep your ancestral peak for long, only for half a year to a year. The sect master said with sincerity, agree to this and we'll withdraw right away. Moreover, only a few of us will be there. We'll tread with nothing but respect. The spectators were confused because they didn't know about the portal up there. They wondered why Three Truths spent so much effort in order to gain access to that peak. The whole thing was bizarre. They then stared at Suoang, waiting to see a response from him. War would end with heavy casualties. One sect could even fully decline afterward. However, this request was rather insulting and impossible to accept. Leave, we will not accept this request. Suoang refused right away. Suoang, you must reconsider, war will cause no end of trouble. Three Truths sect master said. Your sect is confident in victory then? Suoang glared at him. Everyone knew that Divine Black was just as strong as Three Truths. Moreover, it had the locational advantage as well. The war could go either way. Let me ask you, Suoang. How many people in your sect are at the sacred level? Three Truths sect master sneered. Many from Divine Black took a deep breath after hearing this. The spectators from afar knew about these two sections. One of them said, Divine Black as Ping Suoang, Three Truths has their sect master and Lu Yiling. So Lu Yiling is here too. He's not staying back to guard their sect. They're really going all out then. Another shuddered. The side of Divine Black became nervous. It was 1 against 2. The problem was, Lu Yiling alone was stronger than Suoang. Suoang might be equal to Three Truths sect master, but when taking Lu Yiling into account, Three Truths had the upper hand. So if Yiling is here, that'll change everything. The outcome seems obvious. One expert changed his expression and whispered. This was a terrible realization. Another Grand Dao cultivator could suppress their sect. The truth is that there is still more room for negotiation. We'll take it another step further and forget about the previous conflict. We just need to borrow the peak for 1 year, how about it? An aged voice joined. An old man came out from behind Three Truths sect master. He wore a simple robe, looking young except for his white hair. Is that Lu Yiling? One spectator asked. No, Lu Yiling is the youngest among the 7 Taoists. A guy who has never seen Lu Yiling still knew that it wasn't him. Su Nan, why is he here? Someone from the previous generation recognized the old man and became startled. Su Nan. This name was unfamiliar to the young ones. Chapter 3379. However, those who knew this man became emotional. Heavenly Saber Master, Su Nan. An elder took a deep breath and murmured. Where is he from? A junior nearby quietly asked. A guest member of Yin Yang Gate. The elder stared at the old man and revealed. Yin Yang Gate. Many were shaken after hearing this sect's name. The guest part didn't matter as much. Anyone would have a serious expression while talking about Yin Yang Gate. They might not know about Su Nan, but this sect alone was enough to make them shudder. It was the strongest sect of the northern region, standing at the peak. There was a particular phrase, Northern Yin Yang, Southern Buddha. Yin Yang referred to Yin Yang Gate and Buddha referred to Buddha Holy Ground. Most believed that the Holy Ground was superior, but when just talking about the northern region, Yin Yang Gate was certainly the strongest. The two were separated by a massive wilderness, virtually uncrossable. That's why no one could touch Yin Yang's dominion. Suoang naturally recognized Su Nan. His expression darkened since he had a bad feeling about this. Su Nan wasn't an actual disciple from Yin Yang, nor was he an elder. Being a guest cultivator in Yin Yang was indicative of his power. Most importantly, his appearance here also mirrored Yin Yang's stance on the matter, more or less. Divine Black wasn't weak, but still not enough when compared to Yin Yang Gate. According to the rumors, the latter still had some heavenly sovereigns alive. Just one being of this level could destroy all of Divine Black. They were feared by all. Therefore, the paradigm had shifted and everyone waited to see Suoang's response. Elder Su, are you representing Yin Yang Gate or just yourself? Suoang said with a solemn expression. The other members of his sect became nervous. After all, no one could stay calm before a behemoth like Yin Yang Gate. Does it matter? Fellow Taoist, how long do you think you can guard this place? Maybe today, but what about tomorrow? This is nothing but a disaster for your sect. Su Nan cleared his throat and answered. He implied that he also knew about the secret of the treasury, hence his choice to back Three Truths. So what if Divine Black could stop this siege? Once their secret was out, the rest of the world would come running. Strong they might be, they still had no chance of stopping everyone. Suoang became tense since this was indeed his biggest fear. He has been worrying about this issue all along. Their ancestral peak was connected to a grand vein. This was enough to incite greed regardless of the existence of immortal Emperor Zhang's treasury. Suoang was now responsible for the survival of Divine Black. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this next choice of his might determine everything. Yin Yang Gate wants this territory? A spectator quietly wondered. It was still quite far from this region, separated by land masses consisting of numerous powers. In the case of expansion, Yin Yang still shouldn't start with Divine Black. Why was Su Nan here? The crowd started to speculate. Some became afraid because if this was the case, the neighbors nearby wouldn't be lucky either. Suoang, this is quite a predicament, but both sides should take a step back. Three Truths is willing to let go of the feud and only wants to see the ancestral peak. Su Nan spoke up during the silence. Be flexible and think about the future of Divine Black. Eventually, Suoang took a deep breath and said, I appreciate your goodwill, Elder Su. However, the ancestral peak is our sacred ground. No outsiders are allowed to get up there unless it is over my dead body. His voice remained calm, but the content was as powerful and unyielding as can be. We'll defend the ancestral peak with our lives. To death. He successfully rallied the members of Divine Black, causing them to shout. The spectators didn't say anything. This was a fine choice since most sects would also do the same. They would rather die in battle instead of letting their sacred grounds be defiled. I've tried. Su Nan shook his head. I apologize then. You've made the wrong choice. So you are conspiring with Three Truths? Suoang stared at him. That's a strong word. Su Nan shook his head. You might have heard of this story before, but Three Truths and I are connected by fate, the same with Yin Yang Gate. That's why I'll have to try my best here. Suoang's eyes turned cold. He had heard of this particular rumor before pertaining to Lu Yiling. It seemed to be the truth. What is he talking about? One curious spectator asked. I heard their genius, Lu Yiling, had visited and trained at Yin Yang Gate before. That's the connection. An elder from a sect nearby said. Many found this to be terrible news. It might not be good for the region if Three Truths had a connection with Yin Yang Gate. I'm afraid Divine Black will lose today, it might be erased. One expert guessed. This situation became plausible. There were 3 sacred level cultivators on Three Truths' side, enough to crush Divine Black. Don't blame us for being impolite because of your stubbornness. The sect master of Three Truths declared. We don't provoke anyone, but that doesn't mean we're easily bullied. It's not too late to withdraw or it'll be a fight to the bitter end. Suoang sternly said. He was ready to go all out because he still had one ace card up his sleeve, Li Chia. To the death. To the death. The Divine Black disciples' cries echoed across the area. Morale was at an all-time high. Fine, begin. Three Truths sect master shouted. Boom. 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 Large, heavy pieces of metal fell to the ground. It didn't take long before they were assembled into a strange altar with the aura of a Tao Lord. Thousands of experts from Three Truths climbed up the altar. Runic lines emerged and intertwined together, resulting in blinding radiance. Activate. These experts poured their energy into the altar. Chapter 3380. The altar suddenly rose, shifting into something resembling a jar at first before finalizing its form as a drill. The mountainous drill started spinning, resulting in continuous explosions that intensified alongside the rotation speed. The drill flutes were deep and wide with sharp edges. The tip itself could pierce through anything. It tilted upward, its back size pushed down on the ground. Hellbreaker drill. An expert from the last generation recognized this artifact and said, a sieging tool of Three Truths that hasn't been seen in a long time. Three Truths Tao Lord created it for his disciples to take down demonic fortresses. A high-level weapon artifact empowered by thousands of experts. Damn. Another shuddered. Three Truths Tao Lord's lifelong goal was to subdue evil and demons. However, some of these creatures hid deep in the valleys and mountains, easy to defend and impossible to siege. Therefore, he spent ample effort and thoughts to create this drill with a meticulous method. The user didn't need to be especially strong since it could activate via the power of the mass. It would be just as effective. This was a perfect weapon to attack another sect's stronghold during war. Go! The elders of Divine Black saw the drill ready to fly into the air and personally presided over the grand formation. The thousands of disciples in Divine Black also added their energy and vitality into their defensive scheme. Clank! 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 Numerous crystal barriers at the Tao Lord level materialized. Boom! The drill flew upward and thrust straight towards the first barrier, causing sparks to go everywhere. The entire sect quaked, the same with the sky. It could have easily devastated their territory without these activated barriers. The barriers were no joke. This powerful drill still couldn't break it, only leaving behind a shallow white mark. Rumble. It then started spinning right on the impact point, hell-bent on breaking this defense down. Full force. The elders of Divine Black shouted. The members no longer held back. They sent their chaos true energy and grand Tao power into the grand formation. The main formation became resplendent and more barriers materialized on top of being thicker than before. Divine Black's barriers aren't just for show. Many praised after seeing this. Divine Black was an ancient sect that had a Tao Lord before. Ordinary powers had no chance of taking it down, the same with this drill. Members of the Firebird branch, follow me. The fifth Taoist, the old woman, rode her bird towards Divine Black. A battalion split off from Three Truths' army and followed her. Their target was Jade Bird Peak. Firebird against the heaven. The old woman shouted. Her energy erupted as she unsheathed her sword. It immediately turned into a sharp claw. Firebird against the heaven. The members of the battalion immediately formed a firebird formation connecting with the old woman. It took the form of this bird and she was in charge. The firebird's wings blotted out the area as it screeched and unleashed its sharp claws down below. It seemed eager to break an opening via Jade Bird Peak. Activate the formation. Zhang Yu was undeterred. The members of Jade Bird immediately activated their own formation. A Jade Bird emerged, green from top to bottom. It was empowered by the overarching formation of Divine Black as well. The two gigantic birds started fighting above, each was as fierce as the other. Gales emanated from their movements, the clouds dispersed. Their claws left deep marks on the ground. Elephant branch, with me. The third Taoist riding an elephant commanded. His elephant took one step forward and created intertwining runes, eventually forming an elephant formation. The equivalent battalion fused into this formation and a gigantic elephant emerged. This thing was taller than any peak in Divine Black, seemingly capable of swallowing the stars. Its long nose could coil around 1,000 mountains. Boom! The elephant stomped on the first crystal barrier, causing the entire sect to quake. This looked quite effective. Boom! 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 It then swung its nose repeatedly down on the barrier. Light started scattering from the barrier surface. Rah! A tiger roar could be heard. The chief elder on top of Furious Tiger shouted, "Enough!" He led the disciples there to use their power in order to empower another formation. The tiger roar had an insane power. A white tiger eventually emerged on top of the peak. It jumped down and its heavy tail crushed the land. It became the elephant's opponent. Though Iron Whip Demon King was dead, the chief elder took over and the power of this peak didn't weaken. The two fierce creatures fought outside the sect and destroyed the landscape to the spectators' horror. These creatures could easily crush them into mincemeat. Humph. The man riding the flood dragon joined the fray. "Men, follow me. We shall refine our enemies." He utilized his pagoda and activated the formation within. Go! Another battalion entered the formation. The pagoda immediately became gigantic, large enough to put all of Divine Black inside. Poof! It sent out an endless wave of flames, capable of scorching all demons. Demon Incinerator. The man shouted and used the formation to its full potential with the help of his fellow sect members. A figure emerged within the flame, looking like a celestial descending to the mortal world for the sake of killing evil. The flame naturally aimed straight for Divine Black with unstoppable momentum. Bring it. Mountain Bearer King laughed and instructed his disciples to start activating their part of the formation. Clank. A great shield flew out with a bronze shimmer. A force capable of flattening everything erupted. This shield was capable of both defense and offense, an omnipotent formation. Chapter 3381, Rumble. The army of three truths finally marched against Divine Black under the leadership of the three Taoists, aiming to take down the three main peaks of Divine Black. On the other side were Zhang Yu, Mountain Bearer King, and the chief elder leading their disciples. Morale was at an all-time high, their men were ready to fight to the death. In the sky were two birds wrestling in the air, dashing upward then smashing into the ground. The stars trembled from their fight. An elephant and a white tiger fought fiercely below. They crushed mountains and rivers just from their movements. Peaks broke down like dried branches. Meanwhile, the great shield of 8 Zhang encompassed thousands of miles. It stopped the suppressive pagoda from above. Though the latter was empowered by the army of three truths, it was still stopped by the shield. One could hear the explosions from 100,000 miles away. Just the sound waves were unbearable, almost like the end of the world. From another point, the Hellbreaker drill was still trying to take down the crystal barrier. It seemed to be a stalemate. The spectators were in awe. A war between two big sects was truly shocking. Divine Black is so strong. One of them praised. Everyone could see that it hasn't gone all out yet, still managed to keep the army at bay. Remember, Three Truths still has 3 sacred level cultivators. They haven't begun. Most were still bullish on Three Truths. The ones nearby became anxious right away. Divine Black had an easy time right now, but there were still Three Truths Sect Master and Su Nan in waiting. They only had 1 sacred level cultivator, Ping Suoeng. He definitely couldn't take on 2 powerful foes at once. Moreover, Lu Yiling remained a threat. Suoeng's defeat was inevitable. By that point, nothing would be able to save Divine Black. How is Ping Suoeng going to win? It's over if he can't come up with anything. A spectating elder said. While the battles raged in several locations, Suoeng and Three Truths Sect Master were locked in a stare-down. It looked as if they were just gazing at each other. However, the first exchange has already been made. A keen observer would spot a fluttering leaf being crushed by a terrible sword energy. These two were fighting with their battle intent, an invisible contest. Eventually, they both took a step forward. Suoeng disappeared from South Conch Peak and the sect master got away from his army. The two were now standing face to face. It's happening, a battle between 2 sacred cultivators. The spectators shouted. The sacred level was everyone's aspiration. It was rare to see a fight of this level, so they wanted to enjoy it to the fullest. Plus, they might benefit from it too. Long time no see, Suoeng. Your South Conch sword art is truly peerless. Our previous fight taught me plenty. Three Truths Sect Master humbly said. You're too kind. Your skills have reached perfect mastery, the apogee, even. Enough to make others sigh with admiration. Suoeng said. This wouldn't be their first fight, so they were familiar with each other, old friends on the battlefield. They understood each other more than most and sounded like friends instead of mortal enemies. After you, Suoeng. Three Truths Sect Master politely suggested. Excuse me then. Suoeng said. His eyes immediately flashed brightly. A sword flash exuded from his body. Clank. This was akin to him being infused with 1,000,000 divine swords. Some started spreading behind him like the tail of a peacock. Swords suddenly became the ruler of this world, terrifying everyone with murderous sword intents. Others couldn't help trembling as a result. He looked different in the blink of an eye, no longer a friendly old man but the Lord of Swords with authority over life. That's the real Ping Suoeng. Some spectating sect masters murmured. A few were fooled by his appearance when they first met. How could the master of a sect actually be friendly and amicable in this tough world? Three Truths sect master's weapon of choice was a Rui scepter. Buzz. It released a jade radiance, enough to drown out the area. Green rays started filling the area. They could immediately turn someone into a sieve. Clank. The divine swords behind Suoeng gathered together and formed a sword Dao. With this, he unsheathed his sword and released its power. A Dao Lord sword. The spectators could tell right away. Meanwhile, his opponent's scepter also hymned. The rays condensed together and formed 3 lotus flowers right above him. They could shoulder heaven itself and affect the reincarnation cycles. It had a similar aura as the sword, meaning that it was also a Dao Lord weapon. A weapon contest. A spectator said. Both sect masters were evenly matched with their weapons. I'll overestimate myself and test myself against your sword art again today. Three Truths sect master declared. Let's see your Rui Trinity. Suoeng responded as he channeled energy into his sword. Its Grand Dao and Dao Lord affinity exploded. Chapter 3382, Clank. Suoeng raised his sword and the entire world seemed to be contained in its tip. Everyone felt their own lives being decided by the incoming slash. It wasn't a pretty technique, but this didn't diminish its effectiveness and potential for destruction. One slash, total destruction. This was the feeling everyone got from Suoeng's hand movement. South Conch sword art. They thought that this was a master performing a work of art. The profundity of the sword Dao was in full display here from his meticulous touch. His sword art was known to be the best in the Northern West King, but few had the privilege to see it in person until now. It didn't let them down in the slightest. On the other hand, Three Truths sect master wasn't surprised to see this impeccable swordplay. He leaped to the sky while letting out a roar. The 3 lotuses followed right behind him. Boom! They rotated positions and created chaos in the Grand Dao along with the yin and yang. This created a pair of yin-yang fish, looking magnificent and profound. As people stared at the fish, they suddenly became dizzy as if the world around them was spinning uncontrollably. Boom! The fish swept through an area of 3,000 miles and created a frightening black hole. This made the spectator take a deep breath. Yin and yang were usually in harmony, but these fish created a frightening power as they struck the sword technique. The fiery sparks were immensely destructive. This wasn't the end of this chain. Three Truths sect master crossed through the realms and instantly appeared before Suoeng, swinging his scepter downward. This particular weapon would be ineffective when used by someone else. However, this wasn't the case here. Crack. Space cracked like an egg. The cracks emanated toward Suoeng. He would fall victim to the spatial cracks and shatter into pieces. Suoeng pulled his sword back for defensive purposes with a speed surpassing the temporal limit, successfully stopping the fatal blow. Boom! The Grand Dao seemed to be crumbling. Everyone felt a painful blow on their chest as if it had just been penetrated. Some couldn't help but scream. The two exchanged another blow, just as devastating as the previous. Both of them staggered several steps backward, feeling their energy churning inside their chest. Everyone could see that they were evenly matched. No one had the upper hand. They have fought numerous times in the past, so they knew each other quite well. It would take a while for the outcome to be clear. Return. The sect master leaped backward after the failed attack, the lotus flowers with him. Suoeng immediately went on the offensive with a vertical slash, unleashing a sky-incinerating flame. His targets were the 3 lotus flowers. Rumble. The battle between the two escalated. The sun and moon became dimmed as a result, everything else was overshadowed. They virtually stole everyone's attention. Of course, this was also the most dangerous one. Just one remnant shockwave had plenty of destructive potentials. Moreover, it might determine the fate of their sect. Similar Tao Lord weapons, high heaven merit laws, equal cultivation. So evenly matched. It's hard to find an opponent like this. A neutral elder commented. Because of this, they got to go all out and showed everything they have learned through the Tao. Seems like it's my turn. Su Nan, who has been observing, smiled and walked towards the ancestral peak, aware of the other side. Who will be able to stop him? One spectator wondered. Who can stop him when he's at the sacred level? Another elder added. The crowd thought that this person should definitely be able to break the barriers of Divine Black. With that, Divine Black would lose its advantage. Zhang Yu's group would lose without the help of their grand formation. Stop, fellow Taoist. One person blocked his path. He had countless hands just like Guanyin, the Bodhisattva of compassion. The Bodhi King. Many experts recognized him. He was one of the oldest members in Divine Black and has been in charge of Thousand Demons Peak for a long time. Thousand Hands Bodhi King, I'm afraid you can't stop me. The Saber Master's eyes narrowed. Have to try and see. The Bodhi King's majestic life force bloomed. The area around him became an endless forest. A green radiance soared to the sky and exuded bright particles around the sect. Buzz. A chaos expanse came next with a grand Tao slowly flying outward. It gave birth to a divine tree. Tao laws poured down from this creation and the Bodhi King exuded the aura of a sacred cultivator. Grand Tao's sacred physique. Not to mention the outsiders, even the members of Divine Black found this astonishing. The Bodhi King has reached the sacred level. One member cried out. Since when? He should be in the myriad form realm. An expert who knew the king murmured. He hid it too well. Others praised him after realizing his true power. Yes. We can do this. The disciples of Divine Black cheered. This revelation greatly boosted the sect's morale. All along, they thought that they only had one person at the sacred level, Ping Suoang. The Bodhi King managed to surprise them. Seems like I was careless. This is surprising indeed. Su Nan regained his wits and nodded while looking at the king. Chapter 3383. Those from Divine Black naturally loved this news. Only Ping Suoang remained calm as if this was within his expectation. Su Nan stared at the chaos true energy oozing from the Bodhi King and said, Not bad, but unfortunately, your physique hasn't stabilized. You're not my match and won't be able to stop me. The Bodhi King had only reached this realm recently and couldn't compare to Su Nan, who made it this far for more than 1,000 years. I appreciate the reminder. The Bodhi King smiled. Buzz. Demonic energy rushed out of Thousands Demon Peak like the gathering of great demons. The formations there caused the divine tree to grow even bigger with branches filled with leaves extending. It exuded a green radiance that engulfed the Bodhi King. It seemed as if there were numerous tentacles around him that began sucking in this demonic power. His own aura erupted after being blessed by the demonic force. It materialized into a terrible storm, dozens of times stronger. His body naturally grew as well. His sacred physique immediately became as tough as a fortress and brimming with endless power. He had gathered the forces of Thousand Demons Peak into his body. By relying on this grand formation, he stabilized his cultivation realm and made it stronger. This perfect connection couldn't be duplicated by many. The Bodhi King could do so because he has been in Thousand Demons Peak for so long. The spectators realized that they have still underestimated him. He was definitely far stronger than the other peak lords with the exception of Ping Suoang. An old demon indeed with deep roots, definitely the second strongest in Divine Black. Everyone started admiring him. How about now, Elder Su? The Bodhi King's head was up in the firmament. His 1,000 hands moved back and forth, seemingly capable of upholding the cosmos. It's a worthy battle now. Su Nan leaped into the air, his robe fluttered to the wind. Clank. He unsheathed his saber, allowing its light to illuminate the 4 directions. Its radiance had a white celestial glow. Perhaps it was made from the stars. Because of this affinity, each cut could reach into space and use its power. This is the saber of a heavenly sovereign, can you handle it? The saber master raised his weapon. It started hymning and shot out saber rays everywhere, a manifestation of the saber intent. He looked invincible with this weapon in his grasp. Clank. 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 The Bodhi King summoned his weapons. Each of his hands wielded a different type. Each of them had a strange visual phenomenon. Upon closer inspection, it felt as if these treasures could combine into one. Therefore, it became difficult for spectators to see their actual shape and type. I heard this weapon was left behind by the Patriarch of Divine Black. One spectator whispered. Though it seemed like he was holding countless weapons, it was just one magical artifact. Cosmic Mover. Su Nan didn't hold back since his opponent had a similar level weapon. He jumped up and performed a vertical slash, releasing a cosmic wave. The slash turned everything in its path into space and stars. It started gathering power and increased in size. Nothing could escape it. Activate. The Bodhi King sent out a demonic energy with the force of an unstoppable tsunami. Boom! A cassia tree of unimaginable size drilled out of the ground. Each leaf could contain a star. Everything else seemed tiny compared to this tree. Immortal cassia, the ultimate technique of Divine Black, 9 primeval laws. An expert recognized this move. The Bodhi King spent many years learning this particular technique. Clank. The branches turned into divine swords that combined together into one. It became a contest between the sword and saber. The resulting explosion blinded the crowd. Again. Su Nan didn't give up and unleashed another cosmic slash, ready to destroy the world. The Bodhi King showed no fear and released an ocean of swords for a direct confrontation. Rumble. Sparks came out like fireworks in the sky. This became another destructive yet even contest. This is the true power of Divine Black. 3 Truths is going all out with their army, 4 of the 7 Taoists are here too on top of another sacred level cultivator. They still can't take Divine Black down. One spectator commented. No, Divine Black has the advantage right now. A clan elder who has been carefully observing the various battles asserted. A while later in another area, the elephant began to lose grounds against the relentless white tiger and needed to retreat. In a different location, the pagoda couldn't keep up its onslaught after depleting energy. The gigantic shield from 8 Zhang repelled it. They have the home advantage. Many spectators nodded, agreeing with the clan elder's assessment. Losing this battle will put 3 Truths in a terrible position. An expert said. Not necessary, it's not over yet. One high elder remained neutral and shook his head. Looks like we need to end this fast. Suddenly, a shout could be heard by everyone. A sword arrived from the horizon, stealing everyone's attention. It suddenly split into 2 swords and continued forward with meteoric speed. Watch it. Both Mountain Bearer King and the Chief Elder of Divine Black became startled. Boom! Boom! One sword struck the white tiger while the other the great shield. Blood splashed out of the tiger so it faltered backward. As for the shield, blood began pouring out of the penetrated hole. People from 8 Zhang and Furious Tiger were clearly injured after this exchange. Clank. Another invincible slash interrupted the fight between Ping Suoang and 3 Truths Sect Master. Boom. It nullified their current move without any trouble. Both combatants were pushed backward. Just 2 sword techniques completely changed the tides of the battle. So strong. Who is it? The crowd gasped in response. They looked around and saw a middle-aged man floating in the air. Chapter 3384. Maybe calling him middle-aged was an exaggeration. He still looked relatively young and in high spirits with 3 swords tied to his back. A certain sword energy resided in the middle of his brows. It seemed as if he was the sword and the sword was him. The 3 swords on his back had become a part of his body. Most would think that he was born with a deep understanding of the sword, capable of holding one in the cradle. Lu Yiling, the genius of 3 truths. An older expert shouted at this sight. Many turned pale and some even staggered backward upon hearing this name. It was quite notorious in this region. 3 truths had 7 main Taoists with the sect master as their leader. Lu Yiling was the youngest but also the strongest in the present day. He and the sect master had the same master. This master only took Lu Yiling in as a disciple near the end of his life. Because of this, 3 Truths sect master served as both a senior brother and a teacher to Yiling. The latter owed his cultivation to the sect master. His talents could be considered the top within the last 10,000 years in 3 Truths. He became more powerful under the guidance of the sect master and became one of the 7 Taoists in no time at all. Others immediately thought of another genius, Su Su. Lu Yiling was only a bit older. Unfortunately, their fate was different. Su Su died during the war while Yiling became one of the leaders of 3 Truths. If Su Su had enough time, maybe he would be just as strong as Yiling right now. That's Lu Yiling. Others stared at him with admiration. His appearance caused a stir in the crowd, especially those in divine black. Even Ping Suoang had a serious expression. The situation became quite problematic with another powerful foe joining the mix. This looks bad for divine black. Numerous spectators thought so because Yiling earlier managed to stop both combatants. No one in divine black should be able to stop him, so it didn't bode well for them. Defeat seemed inevitable. Sect Master Suoang, I couldn't handle a slash of you and my senior brother helped me back then. Today, I'll fight in my senior brother's stead. Lu Yiling looked eager to fight without being arrogant. Suoang took his foe very seriously. In the past, Yiling nearly lost to a single slash and was saved by his senior brother. He was no longer the same today. His sword technique has reached a level above Suoang. You have grown indeed, fellow Taoist Lu, while we have grown older. Suoang replied. You should know that your sect has lost now that I'm here. Yiling said, if you care about your sect, surrender and hand the peak over or there will be nothing but ashes left. Yiling spoke with utmost confidence. The content was overbearing yet it was the truth. His tone was rather civil as well. Anyone else would have been viewed as arrogant when saying the same thing. Many in divine black weren't willing to accept this, but none stepped up. Yiling was just too strong, even stronger than their sect master. Suoang didn't respond. Everyone stared at him with bated breath, waiting for his decision. There's no saving divine black, no other options. One spectator commented. Yiling was unbeatable in this battle. Both Ping Suoang and the Bodhi King couldn't take him down. That's why defeat was imminent. Thus, making the wrong decision meant sect destruction. Divine black would be erased from the Northern West King. I appreciate your consideration. Suoang took a deep breath and said, but as long as I am around, divine black will still be around. I'm ready to fight to the death. I see, you're still the same, so unyielding. Alas, you will find futility in your approach. Nothing can save divine black. Maybe not in my hands, but someone else will eventually do so. You must know this. Yiling loudly responded. He wasn't making fun of Suoang and divine black. The two of them knew the current precarious situation due to the ancestral peak. I'm aware, but I'm not changing my stance. You'll have to walk over my dead body to get to the peak. Suoang still wanted to bet on Wuxia. So be it. As you wish then. Senior brother, please back off, I will fight Sect Master Suoang. Yiling declared. I'll make way for the more capable. Three Truths Sect Master smiled and shook his head with regrets. It's a shame, Suoang, our lifelong rivalry will not have a conclusion after missing the opportunity today. He wasn't trying to make fun of Suoang either, being as sincere as can be. Suoang's defeat and death seemed certain, so they would lose their chance. This was regrettable indeed for the sect master. Alas, time didn't wait for anyone. He could be patient in the past but not right now. A shame indeed. Suoang nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, the members of Divine Black naturally didn't like the solemn tone of this conversation. It sounded like one's last words, definitely ominous for the sect. Yiling moved up higher and stood face to face with Ping Suoang. Hurry up, capture Divine Black. Meanwhile, Three Truths Sect Master gave the command. He then raised his scepter and created mountains with smoke and fog hovering around them. He swung his scepter downward and commanded the mountains to fly straight into Divine Black's crystal barrier. Boom! The entire sect quaked again, on the verge of being pushed into the ground. Crack! The move finally left a crack on the barrier, something that the drill earlier couldn't do. With this, the drill repositioned itself and focused on this weak spot, resulting in even more cracks. Again. He created more mountains and sent them down. Boom! The first crystal barrier exploded and the drill moved on to the next. Shit! The elders and disciples in charge of the Grand Formation became alarmed. Their formation would definitely break if this trend continued. Chapter 3385. The contest between the defending disciples and the drill intensified. The former roared and channeled their vitality and chaos true energy into the Grand Formation. The barriers could stop the drill but not the attacks from Three Truths Sect Master. Break! This sect master mercilessly sent down mountains, successfully cracking the barriers. Don't let up! The elders in charge roared, no longer holding back their affinities in order to fix the barriers. The repair was swift but the sect master was even faster. He performed several more attacks and destroyed another section of the barriers. This looks grim. The spectators shook their head, aware of the incoming doom. When this barrier broke down, the army would be able to invade Divine Black, leaving nothing in their path. Ping Suoang himself became alarmed and glanced back. Fellow Daoist, I'm your opponent. Don't be distracted now or you'll die to my sword. Lu Yiling smiled. This wasn't self-serving praise, only the truth. He was considerably stronger than Suoang. Suoang understood this as well. He took a deep breath and calmed his Dao heart, throwing away all external matters. He needed to face this foe first. Let's begin, let me see your supreme sword art. Suoang released his sword Dao, resulting in a clank. This Dao encompassed the entire sect. Good. Yiling's eyes lit up while watching this sword Dao. He couldn't wait any longer to test his might against a worthy foe. Everyone says that your South Conk sword art is the greatest of this generation. It is my pleasure to test it today. He unsheathed a long sword but not any of the three on his back. This one was hanging by the waist. It looked quite clear as if it was made from part of the sky. Nonetheless, it still had a murderous intent, especially against demons and evil creatures. Its aura seemed to be built on the souls of its victims. This was another Dao Lord weapon. Show me your Three Truths sword art. Suoang spoke and immediately made his move that encompassed both offense and defense, simple yet complex. It's starting. The spectators became excited. South Conk versus Three Truths sword art, this is as good as it gets, the apex of the sword Dao. We only see a battle like this once every 10,000 years if we're lucky. An elder became emotional. Now. Yiling didn't waste time and roared. His sword also roared with him and released a true dragon slash with 3 different colors. Boom! This sword energy immediately crushed the airspace above in a dominating manner as it soared toward Suoang. Die. Suoang didn't relent and dragged his sword from the bottom up, creating a mountain of swords in order to seal the area, stopping all onslaught. Rumble. This still wasn't enough to stop Yiling. The three-color dragon destroyed the sword mountain. In this split second, the energy channeled back into Yiling's sword as he struck Suoang's blade, sending the guy flying through the air. Suoang's internal energy churned, causing him to spit out several mouthfuls of blood. Once he stabilized, he still trembled with a pale complexion. Yiling was clearly stronger. The two of them performed their strongest technique, but Suoang became seriously injured right away. It's done, Suoang can't do this. The spectators found this astonishing. Yes, Divine Black can't get out of this disaster. A high elder murmured while looking at the pale Suoang. Lu Yiling is so strong, worthy of being a renowned genius. Another praised. Yiling was far younger than Suoang and Three Truths' sect master. Alas, he had more than caught up to the two of them. This was worthy of admiration and awe. Activate the formation. Suoang shouted, not bothering to look at his wounds. Boom! Sword energies from South Conch Peak engulfed the area in the form of a beam. A majestic sword image emerged. Its energy swept through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. South Conch Sword Formation. The disciples of South Conch empowered this mighty formation. The sword image immediately fused with Suoang. He became resplendent with sharp rays. His energy erupted along with his sword intent. All the swords in the world seemed to be heeding his summon. Clank. He disappeared from sight, replaced by a gigantic divine sword with an ancient aura. Now! He commanded. The sword unleashed a slash straight for Yiling. It crossed through 10,000 miles and severed the karmic ties, space, and time. The spectators couldn't believe its power. What a move! One astonished crowd member shouted. Come! Yiling was happy to see a powerful sword technique. His three-colored energy erupted as well. Three Truths Sword Dao. He actually had 3 separate sword Dao, situated to his left, center, and right. They fused together and also formed a great sword. Clank. It immediately retaliated against the incoming slash. This one focused on weight, seemingly possessing the immensity of 3,000 worlds. This granted the slash an all-crushing force. Bam! The gigantic sword Dao struck the heavy sword Dao. The victor wasn't clear. Terrible sword energies swept outward, destroying the fabrics of reality. Brother Suoang, your sect is doomed if this is all you got. Yiling laughed as he began using the power of the 3 swords behind him. They were still in their sheath, but their energy exuded regality and supremacy. It was as if a Dao Lord was here in person, a true master of the sword. Chapter 3386, Clank. The glint of the sword illuminated the ages and all within. They're actually patrimony weapons. The crowd became aghast since they could sense the terrible sword energy. These swords were created by Three Truths Dao Lord as one set, comparable to the patrimony sword of South Conch Dao Lord. While still sheathed, the auras from the 3 terrorized the area, seemingly unbeatable. So many experts were in awe because it felt as if a Dao Lord was here in person. The weaker cultivators got down on the ground. Some felt the urge to prostrate. Go! Lu Yiling roared and the energies from the 3 swords immediately entered his heavy one. Boom! He seemed to be blessed by a Dao Lord and his patrimony sword. The evenly matched contest between the 2 gigantic swords ceased instantly. The heavy sword of Yiling immediately sent its opponent flying. This was the same for Suoang. He spat out a stream of blood looking like a miniature red rainbow. No! The members of Divine Black bellowed. Their sect would be finished with Suoang's defeat. Tree, aid me. The Bodhi King who was fighting against the Saber Master immediately left his battlefield. He crossed through the sky and called for help. The immortal Kasha instantly appeared behind Suoang along with the Bodhi King. His 1,000 hands borrowed the momentum of the land. The power of 1,000 demons peaks formation poured into Suoang's body. Suoang's internal chaotic flows stabilized with the Bodhi King's help. Next, his chaos true energy surged like a tornado. Clank. His sword rays became as bright as 10 rising suns. His gigantic sword gained tailwind and became larger, piercing upward to join the stars. Now. Suoang roared and made his move. The sword above erupted with power and cut downward, destroying the celestials and the myriad Tao in the process. So strong, that's enough to flatten an entire sect. Many experts exclaimed. Well done. Lu Yiling was actually ecstatic to see such an amazing slash and met it with his heavy sword. Clank. He directly confronted it while exerting the power of a Tao Lord to its limit. Everyone had an illusion that a Tao Lord was actually the one swinging, enough to destroy all evils. This is the power of a patrimony weapon. I can't fathom how terrible it will be after they leave their sheath. A clan elder praised. This woke up the crowd. True, Lu Yiling was only borrowing a portion of the sword's power. This wasn't its limit at all. I wonder if he can actually control them and for how long. A spectator became curious. A patrimony weapon was equivalent to a full-force blow from a Tao Lord. Thus, they truly wanted to see it in action. Boom! The two swords collided once more. The world turned dark as a result before being blinded by bright sparks. They came down like 1,000 meteors and horrified the spectators. Rumble. Explosions detonated continuously. The two swords once again became evenly matched after the power boosts. This might be okay for Divine Black? One spectator said after witnessing the exchange. They're unlucky facing a genius like Lu Yiling. Without him, I think 3 truths would fail for sure. Another expert said softly. Many nodded in agreement. Lu Yiling had left a deep impression on them. He was indeed a great genius. It was only a matter of time for him to become a heavenly sovereign. I shouldn't be taking a break right now. Heavenly Saber Master smiled after losing his opponent. He didn't give chase and moved towards Divine Black instead. Over there. Some spectators noticed this. The Bodhi King and Suoang couldn't do anything in response. They were preoccupied with Lu Yiling. Meanwhile, 3 Truths Sect Master and the Drill were still attacking Divine Black. Many layers of crystal barriers have collapsed. Though the members of Divine Black did everything in order to repair the barriers, the recovery speed was slower than the destruction. Thus, it was only a matter of time before failure. Let me lend you a hand. The Saber Master unleashed a tsunami of slashes towards the crystal barriers. Boom! Boom! Little pieces scattered as more barriers crumbled. The Sect Master and the Drill have already done a great job. Now, with the help of another sacred cultivator, the barriers collapsed like dried branches. The power of 2 sacred cultivators together was enormous. Boom! The repair effort became useless at this point. The final layer exploded, signaling the end of the grand formation. The Drill instantly made it in and crushed numerous buildings. Ah! Seeing the monstrous artifact scared the hell out of the disciples. They fled back to the main peaks since they couldn't stop it with their power. Rumble. The Saber Master and 3 Truths Sect Master moved towards the ancestral peak with no one daring to stand in their way. The remaining defensive lines couldn't stop 2 sacred cultivators. Meanwhile, on the other side, the White Tiger, the Shield, and the Jade Bird were all pushed back by their respective foe. They lost considerable power after the fall of the Grand Formation. Divine Black was being forced back while the army of 3 Truths took advantage of this and entered the gate. This is the end. The spectators said while shaking their head. Divine Black won't exist past today. One of them sighed and lamented. The Bodhi King and Suoang were barely keeping up with Lu Yiling. There was nothing they could do to help. Retreat. Mountain Bearer King and Zhang Yu gave the command to retreat because the enemies had all the momentum. They needed to regroup below the ancestral peak. Today is the end of Divine Black. Three Truths Sect Master declared. Destroy them. The army shouted before rushing towards the ancestral peak. Chapter 3387. By this point, the disciples of Divine Black have gathered beneath their ancestral peak. They were nervous because they were about to face two sacred cultivators on top of their army. Slay them all. The great army invaded the sect. They were extremely excited because this was their best opportunity to destroy Divine Black, the best chance for them to become renowned, the way to accomplish their sect's destined goal. Rumble. The drill opened the way, flattening both rivers and mountains. The side of Divine Black was furious. Unfortunately, powerless as well. Clank. Suddenly, the ringing of a bell could be heard during this perilous moment. It caused the stars to shift and a roar emanated like the waves. It sent the army flying akin to a primordial flood. They were pushed to the sky, screaming and vomiting blood. It didn't stop there. Another ring came along with a golden dragon soaring to the sky. Rah! Its roar ruptured the enemy's eardrums. It easily smashed the leading drill into thousands of pieces. The disciples controlling it inside were sent flying, grievously injured. Bells emerged above and melodies started playing. The ones from Divine Black were too familiar with them. These were the bells used during the important examinations. What's going on? They didn't expect this shocking development at all. The spirit of their patriarch is helping them? The spectating experts felt the same confusion with their eyes wide open. How boring, I have to do this myself against my merciful nature. A lazy voice sounded. Everyone noticed a youth laying on a carriage. The young master. He'll save us. The disciples of Divine Black were jubilated. The golden dragon taking care of the army completely astounded the spectators. Their jaw dropped to the ground. Who is he? They didn't recognize Li Chia. Since when did Divine Black have such a monstrous cultivator? Ping Suowang and the Bodhi King finally heaved a sigh of relief, especially the former. He thought that he had won the gamble. Making the wrong choice would have turned him into an eternal sinner for Divine Black. Taking so long against these foes? Nonsense. Li Chia stretched before giving the command, go. Ra. The golden dragon leaped to the sky and unleashed another attack. Boom. The area outside of Divine Black was decimated. The fight between Lu Yiling and the other two had to stop since they were all sent flying. Ping Suowang and the Bodhi King exchanged glances then returned to the sect. Okay, go take a break. Leave it to me. Li Chia waved his sleeve. Thank you, young master. The two bowed before retreating to the ancestral peak. Young master. The spectators' confusion grew after hearing the greeting. One was the sect master while the other was a peak lord. They had prestigious positions and status, definitely the highest in Divine Black. However, they referred to this youth as young master. Others didn't have a clue about Li Chia and his background. Who are you? Three Truths sect master glared at Li Chia. He knew Divine Black better than most. It didn't have someone so strong and so young. You haven't received my message? Li Chia smiled. You're Li Chia. The sect master stared at Li Chia with astonishment. Yes, he had received the messages from the survivors, but he didn't expect a third-generation disciple to be so capable. He assumed that the death of Lu Menglong and Elder Fu had something to do with Ping Suowang. According to the details, Suowang's sword Dao should have been involved. This third-generation disciple was used as a decoy. This no longer seemed the case. The guy named Li Chia was truly the culprit. But then, how could a bronze tendon cultivator be so strong? The spectators stared at each other. They have never heard of his name before. Seems like you didn't understand what I said, that I'll massacre your sect members if I see any. Looks like I have to carry out my promise. Li Qie added. How arrogant. The Taoist on the elephant shouted, you alone think you can massacre our sect? I'll see what your crappy elephant formation is not worth mentioning. The three of you and your formations should come together to save time. Li Qie interrupted, not bothering to look at them. The three Taoists became livid, their face turning white. The other disciples who were part of the formations felt the same way. Fine, we'll cut you to pieces then. The third-ranked Taoist bellowed. Come, come. Li Qie waved his hand as if he was chasing away a fly. His attitude was infuriating to his enemies. Fires of anger appeared in their eyes. Isn't this too much? Even the spectators thought so. Remember, 3 truths still had an army and 3 sacred cultivators. Lu Yiling seemed unstoppable right now. A third-generation disciple said that he could massacre them? How ridiculous. Kill him. The third Taoist commanded. The pagoda, great bird, and elephant all attacked Li Qie at the same time. Screech. The bird used its sharp beak, aiming straight for his head. Boom. The elephant raised its front hooves, ready to make mincemeat out of him. Space cracked from its power. Poof. The pagoda released an endless amount of flames, more than enough to turn Li Qie to ashes. Any one of these attacks should be able to send Li Qie down to the Yellow River. However, he didn't bat an eye and simply raised his hand, scram. Rah! The golden dragon moved again, this time with a tail sweep. Boom! 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 It wasn't a fair contest. The tail destroyed everything in its path along with the 3 formations. The Taoists and thousands of disciples got blown away. The dragon's tail aimed for them again, ready to deliver the finishing blow. Enough. 3 Truths sect master became startled and joined the fray. Chapter 3388, Clank. 3 Truths sect master took out his sword again, primed to sever the sun and moon in a single slash. This naturally horrified everyone near. Rah! The golden dragon's roar crushed the myriad Tao around it. It swung its claw and sent out a suppressive force equivalent to a divine vein. This golden divine vein spanned 10 million miles, enough to take down the firmaments along with the gods and devils. It instantly crushed the sect master's slash. His sword slash crumbled, inch by inch. Boom! Next, it made contact with his sword, knocking it out of his hand. The claw continued to attack, pushing the sect master down into the ground. Crack! A large pit was formed with cracks emanating from it. Blood oozed out from the center towards the edges. The bloody sect master couldn't move at all beneath the dragon's claw. People simply couldn't believe this. How could a sacred cultivator, a big shot in the northern West King, lose in a single move? No one in this region was powerful enough to inflict this humiliating loss on him. In fact, even the members of Divine Black were slack-jawed just like the rest. They knew that Li Qie was very powerful after the death of Iron Whip Demon King. Some said that he was either as strong as their sect master or even stronger. Since the sect master was their strongest cultivator, he became the gauging method. However, all saw how Li Qie used one move to crush 3 Truths sect master as if he was nothing more than an ant. He had no chance of reversing the tide. This meant that Ping Suoan would lose in the same manner against Li Qie. Thus, the members of Divine Black were shaken. They themselves were ants too before him. Ping Suoan was mentally prepared for something like this. Alas, the unfolding of reality still overwhelmed him. His lifelong rival lost utterly, a testament to Li Qie's terrifying might. At least he made the right choice in the past. Just one wrong move and the sect might have been destroyed by Li Qie. By this point, he could already see the fate of 3 Truths. His sect didn't even need to do anything to help. Yes. The members of Divine Black calmed down and started cheering. Sect Master. On the other side, the ones from Three Truths bellowed in astonishment. They needed to do everything possible in order to save their sect master. The three Taoists led their battalions onward towards Li Chia, no longer minding the repercussion. This might be suicidal, but as disciples of Three Truths, they had no other choice. Dying to the last man was fine as long as they could save him. You're courting death. Li Chia smiled at the army rushing towards him. Ra! The dragon performed a tail sweep that robbed the light from the world. It was as if the sky vault was falling down in an apocalyptic manner. The desperate members of Three Truths marched onward. Alas, this seemed rather futile. There would be nothing left of them soon enough. Retreat! Lu Yiling shouted and made his move. Clank! 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 Three sword hymns echoed across the realms. Images of the three swords behind his back emerged. Everyone became frozen by the presence of this majestic sword Tao. Nothing could hope to reach its height. It was capable of splitting a new world into existence. The images started circling and reversing the natural orders. They turned into a shield that can stop all offense. Boom! The tail struck the shield instead of the army. Terrible shockwaves destroyed the nearby mountain ranges. Though he saved his fellow disciples, he didn't feel good at all. He staggered backward, as red as can be due to the chaotic flow of his internal energy. It took a while before he managed to stabilize. Everyone took a deep breath at this sight. They knew that this genius was far stronger than Ping Suoang and his senior brother. Moreover, he used the power of the patrimony swords. Alas, the tail still had the upper hand in that previous exchange. He probably didn't have what it takes to actually fight against the Golden Dragon. It's over. Suoang concluded. The Divine Black disciples clenched their fists in jubilation. This exceeded their imagination. Lu Yiling intimidated them earlier with his incredible moves. Now, he didn't seem to be that special when dealing with Li Chia. Li Chia's status soared again in the heart of these members, becoming peerless. What kind of monster is he? The spectators were in awe. It was miraculous for a bronze tendon cultivator to be so strong. They saw it with their own eyes but still didn't understand due to the illogical nature of the circumstances. This was most likely unprecedented. Chapter 3389, May I ask who you are? This is quite an oversight on our part. Lu Yiling took a deep breath and cupped his fist towards Li Chia. Just an insignificant, ordinary disciple in Divine Black. Li Chia stretched and casually said. Everyone was at a loss for words, nearly becoming embarrassed. The guy was powerful enough to stomp a sect master, yet he called himself a mere disciple. What were they? What was inferior to insignificant? Some of the prideful cultivators didn't know what to do outside of wanting to jump into a pit to hide. Lu Yiling himself had nothing to say. This Li Chia came out of nowhere and was simply too powerful, suffocating all of his foes. The worst part was that he couldn't see through the guy at all. There was no impression of such a being in his mind. He confirmed Li Chia's cultivation. This wasn't faked at all, hence the confusion due to the disparity with actual power. Putting aside Li Chia's special case, someone this powerful couldn't gain these abilities overnight. The greatest geniuses required a long path before reaching this level. However, none of them has heard of Li Chia before. The guy seemingly appeared out of thin air. He had a good grasp on the region since he traveled extensively during his youth. He still never heard of Li Chia before. Everyone was racking their brains trying to figure this out, not just Yiling. Maybe he's protected and blessed by the ancestors of Divine Black. That's why he can control their remnant powers while inside Divine Black. One person eventually speculated. Perhaps, Divine Black did have exceptional masters in the past. Most agreed that this was the most plausible explanation. Not to mention their patriarch, just South Conk Dao Lord alone was immensely powerful. They also had plenty of other experts. Their remnant powers should be able to grant Li Qie devilish abilities. Ying focused up and stopped thinking. He needed to pick the right choice given the precarious situation. Our sect was ignorant and foolish for offending Divine Black, unaware of the immensity of heaven and earth. Yiling bowed deeply towards Li Qie and apologized. We have lost today and will accept the consequences. We'll withdraw while making up for the losses suffered by your sect. Would that be all right? His surrender naturally took the crowd by surprise since it happened too quickly. Only a few people like Ping Suoang nodded approvingly, praising Yiling's wise choice. He was both decisive and insightful, able to give up after seeing a clear loss. The conditions were generous as well. However, from another point of view, it wasn't good for Divine Black when Three Truths had such a capable leader. Impressive. The elders of the other sects quietly praised. Being flexible was a virtue in their mind. Moreover, Yiling was conceding for the sake of his sect, not for personal reasons. He didn't put his honor and reputation above the greater good. Life isn't that easy. Li Qie shook his head. Yiling froze after hearing this. He took a deep breath and continued, Sir, we are willing to compensate for today, any demands are on the table. He made it clear that his sect would agree to any clause regardless of how unfair they were. This was considered disgraceful for most. They wouldn't accept this ceasefire clause. Can Yiling do this? Some spectators wondered. A few shook their head, thinking that the rest of Three Truths wouldn't agree to the ridiculous conditions. Don't do it. An elder of Three Truths shouted. Don't worry about me, just leave, take as many as possible. Three Truths sect master shouted as well. Alas, Yiling was unmoved by their shouts and maintained his course. He could tell that escaping was impossible without Li Qie's permission. You are both smart and insightful, flexible too, all marks of a hero. Li Qie stared at him and smiled, very rare to meet someone like this. I'm currently in a good mood and will be merciful. You may leave, others will stay. All eyes were on Yiling. This might be his best chance to leave unscathed. If you are willing, sir, I'm willing to stay so that they can leave. Yiling pondered for a bit before replying. Unwise, wasting my praise earlier. Li Qie chuckled. I appreciate your kind words. Yiling sighed, but as a disciple of Three Truths, I can't only worry about myself and abandon others. This decision earned him the respect of the spectators, a true man with a strong heart. Even the ones from Divine Black felt respect for their enemy. Very well, let's see what you can do then. You'll be an experiment. Li Qie said. The crowd took a deep breath. Someone as strong as Yiling could only be an experiment, not an actual foe. A firefly can't compete with the bright moon. Yiling put on a solemn expression. Nonetheless, we have no choice but to struggle against death regardless of the futility. Interesting. Fine, in order to show respect, I shall use a weapon against you. Li Qie chuckled and raised his hand. Clank. A sword forced all other swords to him in response. A ray flew out of South Conk Peak. Li Qie had a sword in his hand now before the crowd could react. It was luminous and peerless while exuding a supreme divinity akin to a Dao Lord being here in person. Chapter 3390. Li Qie didn't give any consideration to the sword in his hand as if it was only an ordinary blade. His expression was one of disinterest. This would be fitting as if he was holding a toy stick, not a patrimony sword. That's a patrimony sword. Both the involved parties and the neutral spectators were shaken. He can wield and control it. All eyes were on the sword as one elder said. This artifact was far stronger than a regular Dao Lord weapon. Even a sacred cultivator might not be able to control one. In a successful case, some limitations might still exist. However, Li Qie held it with such ease and leisure. People actually forgot that he was only at the bronze tendon realm. As for the ones from Divine Black, this wasn't their first time seeing Li Qie controlling this sword. Nonetheless, their enthusiasm didn't diminish during their observation. It's happening. So many were trembling with excitement. They could see him use their ultimate sword to kill the enemies and solidify their sect's prestige. Their blood ran faster and hotter because the fight would make their sect world famous and herald a new era. A patrimony sword. Lu Yiling's expression became serious right away. His suspicion has, unfortunately, come true. He had his own patrimony swords and knew of its power. The pressure became greater. Li Qie's own power was already unfathomable, so he was relying on having the weapon advantage. Maybe he had a chance of survival by using them. Now, his last spark of hope was extinguished. This made him palpitate. You need to run as far as possible. 3 truths will be there as long as you survive. 3 truths sect master beseeched, realizing that Lu Yiling couldn't do anything. Both of them had the same level of weapons now. This was hopeless. Thus, he only wanted Lu Yiling to leave this place alive. He had the biggest chance for success out of them all. That's why he hoped Yiling would start escaping. He would be the last seed of their sect. Thank you, senior brother. Yiling shook his head. I seek the peace of mind, so I would rather die in battle today instead of escaping and abandoning you who treats me better than anyone. This won some sympathy from the crowd. Although these two were technically martial brothers, the sect master served as his master. Their relationship was deep. Yiling wouldn't abandon him or the rest of 3 truths. Some would consider this foolish. Others would praise him for being virtuous. As for Yiling, he himself said that this would give him peace of mind. Show me what you can do with your patrimony swords. Li Qie smiled. Very well. Yiling took a deep breath and threw away unnecessary thoughts. He knew that this next attack would decide his fate along with the sect. Clank. The heavy sword let out along him. The 3 swords behind him floated up into the air, slowly leaving their sheath. The hue from the glints of the 3 swords was different. They were pure and resplendent, reaching the limit of these colors. No, this wasn't limited to just being a color anymore. It has transcended to an art form. The aura of a Tao Lord naturally erupted like a storm. Many experts couldn't keep their eyes open and were forced far away from Divine Black. They eventually floated around Lu Yiling and let out 3 hymns from left to right and from shallow to deep. Each hymn acted as a step or a character, ready to display a grand Tao. 3 truths swords, a full set consisting of heaven, earth, and man. An expert from the last generation said. Everyone stared at the floating swords with bated breath. The ones from 3 truths were even more nervous since they knew their lives were in Lu Yiling's hands. Patrimony swords, 3 truths versus Divine Black, this is their biggest fight in history. An old cultivator said. These 2 sects have fought for generations, but they have never resorted to using these weapons until now. It would definitely determine their future. Our patriarch, 3 truths Tao Lord left these swords behind. Truth of the heaven, truth of the earth, and truth of men. They are the most powerful weapons in our sect, worthy of fighting against you. Lu Yiling introduced the 3. They're fine swords. You may start. Li Qie smiled and said. His attitude made others smile wryly, but no one considered him to be arrogant. This was how it should be even when he was facing a genius like Lu Yiling. The 2 had a stark contrast in attitude. Li Qie held his sword as if he was holding a random stick. On the other hand, Lu Yiling looked as solemn and dignified as can be while controlling the 3 swords. The final battle between Divine Black and 3 truths. The spectators became serious as well. Leave right after I make my move. Yiling told the 3 Taoists. They became emotional after hearing this, realizing that he wanted to buy time so that they could run. What about Y-? One of them murmured, enough. Yiling waved his hand and interrupted the guy. He focused up and stared at Li Qie, determined to perform his strongest technique. The actual members of Three Truths were willing to die with him. Alas, the Taoists knew that they would die in vain. Your future would have been magnificent, but unfortunately, you've joined the wrong sect. Li Qie smiled. Not true. Yiling solemnly said, the sect made me who I am. This is all worth it. A good man indeed, grateful and selfless. I will perform 3 moves. Survive and you may leave. Li Qie nodded approvingly. Chapter 3391. All eyes were on Lu Yiling after hearing the promise of 3 moves. He was a famous expert right now in the northern West King. In fact, even in all of West King, finding someone capable of defeating him this quickly was as hard as finding an autumn leaf. They exchanged glances, wondering if Li Qie could actually do so. This would require a monstrous power. Is it possible? They have similar weapons. A skeptic quietly said. These weapons should be close in strength. That's why Li Qie shouldn't be able to defeat Lu Yiling within 3 moves. It was illogical enough to not be part of a legendary tale. Only a heavenly sovereign can, anyone weaker would find it prohibitive. An elder mused for a bit before concluding. Very well, 3 moves then. Yiling agreed without any hesitation. I have 0 regrets if I were to die within 3 moves, that would show just how mighty my opponent is. Go. Li Qie didn't bother using a defensive stance with his sword. He stood there with 100 openings visible to the experts here. It looked as if he was underestimating his enemy, a potentially fatal mistake against a genius like Lu Yiling. The crowd wondered if Li Qie was simply too strong or if it was just his arrogant style. He's too careless. An experienced expert thought that Li Qie was being too haughty. They all knew that the right strike could take down Li Qie due to all the openings. Alas, Lu Yiling didn't think so. His eyes became as bright as 2 suns. Rays shot straight towards Li Qie. What he found was perfection. The openings and holes were anything but. Their abundance took it to the other extreme, resulting in a flawless defense. Boom! Yiling released his vitality and chaos true energy. His grand Tao power surged like an endless flood. Rumble. This power swept through the area and froze the crowd. The weak dropped to the ground. Clank. He didn't hold anything back and put it all on the line. There was only one chance. The 3 swords began to rotate and affected the temporal spatial affinities. Space seemingly turned into a liquid and followed the rotation. Some spectators became dizzy from this phenomenon and also fell to the ground. Boom! After the swords reached their rotational limit, they erupted with power and began pulling the power of the yin and yang. Spatial distance no longer mattered. The beams coming from the 3 swords could sever everything. It was as if a Tao Lord was performing this move in person, enough to crush 8 Desolaces and the reincarnation cycle. The move was actually aiming at the golden dragon above, not Li Qie. Yiling's goal became clear. He wanted to destroy this dragon in order to save the sect master on top of buying time for the rest to escape. As long as the golden dragon was around, his peers wouldn't be able to run. His ultimate slash was for the others, not himself. Goo! He shouted at the 3 Taoists. The latter wanted to help him, aware of his perilous situation. Alas, they had no other choice but to try and run with the army. Now! They shouted in unison and were prepared a while ago. Boom! 3 grand formations emerged, an elephant, bird, and pagoda formation. They encompassed the Taoists and the great army. The bird flew to the sky, the elephant ran with full speed, the pagoda dashed towards the horizon. They turned their group into 3 individual formations. This was the fastest and safest way to flee. Unfortunately, Li Qie made his move at the same second by casually waving his patrimony sword like a peacock spreading its tail. The leisure swing created a majestic mountain range surrounding the sect. Nothing could ever climb above these peaks. It even severed the concept of time. The past and the future were no longer affecting the area. It sealed everything. The gods and devils, the unbeatable Tao lords, they still wouldn't be able to beat this sealing technique. It successfully blocked Yiling's ultimate slash and saved the dragon. Activate. Yiling was caught off guard but still reacted right away. Beams as red as blood shot out from his 3 swords. Rumble. They started attacking Li Qi's patrimony sword but couldn't break its seal. Boom. The golden dragon finally took action with a claw strike engulfing the world. The area became infinitely smaller, so the army who was far away by the horizon was caught by the dragon claw. No. Yiling bellowed, but he couldn't help because all of his power was focused on attacking Li Qi's sword. The claw came down and crushed everything. Ah! The bird, elephant, and pagoda formations disintegrated. Pop! Blood splashed everywhere. The army became vulnerable after the destruction of the formations, so they fell victim to the claw. Boom! Not a single soul was lucky enough to survive. Rain of blood descended, the sanguine mist wouldn't disperse. Chapter 3392. Only ashes remained of the great army, to the astonishment of the spectators. Even the most battle-hardened cultivator got cold sweat all over. The army didn't have a single weak combatant since it consisted of the elites from 3 truths. It could definitely contend against anyone in the northern West King. Unfortunately, not a single soul survived. Ugh, some members of Divine Black and the crowd vomited, unable to handle the stench of blood in the air. Thinking about how many people have just been killed churned their stomach. A few turned pale and couldn't get up from being mentally drained. Their legs still trembled. No. 3 Truths sect master shouted during the aftermath. No, this can't be. It seemed as if his soul had left his body. Only despair remained. His sect was built upon the effort of the wise sages and years of accumulations. The elites in the army have been groomed and given countless resources. All of this was gone now because he misread his enemy's power on top of wanting personal gains. He had just buried his sect, becoming an eternal sinner. No, no. Tears streamed out as he lamented. It was just too late. Divine Black completely reigns this region now. The spectators calmed down next, and one elder murmured. This army served as the pillars of 3 truths. Its end meant a total collapse. It wouldn't take long before this sect faces declination and inevitable destruction. Moreover, Divine Black had plenty of room to grow now without a powerful enemy. This would be the development in the next several thousand years. Lu Yiling was pale. He couldn't save the army since he couldn't break through Li Qi's sword technique. His abilities and power were useless. He gave it everything he had to no avail. Time to end this. Li Qi smiled and swung his sword again. The slash lacked a peerless style, an overwhelming suppression, and a murderous will. However, it still cut down the myriad Tao and everything else in the world despite being a single flash. This flash seemed to have existed before the start of time. It pierced through the primordial chaos in an unstoppable manner. Lu Yiling and everyone else became afraid. He could see death already during the flash. Run! 3 Truths sect master felt the ominous signs and shouted. Unfortunately, it wasn't up to Yiling. He couldn't run after Li Qi swung the sword. Escaping was impossible regardless of one's speed and abilities. The slash had severed time and space. One could be 1 billion miles away and it would still cut them down. Activate. Yiling had no choice but to fight to the end. He poured all of his vitality and even true blood into his 3 patrimony swords. Clank. They became red as if covered in blood. They then released a crimson flame, incinerating the air, refining the myriad Tao, and changing the yin and yang. It utilized its strongest and most terrifying power. This flame contained the myriad Tao within, they gathered together to form an untouchable supreme grand Tao along with the image of a Tao Lord. People quivered in response to this Tao Lord aura. So many became suppressed, paralyzed on the ground. A move from a Tao Lord. This was indeed the strength of a Tao Lord, enough to sink all of Divine Black. This was Lu Yiling's ultimate strike. He traded his lifespan and vitality in order to muster enough power to use it. His hair turned white as snow right afterward as he rapidly aged. If he were lucky enough to survive, he would need to spend the rest of his short life as a cripple. Clank. A clear swordhymn could be heard through the explosions in spite of its relative quietness. The flash of a sword cut through the supreme Tao of this Tao Lord in an unstoppable manner. Time came to a halt for a short moment. The aura and sword flash disappeared. Everyone saw Lu Yiling falling backward clearly due to the temporal stagnation. They then noticed a tiny wound around his throat. After a while came the beads of blood streaming down. This tiny wound was the most fatal blow since the slash earlier had cut off his true fate and life. Well deserved, he knew that this was his last moment as his life passed away. He died without regrets and with his eyes closed. Bam! He fell and smashed into the ground. Blood eventually stained the area. A great genius of the sword had just fallen today. His invincible sword Tao couldn't save him against Li Qi's slash as if it was predetermined. Chapter 3393, Lu Yiling's blood spread out like a blooming flower. Everyone saw the whole thing and felt suffocated. The entire region knew how strong he was. Now, he was killed by a single slash. They became emotional, some pitied his lamentable fate. Others became stricken with fear. His final attack was monstrous, to say the least, but it still wasn't enough. Li Qi's sword flash rendered all opposition futile. There's one fewer genius in this world now. A spectator wrung his wrist then said. Lu Yiling from now on would be remembered as a heroic man. His previous enemies had a newfound respect for him. A while later, once the crowd calmed down, they stared at Li Qi with nothing but admiration and fear in their eyes. Most lowered their head, no longer daring to look at him in the eyes. He simply stood there without exuding any aura. He didn't look different from a regular disciple of Divine Black. Alas, this leisure style of his seemed invincible in the eyes of others. No one dared to cause trouble in front of him any longer. At the same time, the members of Divine Black were on their knees, thousands of them. The scene fell into silence due to the permeating fear. No. Only one person was speaking, the sect master of Three Truths. He couldn't move beneath the claw of the golden dragon. Alas, he preferred to be dead right now after seeing Lu Yiling's outcome. Pain and despair took over. He taught Lu Yiling ever since the youth joined Three Truths. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he alone brought Yiling to the current height. Their relationship could be described as master-teacher or even father-son. He always had nothing but pride in Yiling. Today, their army has been destroyed. Lu Yiling's death also extinguished all hope for Three Truths. This was too much for him to take. People only stared at him, not having the same sympathy as they did for Yiling. The winner takes all, this was too common in the world of cultivation. Moreover, he led his army to attack Divine Black. If they were to win, then Divine Black would be the ones suffering right now. Therefore, he brought this upon himself and couldn't blame anyone. Still thinking about leaving? Li Qi suddenly spoke. The crowd followed his gaze and saw the saber master trying to hide among the crowd. He became frozen and didn't dare to move. They realized that there were two survivors now, Three Truths sect master and Su Nan. Su Nan was naturally scared out of his mind. It took everything for him to remain standing instead of kneeling. He eventually took a deep breath and managed to subdue his fear. He smiled wryly and said, "Well, there's nothing left to do here, young noble Li's cultivation is matchless." This lowly one doesn't dare to stay here as an eyesore. Many exchanged glances after listening. Su Nan was considered a big shot in the Northern West King. He was also a guest cultivator in Yin Yang Gate, something quite prestigious. Alas, he spoke as humbly as possible right now, going as far as possible by referring to himself as this lowly one. Nonetheless, no one would make fun of him for this. They might not have the courage to even face Li Qie and might already be prostrating and begging for forgiveness. Did you forget what I said? No one is leaving this place alive. Li Qie smiled. Su Nan's complexion turned gray, his hands started shaking. He tried his best to not lose his cool. Similar to the sect master earlier, the crowd didn't sympathize with him. He went along with the invasion, so he deserved this. I really have no ill wills towards you, young noble. Su Nan's smile was more unsightly than if he were crying right now. He continued, it's just a bad coincidence, that's all. My fault for, make your move. I'll give you one chance. Li Qie interrupted him. Su Nan's legs started shaking. He didn't have the courage to attack. He, along with everyone else, knew the obvious outcome. He would be killed just like Lu Yiling. Young nobly, what's the point of killing one more person? He tried his best to speak clearly. I've already admitted defeat. Having one more friend is better than another enemy. Plus, I am with Yin Yang Gate. We might be able to help you in the future. He chose his words delicately in order to survive. This naturally served as a threat too, reminding Li Qie that he had ties with Yin Yang Gate. They wouldn't let this go unpunished. This sect was known to be the strongest in the northern region. One needed to think twice before opposing them. This applied to every sect, not just an individual. Never heard of it. Stop wasting time, make your move before I finish you. Li Qie chuckled. Su Nan grimaced, realizing that an escape wasn't possible. Alas, he still had enough pride that prevented him from getting on his knees. Must you go this far, young noble? Su Nan maintained his composure and stared directly at Li Qie. In the case of victory, would you have spared a regular disciple from Divine Black asking for it? Li Qie smiled. Su Nan didn't respond. The crowd didn't say anything either. A complete massacre wasn't unheard of after defeat. Three truths wouldn't have spared a single disciple after achieving victory. Chapter 3394. The Saber Master displayed fear despite being the focus of attention. He truly wanted to start begging because this was human nature during a perilous crossroad. However, he was famous and held a prestigious position. His status and personal pride prevented him from doing so. He eventually chose to unsheath his saber, albeit slowly and without confidence. Clank. The blade and the sheath scraped on each other and released a long sound. During this process, he felt his time and life passing away in an ephemeral manner. I have no choice but to risk it all since you have pushed me to the edge, young noble. The Saber Master did everything he could to enunciate clearly and without any shakiness. His hands grasping the hilt naturally trembled, hence the need for him to clench tighter. All eyes were on him. Of course, the spectators knew that it didn't matter whether he fought or not. Struggling wouldn't change anything. Nonetheless, no one would just sit idly by before death without attempting to resist. Go for it. Li Qie leisurely said. Die. The Saber Master roared as loud as humanly possible in order to chase away his fear while letting out his rage. The roar chased the clouds away, revealing a blue sky. Clank. The saber slash poured down like a river of stars and immediately permeated across the area. It had an effect chilling enough to reach the bones. This pain resembled having a knife scraping on one's bones. This was Su Nan's apex attack, quite formidable. Most would sigh in awe after seeing it. He was mighty indeed, hence his position at Yin Yang Gate. Li Qie also made his move in the next second, casually thrusting forward and aiming for the master's neck. This move of his seemed weaker compared to the ferocious slash, whether it be in terms of profundity and momentum. However, the flash also stopped everything again. The Saber Master's gigantic slash and the river of stars pouring down disappeared. Su Nan's eyes suddenly widened, muffled noises came from his mouth as if he was trying to scream but nothing would come out. One drop of blood seeped out of his throat, looking gorgeous like a ruby reflecting the sunlight. Clank. His saber fell to the ground. Bam! He was next, causing dust to scatter everywhere. Blood finally streamed out of the wound after the dust settled. His eyes were still wide open since he didn't accept this death. Everyone became nervous despite expecting this result. A hush fell upon the scene since Su Nan couldn't stop a single sword thrust from Wuxia. He had ample time to use his strongest slash, but this wasn't enough. Then who else could actually stop Wuxia? Definitely not anyone here. They would die just like ants before Wuxia. The atmosphere took a while to loosen. The only survivor was Three Truths' sect master who was still stuck beneath the golden dragon. This cultivator was renowned and prestigious with few peers in the region. He was ashen by this point, having lost all hope. The only desire he had left was dying. This was obvious to all spectators. Death was salvation. Surviving like this meant reliving the nightmares over and over again, truly a torturous fate. Ping Suoang himself sighed emotionally after seeing the teary old man. They had been enemies for so long and fought numerous times. Through this, they gained a deep understanding of each other. Of course, he wouldn't beseech Wuxia on the guy's behalf because he knew that his sect wouldn't have been shown mercy. Kill me so I can go keep them company. Three Truths' sect master murmured. There was no way for him to make up for his mistakes. He could only accompany the rest of his sect down in the Yellow River now. As you wish. Wuxia smiled and waved his hand. Pop. The golden dragon stomped down and reduced the sect master to a bloody mist scattering to the wind. A sect master had just ended without a grave, a rather sad fate. Meanwhile, the audience had a hard time taking in the events today. Three Truths came prepared and lived up to their power, determined to take down Divine Black. Many thought that they would have succeeded too. No one expected Wuxia to handle the problems alone and massacred the enemies. The whole thing seemed like a legend. Young master, you're forever invincible. The members of Divine Black regained their wits and immediately showed their respect by getting on their knees. Their chants echoed across the area. Many had tears streaming down as they bowed. They were ready to die earlier, but Wuxia managed to save them. Even the return of their patriarch or Tao Lord won't be more than this. One spectator said. Some realized that Wuxia's status in Divine Black has become comparable to the sect's founder and South Conk Tao Lord. Wuxia only glanced briefly at them before returning to his room. The rest maintained their pose for a long time before standing up. The sun's back. One of them happily shouted. We're still alive. The anxiety was finally gone since nothing was left of their enemies. They would never forget about today. These territories will need to be redrawn soon. Meanwhile, a spectator concluded with a sigh. They were sure that more areas would be under the jurisdiction of Divine Black. They needed to prepare for it. Watch what you're saying. His friend said, still afraid of Wuxia's power. Chapter 3395. A celebration came to Divine Black after the battle. The members knew that Three Truths was no longer a threat, at least in this generation. Three Truths should be the one trembling with fear right now. However, not all were celebrating. The experts began to consolidate their troops and battalions, especially the elders and protectors. Some younger disciples were confused because the war was over. Nonetheless, the stronger ones realized that they needed to be in their peak state, always ready to mobilize. Meanwhile, the neighbors of Divine Black were on guard. They kept a keen eye on its movement while feeling as if they were walking on thin ice. The military drills of the sect didn't help this issue either. These neighbors thought that something bad was coming during these sensitive times. The previous battle ended with 3 truths' main army decimated. They lost 5 Taoists out of the 7, including the genius Lu Yiling. Thus, they lost their elites and have become a headless snake. 3 truths wouldn't be able to muster up a fight. If Divine Black were to attack right now, 3 truths would definitely turn to ashes. None would criticize Divine Black for wanting to attack. After all, 3 truths took the initiative. This was justified retaliation. However, the end of 3 truths would herald supremacy for its foe. The entire region would be an item in Divine Black's pocket. Without a powerful foe to hold them back, an expansion might be the next goal. The borders and immediate neighbors were the most likely targets. That's why the smaller sects nearby became nervous, afraid that the flames of war might come for them next. They had 2 choices in the future, either becoming tributes or risking destruction. Li Qie didn't care for any of this. No one in the sect came to bother him either. Most stayed far away from his peak. Those crossing by would try to keep their pace as quiet as possible, not wanting to disturb his peace. Some even bowed whenever they got close. Today, Ping Suoeng came for an audience. After seeing Li Qie, he got on his knees for a full ceremony. The sect master of Divine Black was acting like a regular disciple before Li Qie. The latter lazily lay in his chair like always with Gong Qianyue serving him some tea. Ping Suoeng expressed his gratitude since Li Qie saved Divine Black, and that they would never forget about this. Li Qie was currently a member of Divine Black, but Suoeng knew that he wouldn't stay around much longer. This visit was only a touch of fate. You're not here only to thank me, right? Li Qie chuckled. Suoeng's expression became awkward. He hesitated for a bit before speaking. Young master, 3 truths have crossed the line and our disciples are furious. They can't forget about this transgression. Stop walking in circles. You want to attack 3 truths, just say that. Li Qie interrupted him with a hand wave. Suoeng's face turned slightly red. He coughed and said, "It's not that we're trying to kick a horse while it's down. The disciples just think that this is a godsend opportunity." Sure. Li Qie nodded. Mobilize and take them down. All of their territories will belong to Divine Black. This region is yours. I haven't thought about that. Suoeng's expression seemed unnatural. In reality, both he and the elders harbored such ideas. This was rather understandable. 3 truths was at its weakest while Divine Black's morale was at an all-time high. Why would they wait now? As for the territories afterward? That could be debated after the victory. This determines the course of Divine Black and its future. It is your responsibility along with the others, talk to them about it, not me. Li Qie shook his head. I am only passing by and simply decided to fight once. You all are the ones to take charge of Divine Black, don't worry about me. Suoeng understood, realizing Li Qie's intention. The guy had done enough for Divine Black anyway. I'm worrying about the ancestral peak. He eventually brought another issue up. In reality, he had already made up his mind about the retaliation and future territory issues. However, the matter of the ancestral peak still plagued him. Once this secret became known, Divine Black would become everyone's enemy. At that point, not to mention attacking 3 truths, they might have a hard time defending their sect. That's why they were preparing for war. This wasn't for the sake of attacking 3 truths but only to be ready for the worst. More powerful sects might be coming. For example, Yinyang Gate. Yinyang Gate might be far away to the south, but if it truly wanted to, it could still create a high-level portal to mobilize quickly. Suoeng worried about this possibility the most. Everything would be fine as long as Li Qie was around. However, how could a shallow pond hold a true dragon? Forget about the ancestral peak, it'll be concluded in 2 days. Li Qie said. Suoeng didn't expect this, but at least everything should be fine now. He became excited and asked for confirmation. Really? Li Qie didn't answer. He took a deep breath and bowed, feeling far better than before. Thank you, young master. It's time for me to leave. Li Qie accepted the gesture and brought up something else. Suoeng expected this, just not this early. He stood there at a loss for words. Chapter 3396, Young Master, may I ask where you are heading to? Ping Suoeng eventually regained his wits and asked. He believed that a master like Li Qie could travel wherever he wanted. It was a shame that Divine Black was just too small for him to stick around just a bit longer. Stone Plateau. Li Qie stared at the horizon with a profound gaze. He paused for a bit before adding, certain things and fateful connections should end. Suoeng sighed after having his speculation confirmed. He guessed that Li Qie wasn't actually a young cultivator. The guy had many shocking secrets unbeknown to others. This was the same reason why he showed up in Divine Black. Perhaps he was somehow connected to them. It's just that no one had a clear idea as to what. Thus, the fateful connection between him and Divine Black had ended, hence his departure. Of course, he didn't dare to pry about this connection or Li Qie's secrets. Stone Plateau, the world of the golems. Suoeng only dared to comment on this part. Yes, it is their ancestral ground. Certain memories resurfaced for Li Qie. He had forgotten about some people and things due to the length of time. Golems are no longer the same as before. The world has changed. He sighed and said. They became uncommunicative after Golem Ancestor, hell-bent on finding the path to atavism. Ping Suoeng knew a bit about this history. In the distant past of the Nine Worlds epoch, the golems were extremely powerful and prestigious. Alas, the great disaster changed the world and the Grand Tao. Later on, an extremely heaven-defying existence appeared and came to be known as Golem Ancestor. He opened a new path for their race, allowing them to have a method to reach atavism. Because of this, their race started becoming distant from the rest everywhere in 8 Desolaces. Everyone knew that they were still around, but it was different from their prosperous era. Yes. Li Qie understood the underlying reasons and nodded. Well, the world should enjoy peace in a sense. Being silent is not necessarily a bad thing, and the opposite applies. Too much rowdiness can herald a disaster. I'm not quite sure I understand. Are you saying that prosperity can be a source of disaster? Suoeng hesitated, thinking that he misunderstood Li Qie's point. Prosperity is usually viewed from a shallow perspective by most. A few things aren't clear within a generation or two. And being reclusive doesn't mean declination either, it's just a changing of attitude and method to survive in this world, one with safety and the future in mind. Li Qie stared at Suoeng and answered. I see. Suoeng pondered quietly and agreed. As a sect master, he was aware of many things. After the golems' period of isolation, it became hard to see golems in 8 Desolaces. It seemed that their population was dwindling even at their ancestral ground. Because of this, the race's influence decreased. For a very long period, no one exceptional came from there. On the other hand, some speculated that the golems simply chose to change their ways. Their population and influence might have decreased, but not their actual overall power. This particular theory was neutral, it didn't have a lot of support nor disagreement. Suoeng trusted this theory more now that Li Qie had said it. Go. Li Qie waved his hand and told the sect master. Will you visit again? Suoeng hesitated for a bit before asking. He naturally wanted to see Li Qie here again for a multitude of reasons. The sect had boundless potential with him around. Leave it up to fate. Li Qie nonchalantly said. Let us prepare a departure ceremony worthy of you, young master. Suoeng asked for permission. He had done so much for the sect, so this was justified. No need. Li Qie wasn't interested. Suoeng didn't dare to act on his own accord without permission. He got on his knees and started bowing again to show his gratitude. You have saved Divine Black for sure destruction. You are our benefactor, and if you ever need us in the future, just say the words and we'll jump into a boiling cauldron without a second thought. He spoke from the heart with true sincerity. Li Qiye nodded and accepted the gesture. Suoeng performed a full kowtow ceremony before quietly leaving. He was a bit disappointed as he gazed at the forces of Divine Black. He needed to think more about its future. Every step must be the right one. You're leaving, young master. Gong Qianyue poured a cup of tea for him, feeling a bit sad. Though their time together was short, he gave her plenty of benefits for a brighter future. By this point, she truly viewed him as her young master and would like to stay with him. Do you have any plans? Li Qian nodded and asked. She thought about it before answering. I wish to train in isolation. But, I also wish to go along and serve you, young master. This was a tough choice. She wanted to focus on cultivation in order to reach a greater height, but it wouldn't be bad to follow him either. It's a good plan. I'm only a passerby, like a lonely goose on the horizon that comes and goes, so you can't travel with me. You have good talents and a firm Dao heart, thus an isolated training session will be very beneficial. Reaching the peak is a possibility. He encouraged her. I understand. She said softly, I wonder how far I'll go on the long path. Silly girl, keep the main goal in mind while shouldering the burden. With great effort and diligence, you'll be able to obtain what you want. Your goal might change as well. Everyone at different levels in their life has a different aspiration since they see different things. Just continue forward, and the future is full of potential, whether it be the realm of a heavenly sovereign or a Tao lord. Li Qiye taught her. Thank you for your teachings, young master. I'll continue forward without losing my aim. She bowed towards him and said with gratitude. I'm sure you'll exceed my expectation. He nodded. Will we be able to meet again? She stared at him and asked, feeling quite sad. If it meant to be. Li Qiye stroked her hair and said, the horizon, the clouds above, the apex. Everything is possible up there. I understand. She nodded. 1. The word for plateau can also mean source/origin. Chapter 3397. Something happened to the ancestral peak of Divine Black 2 days after the battle. Boom! Rays emanated from the top. The source resembled a rising sun. What's going on? The Divine Black members became startled and focused their attention there. An inscrutable divinity also emerged from within the radiance. What is that? Discussion sprung across the sect. A treasure, perhaps? One quietly speculated. Not necessarily, maybe it's the spirit of our patriarch. His peer replied. I think that's likely. Many agreed with this because the ancestral peak was sealed all these years. The spirit of their patriarch returning to meet the descendants became a likely explanation. However, a few elders and peak lords didn't think so since they knew about the portal. They had uncertain speculations the moment they saw the radiance. Unfortunately, no one could climb up there to see the actual event and had to watch from below. Ping Suoeng had the best guess out of anyone since Li Qiye already told him about it. He watched the waves of light with bated breath. Buzz. The radiance finally made it all the way out and floated above the peak. When people got a clearer look, they realized that it was an altar full of power. It had numerous Tao laws surrounding it in the shape of iron chains. These laws were still moving in a particular order, seemingly brimming with life. The altar began spinning with the law, creating a magical rhythm. The rotation encompassed the reincarnation cycle along with the yin and yang. Watching this made people feel dizzy. Boom! It instantly poured out a frightening power before the unsuspecting spectators. It surpassed the myriad realms and suppressed the firmaments. An ancient yet matchless imperial aura swept through 8 desolaces. So powerful. Numerous disciples got down on their knees from the pressure. Immortal Assailant Emperor. Suoeng took a deep breath and understood the owner of the aura. Boom! The altar suddenly broke through space and disappeared. The Imperial weakened, allowing the kneeling disciples to stand up. What the hell was that? No one could trace the speed of the altar earlier. Why did it come out of their ancestral peak then leave so quickly? As for the peak lords and elders, they let out a sigh of relief. This was an amazing development for their sect. Meanwhile, as the altar crossed through space, numerous mantras were activated. The Imperial aura seemingly served as the fuel for the altar while the mantras acted like wings controlling its direction. It shot out brilliant lights and sparks along the way, illuminating a vast area. An Imperial aura? The top supremes in the northern region took note of this. Numerous eyes in the ancient sects started opening. These eyes contained the vicissitudes of time. Immortal Assailant Emperor? They knew what the thing shooting through space was right away. Finally, the treasure is opening soon. One voice came from an ancestral ground of a certain sect. The treasury of Immortal Assailant Emperor. One ancestor of an ancient kingdom had nothing but excitement in his eyes. These beings who have been slumbering for millions of years finally woke up to trace the altar. Boom! Finally, the altar pierced through the final dimension and disappeared from sight. Stone Plateau. These beings have calculated the destination in just a short time. The news of this began to spread to various sections. Immortal Assailant Emperor's treasury will open in Stone Plateau. Order scouts there right now. Also, whatever they find will be classified information. One sect master ordered his best elites to start. So we finally know where it is now. A royal lord personally headed for Stone Plateau. The altar caused some of the strongest beings in the northern region to wake up. In a towering peak, what seems to be a large boulder suddenly had a pair of eyes opening. The muddled eyes became bright as they gazed towards the landing spot of the altar. Immortal Assailant Emperor's treasury? Not what I seek. Nonetheless, the ancestral vein of the golem race can't fall to outsiders. The thing murmured before closing its eyes to look like a regular boulder again. Afterward, many ancient sects experienced visual phenomena containing an order. One kingdom had an incredible atmosphere. There existed an area with numerous temples leading to the sky. It seemed to be a place to offer tributes for a supreme ruler. Deep inside the most secretive hall was a coffin. The lid finally opened and a faint dragon roar could be heard. This isn't a normal treasury. It pertains to an old secret. An old voice came from the coffin. The big shots of this kingdom became alarmed right away and immediately traveled to the temple. Forefather. The members of this group all had white hair. They kneeled with respect. This might affect the future of the world. I must come out. You all will be the vanguards. The voice spoke again. The group became shaken once more. Their kingdom had faced existential crises before, but this being never came out. This new development must be extremely pivotal. Yes, forefather. These big shots immediately carried out the order. Scouts began entering the plateau in order to find more information on this altar. Clouds suddenly emerged on a sect as old as can be. Inside the clouds was an old palace. A sleeping existence also woke up. His illuminating eyes could see the mysteries of the ages. I see. This existence wasn't startled after noticing the treasury of the emperor, a blessing or a disaster? How many people actually know about the legend behind Immortal Assailant Emperor? A glint of worriness flashed in his eyes. He had lived long enough to know certain secrets purposely hidden from the rest. Chapter 3398. Li Qia also planned to leave right after the altar. He didn't bother anyone else, so only Gong Qianyue and Ping Suoeng knew about it. Suoeng initially wanted to commence a grand farewell ceremony, but Li Qia didn't give permission. Gong Qianyue didn't cry at all, but her eyes were red. Perhaps she cried during the previous night. Silly girl, keep trying. There will be a spot for you up there. Li Qie smiled and gave her a hug after seeing her sad appearance. She hugged tightly and didn't want to let go. Eventually, she let go and nodded. I won't let you down, young master. Tears finally wetted the corner of her eyes. Ping Suoang also got on his knees and bowed, representing Divine Black to show its gratitude and to bid him goodbye. Li Qie nodded and left without looking back at the two. This wasn't because he was emotionless or had a heart of stone, but rather, he has experienced these departures too many times before. Thus, he no longer wanted to think about them or look back after each one. Suoang stopped following his figure once he disappeared into the horizon. However, Gong Qianyue kept on looking. Suoang sighed after seeing this. His disciple was excellent and no geniuses could get into her sight in the past. We're not in the same world as the young master, he quietly told her. Though he was at the Grand Tao Sacred Physique realm and a big shot in Northern West King, he knew of the gap between them. They were nothing more than ants crawling on the ground versus a true immortal above the 9 firmaments. The ants couldn't get through the distance and could only look up at him. I know. Young master stands at the apex, so I need to try harder. Maybe I'll be able to get there and see its scenery. Gong Qianyue took a deep breath while clenching her fists. You'll definitely be able to do it. Suoang was happy to see her spirit increasing. He had a high evaluation of her since her Tao heart and talents both exceeded his. Maybe she couldn't become a Tao lord later but would still definitely be a top character such as a mighty heavenly sovereign. Thus, the future of Divine Black relied on her. Young master, who is he, really? She eventually murmured. Li Qie seemed like a puzzle that couldn't be solved by anyone, always hidden behind secrecies. The immortal, the one in the legend. Suoang pondered for a bit and decided to tell her with a cautious expression. The immortal written in our records? She became shocked despite being mentally prepared for any answer. It's a possibility. Suoang remained prudent. This might be the touch of fate he brought up before. Unfortunately, we're inferior to our patriarch, he sighed with disappointment. Their sect had ancient records depicting their patriarch being taught by an immortal. From then on, it obtained a great fortune and followed the immortal to great paradises. Everyone in Divine Black memorized these tales. Thus, Suoang had thought about it very carefully. There was a chance of Li Qie being the immortal in the tales. He naturally didn't dare to ask Li Qie or tell others about it with the exception of Qianyue. Perhaps this connection was the reason why Li Qie showed up and decided to save Divine Black. We've let our ancestors down, he eventually concluded. There was such an amazing opportunity before them yet they couldn't grasp it, truly shameful. It showed that they didn't have what it takes to earn the immortal's grace, unlike their patriarch. This was extremely important for Divine Black's prosperity, a chance to let them reach their golden age for the second time. An immortal? Either way, he's still our young master, Qianyue said. He would always be the young master in her mind, a man who had everything in his grasp and acted with complete confidence and leisureliness. Don't tell anyone about this. No one, Suoang said with a solemn expression. This matter would stir the entire world and it might have negative effects for Li Qie. I understand. Qianyue would never tell this secret to anyone. You will shoulder Divine Black in the future. He stared at her and said. Though they lost this opportunity, Qianyue did the best out of anyone and clearly got on Li Qie's good side. He taught her quite a bit, so given her innate talents and this fateful connection, she would definitely reach the top and bring prosperity to Divine Black. She didn't say anything and stared in his direction. Let's go back. Suoang sighed and went back first. She remained there for a long time. Young master, she eventually whispered before leaving. After returning, she immediately underwent isolated cultivation without caring about anyone else. The others in Divine Black didn't know that Li Qie was gone until a long time later. Li Qie's destination was Stone Plateau. He took his time like always during these journeys. Despite being a bronze tendon cultivator, his speed far exceeded the rest. It was easy for him to cross through space. Nonetheless, he wanted to feel the world. There had been monumental changes in the 9 worlds, now the 8 Desolaces. If it weren't for the indelible marks from the 9 worlds, no one would recognize it. The outlines and geography have all changed. Li Qiye began deriving the profundities of this land along the way, becoming one with the Tao. In this process, he broke through to the next realm, Silver Carapace. This allowed him to start a new merit law and a mantra. He casually picked one mantra up from Divine Black before leaving, Divinization. This was naturally one of the 7 original mantras. Of course, this version no longer had its original form. This wasn't hard for Li Qiye to change since he could derive a perfect version from it. What was special about the Divinization mantra? With a single thought, one could become a god. This was its highest profundity. Unfortunately, very few have been able to reach this step. That's why most didn't give a damn about it and labeled it as being ordinary and worthless. You're tuning in to the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.